Hello everybody and welcome back to another day here on LPL English, where we continue on here in the second round robin of Group Ascend. Two more best of threes coming your way today on this fine Thursday, starting things off towards the bottom of the standings with Thunder Talk up against FPX. And make sure you stick around later to see if NiP can continue their good run against the top team in the LPL in Top Esports. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Cubby here for this first series of the day. TT and FPX, the two longest active loss streaks now in the LPL, Cubby, and one of them is going to break it today.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. You're tuning in right now on the show at this time for TT versus FPX. You're a real one, so we really appreciate you back home as the most exciting match that we have in the LPL. Not exactly on paper, but of course it is the LPL. Chaos can happen at any time, and who knows, could be in for an unexpected banger today.
Yeah, if you're here watching the LPL, you know there's a lot of chaos, and when there's two teams at the bottom of the standings trying to scrap it out to try to claw their way to potentially higher seeding to round out the regular season, you know things could potentially get a little bit wild. But let's talk about that format once again here, Cubby, because Thunder Talk and FPX are not necessarily the bottom of the LPL, as we are in Group Ascend. Group Nirvana is where we have the teams that overall have been placed towards the bottom of the barrel throughout the start of 2025. Those guys are playing for a potential spot in the play-in stage, but also for their tournament lives throughout this split and the next.
Yeah, and again, like, making it into playoffs, you automatically get in if you do go through Group Ascend, but these are teams that likely going to face the top of the table of Group Ascend. Of course, the top four do automatically make it into playoffs. They're calling it the play-in stage for playoffs. It really just feels like playoffs, and you're playing do-or-die matches here for play-ins. So, of course, these teams will automatically get in. But we are going to have to see, you know, some posturing for seeding here. I really feel like that's kind of the stakes that we have to be talking about. And we will see as we pull up the standings. As, of course, Thunder Talk and FPX sitting at the bottom of the standings. And as you highlighted earlier, Grapes, the two longest active loss streaks that we have in the LPL is, of course, NiP just broke theirs yesterday.
Yeah, because they were going on a bit of a long run, unfortunately, but suddenly broke it against Weibo. We'll see if they can continue that momentum again against the top team that we have here in Top Esports. As for the Nirvana group, if you want to see the thrilling conclusion to that segue, you have to go over to this weekend where we will have the final two matches played there. There's a lot on the line, including spots potentially for that play-in stage, and the last team to be eliminated for the entirety of 2025, as we already have said goodbye to OMG specifically. But let's start talking about this matchup here today, Cubby, because these are two teams that desperately do want a win. Let's start off with Thunder Talk, who are towards the bottom now at 2-10 overall. They are definitely a squad that has seen better days than the start of 2025, but now with a new jungler, Xiaohongren, coming in, they're really starting to try to adjust to this new roster, and it hasn't looked the great so far.
Yeah, look, I mean, the jungle change that we have, I was doubting BLG Beishwan, as of course Beishwan came from the Thunder Talk roster, but it feels like so far BLG Beishwan has been pretty good, as of course they just had a pretty big upset over anyone's legend. Feels a little bit uncomfortable saying upset when BLG is involved, but again, they've been in the middle of the standings, and Beishwan, definitely someone for Thunder Talk, was a leader on this team, and Xiaohongren, I mean, this was a player, to my understanding, was not really supposed to be in this position. It's just kind of reactionary. I know behind the scenes, been reported Thunder Talk were obviously pretty bummed to lose out on Beishwan, because this team has been performing the best in the org's history in the LPL. And for me, Xiaohongren has not really had a great debut. We've seen plays where he's disconnected. Here in this clip, he's overkilling, right? Burned the ult when he didn't have to. Ends up going down even after using, you know, the ult over the wall. And then the one win that they've been able to pick up with him on the map, it was Sion Nivea, combo that I think is really, really strong, scales really hard, and I don't even think he played that well in this game, quite frankly. So, again, a player that for me, he's green, new to the LPL. We're going to have to see if he can scale up and really be ready to take on these good junglers in the league, because it doesn't feel like a player that is exactly ready for this stage quite yet, but of course, sometimes being thrown into the fire is exactly what you need to see what you're worth, and we'll see what Xiaohongren is worth throughout the series and the rest of the Group Ascend.
I feel like one of the harder roles to kind of slot in immediately, like as an emergency sub, is the jungle position, especially if you're a rookie coming in that doesn't have a ton of leadership skills, or is going to have to try to be that shot caller that Beishwan was going into the year for Thunder Talk. So
that's the hard part.
That's been what's tough for them so far.
Yeah, I like the fact you highlighted again, Beishwan, no vocal in this team. So, you know, not only losing him in the jungle is, I mean, he's been pretty decent this year. then having a green player come in, step up, and just as a player, as a leader, hasn't been able to match what Beishuan's had, and the team has definitely suffered for it. So that for us is why they have the loss streak. Their win-loss differential at -15 is 10 games worse than the next one in the standings. So a bit of a bummer for Thunder Talk, especially after they got off to a pretty good start in Split 1, right? So like being in the top of their group, that was a big surprise with Beishuan. So Thunder Talk not able to continue it. As of course, their pieces were picked apart by other teams in the LPL. But again, two longest active loss streaks going up against each other, Grapes, as we're going to have to see if FPX, as I think being the favorites coming into the day, should win. But we haven't really seen the best out of them of late either. So we'll see if this can be a nice little tune-up match for them.
Yeah, have not picked up a win yet over the second round robin. Obviously, the first two matchups that they played were against Top Esports and BLG. Those were certainly tougher ones that they were not necessarily favored in. But then the 2-0 loss that they had to Team WE was definitely a bit of a surprise and not one that we were super happy to see from FPX specifically, because this was a team that kind of was really ramping up after the first couple of games here in Group Ascend, but now seems like they've kind of been in a bit of a slump, which always happens for certain teams. But yeah, just a little bit unfortunate to see.
It's really wild, like this LPL format, just how fast and furious games go. I really felt like FPX were playing well because Shadow was leveling up. And we saw, you know, some of the hopes for FPX, if you're a fan of them, is to have people like Care, that has like really been invested in, or Sheer, someone that could be one of the good young new top laners in the LPL moving forward, step up. It really felt like Shadow was having good early games, and then that would enable FPX to have better footing later on. And then we actually saw some of these carries shine, as of course that upset win over JDG was a huge one for FPX off the back of a great Cassidy pick. Was really good in this game. And Care cashed in. But after this, just haven't seen the magic again from FPX. Shadow and the rest of the team's gone a little bit cold.
Yeah, and these clips kind of highlighting the ups and downs of a player like Shadow. There was definitely moments where he's looked really good and has helped bring his team almost single-handedly to wins in the LPL over teams like JDG, as we are seeing here. But there's other times where maybe he's a little bit overextended, he picks the wrong target to fight, or just straight up misses smites, which I feel like has been a bit of a problem for him as well so far this year. And that has resulted in very inconsistent play overall from Fun Plus Phoenix, I would say, especially towards the back end of things here. You see this clip where just going really far forward, dying before things start. It ends up working out a little bit at the end as the rest of his team is able to follow up. And I do think that the carries for this team, Care and Assume, have really actually leveled up over this last couple of weeks going throughout Split 2. But
Awesome's
it's,
been decent. Yeah,
it's not been bad for them so far. But it's a lot of live or die by a player like Shadow, which is a little bit scary. But you are going into it against Zahongren, who is, again, a bit of a newer player for TT.
Yeah, and again, a player where for me, he has come through the Thunder Talk system, right, playing for TT Young and the squad. I'm just surprised to really see him at this point. It doesn't feel like he's ready for this level yet. So who knows? Maybe that's just stage nerves, or maybe that's where he's at in terms of his development as a player. But a chance today to really show off as, again, Shadow, a historically streaky player in the LPL, was on a heater when FPX was picking up some of those wins, as you pointed out, Graves, but of late hasn't been quite as consistent. And as we do fly some of the stats, you can see for Zahongren, it has been a smaller sample size, right? He's only played 4 series against some decent opponents, but DPM and gold differential at 15, both are the lowest in terms of active junglers in the LPL. So he has really struggled to find his footing in the league so far.
Yeah, and again, bit of a smaller sample size for Zahongren, as he's only played, I think, 2 series so far, but
four series, yeah. It hasn't been great. But yeah, well, I mean, we'll see going forward what happens.
Yeah, I think for Thunder Talk, losing somebody like Beishuan, clearly we've seen the impact that he's had on a team like BLG, who were really floundering, and now they've gone on that 4-match win streak. They're towards the top of the standings in that 3rd or 4th position, kind of lined up to potentially get that bye straight into the playoffs if they can continue their current play, and kind of showing what that means for a team like Thunder Talk, as they have definitely not looked as good. But hey, they've started to take some games. They got a win over IG in at least a map so far, so if they can continue that momentum, maybe try to continue to learn of what this team is going to be able to do together, that is where we're going to maybe see some more growth for them. Because at the end of the day, now for TT, Their goal is to just try to get as good as possible, to make sure they're as prepared as possible for that one best of 5 at the end of the season that could potentially get yourself into the postseason, get yourself into playoffs. And there is a world where they do play Fun plus Phoenix in that round, depending on how the placements do shake up.
Yeah, of course, those the bottom 6 teams of this group end up playing the top 2 teams from Group Nirvana, right? So we will see. At the moment, I mean, pretty close to where they're at in the standings. And again, posturing for seeding. It feels like Thunder Talk, they have a long way to go if they actually want to get out of the 10 seed Grapes. So really just going to have to see who ends up facing them, as of course it would be whoever is sitting in that number 6 slot. So FPX, they are able to pick up a couple wins. They currently sit in that number 8 slot. Yeah, it could actually be a first round matchup preview. We'll see.
Now here's the question. Would you rather play against one of the bottom teams in Ascend who might have been taking a beating throughout the whole double round robin but are getting that higher level experience, or somebody like LGD who's currently at the top of Nirvana and maybe has been picking up wins feeling a little bit better about themselves?
I do like LGD. I'm a little bit biased towards them. They've got some youngins on the team. Of course, 3 players, I believe, that won LDL with that organization. And now repping them on the LPL stage, it feels like that's a core that has played together for a bit. I think that there is some skill in terms of that roster. So, and Nio has been a really nice pickup, actually, in the jungle. I know a bit of a bummer to see Climber get benched pretty early, as he was someone that was really exciting in that LDL league. But I think Nio's been playing really well for him. So, frankly, I would rather face Thunder Talk than LGD right now. Thunder Talk just feels very flat with Xiaohan Gren, who, again, doesn't feel like a jungler that's been able to really live up to anyone in Group Ascend so far. And going to need to see more out of him if Thunder Talk wants to resume some of the winning ways that we saw to them in Split 1 and early on in Split 2.
Yeah, remember, they've had some good moments in the past. They took a best of 5 off of BLG earlier on in the Split number 1, which was a very long time ago, obviously.
That did happen, yes.
But,
yeah.
You know, it shows that maybe some of these players had things going. I'm sure they enjoyed the lane swap meta back in the day as well, when Hoya was able to be in a bit of a weaker state of things here. The bot lane.
Good for 1xN, too.
Yeah, 1xN. I think he was one of our All-Pro bot laners in Split 1, I believe. He was playing really well.
He was, yeah. And look, to be frank, I still think 1xN's playing really well. I just think that, like, with the jungle change, we've really seen, you know, not only is your jungle position weaker, but we haven't seen the same moments out of Satab, who had some highlights, right? Especially in Split 1, or Feather, I thought was playing all right in Split 1. Haven't really seen the same strength out of them. Of course, they're adapting to a new player, a new piece that when you're the jungler, you have to find a way to work with everyone on the roster. So for a green player like Xiaohan Gren, stepping into that role, stepping into being more of a shot caller with the team. I don't know how their shot calling structure is now. Just knew that Beishwan was a really vocal piece within the team. Obviously, it has provided its own challenges for Thunder Talk. So it's the reason they're on that 5 series slide. And again, opportunity for each team today, as it is the 2 longest active losing streaks in the LPL going up against each other. So one's got to break.
Hey, we saw NiP break a 7-match losing streak just yesterday against a team like Weibo Gaming, who they were definitely not the favorites against either, and that was in a 2-0. So
that surprised me, man.
Weirder things have happened here in the league so far.
Shout out to Jamada. We had Jamada, LPL alum, calling into Hotline League just for an LPL take with Emily Rand, and he wanted to ask, who are the best teams outside of anyone's legends in top esports? And of course, I'm sitting on the call like, hey, I think Weibo could actually beat up on BLG, and then Weibo just dropped to NiP. So, making me look quite fraudulent up here at Grapes, but
that's okay. What happens.
Hey, still convinced that Erha still looked okay. I know it wasn't a great series for him yesterday, but for a young support coming into the LPL, I think that's also a really tough role to come in as a young player and make a splash. I think that he's been good, quite good so far. So we'll see if that can be good for Weibo moving forward. It wasn't good yesterday against NiP, but a couple of surprises in terms of what happened yesterday. In terms of our series, Grapes. And again, if you're watching this series, shout out to you. You're a real one. You know, this is an unofficial English broadcast, so I feel like I can be a little bit more real with you as an audience. We have to find different ways of promoting this one, because it's not exactly where the teams are at in the standings that is the real draw for this game, Grapes.
You know, will it be as high of a quality of a game as something like Top Esports versus AL? Maybe not, but still, these are 2 teams in the LPL, top tier of Chinese League of Legends. They should be relatively close in skill in terms of our expectations for them at the very least. So I'm
Grapes.
still expecting to get some fun games. You know, maybe for me, maybe not as much for you as the person who's trying to analyze and call
That's
out
fine.
You know, the high-level gameplay.
We'll analyze the chaos. I will say, Grapes, I was really focused on the Thunder Talk walkout. Of course, we have FPX coming up here next, but I was looking out for one thing in particular, and that was how tall Xiaohan Gren was compared to the rest of his team. And I gotta say, he's the tallest member on his team from what I saw in the walkout, which is a little bit of a surprise, you know, given that his name translates to Little Yellow Man, I believe. So he's not very small. He's the tallest guy on the team. I feel like he's lying to us with that.
Yeah, hey, that is fair. Maybe that's just his persona in game. That
it's humorous. I like it, you know. If he's playing Yordles, we're here for it, you know.
Or you just get killed by him. It's like, oh, you got killed by this little man. Like, come on, like. We got to do better than that. You got to step it up.
We got to do better.
It's like a little bit of an ego hit every time, potentially.
Yeah, I will say the LPL sub junglers that we have had, they haven't been the best players, but they have had some banger names like 50-50. 5T5 stands for 50-50, right? That was killing. Yeah, we're still looking for a little bit more out of the subs. Shout out to Nayo. I feel like Nayo's been the one exception to this. Oh, and also LNG. As their third jungler actually was a big upgrade.
He's been pretty good.
Yeah, they got that addition really got LNG out of that sayonara till 2026 slot that we really felt like they would.
I know we were really expecting that to happen, and then they all of a sudden just won 3 matches in a row. So
doing a little bit of hating, you know. But Hi Chow, you know, as Kelsey astutely pointed out to me, I was like, you know, it doesn't look great if you're a mid laner and it takes 3 junglers for you to look good. And she's like, well, that's what happened in Light. I was like, oh, crap. So, you know, maybe Nice just the exception to that rule.
That is fair. It's been a bit of a revolving door over there, but it seems like they found a formula that worked for them. And hey, there's actually still a chance that LNG could get into the play-in stage if things kind of fall their way this weekend. So all that to say, we're preparing for our 1v1 for side select. It's going to be Hoya up against Shadow. Again, side select has been very important so far in the league. Blue side continues to be very important as insta-lock of these champions. So they might have had some sort of handshake agreement of what to play or something, but they were ready for this.
We're going to go back to some old lore here, Grapes, as it's going to be Shadow, Yasuo. I remember back when Peter Dunn was coaching Shadow over at Mad Lions, said that he would play a lot of mid lane in solo queue in order to figure out mid lane matchups. And how that impacts the jungle. I know at the time, I think Zoe was really strong, and he was actually a pretty good Zoe player on the ladder. That was back in the days of Shadow, you know, being the Lee Sin merchant over in EU. So curious to see if that has still been the case for Shadow, who has stuck around for a long time in the LPL. And I gotta say, it's actually, like, I feel like this has been one of the better splits I've seen from Shadow, because for the majority of his time in the LPL, he struggled, has been in and out of teams, like hasn't really been able to hold on to that stable jungle spot, but keep in mind that it was FPX sticking with Shadow that helped them just get into group ascension in the first place. And for me, he's been a nice part of some of their wins. So curious to see if the 1v1 is able to take down Hoya with, of course, Yasuo. And hey, playing mid lane at solo queue, if that's still the case for him, could pay off.
I remember Shadow was actually not on the original starting roster for FPX. It was originally Sorrow for the first couple of series. And immediately as soon as Shadow stepped in, even though the results in Split 1 were not necessarily all there, started to see more and more progression until, of course, they got themselves into Group Ascend, and that's when things have really started to continue to level up here for FPX. So a lot on the line here, again, as we continue on through this second round robin placement stages and getting ready for whatever the play-ins could be in terms of seeding. All very crucial as we are here on the Howling Abyss for 1v1 for side select. Again, we don't see too many junglers often here, but as you mentioned, we'll see if Shadow can use some of that solo queue practice that he had here to some nice mechanics to start things off.
I mean, the Q to take away the bone plating was nice. Hits the Q3 there as well. Shadow off to a heater of a start. Actually going to burn the ignite. Sidestep by Hoya.
Yeah, I mean, just misses that Q there. That could have been a really worse situation overall as the empowered Q from Hoya also chunking Shadow out just a little bit. But I think overall you're pretty happy about that if you are the Yasuo. Again, it's first 2 kills or the 1 kill if the Ring of Fire is closing in, or that first tower, which we have seen actually win games more often kind of as the season has progressed. People are realizing that tower does melt a lot quicker than you might expect.
Especially those early plates they do give over some bonus gold, as of course our 1v1s. Not always the most exciting, but I will say I think it's been a fun little fan addition to see who gets side selected. It beats a coin flip.
For sure.
I will say also in the double round robin, It just makes sense to give one team side select for one series in game 1, and then one team side select in the other series, but it's the LPL. Why do that when you can fight for it?
My take is that it should be a 2v2 like arena round.
Ooh,
it would make
I like
things
that.
a little bit quicker, because I'm not gonna lie, Cubby, sometimes these 1v1s they take a little long, and we got a podcast for like 7 minutes with the Ring of Fire closes in. So I think that would save us some time. That's all I'm saying.
I know fellow LPL enjoyer Nymera, who is I believe also streaming these games, would enjoy that. I know that he actually hit, I think it was like top 100 in arena at one point.
Wow.
Playing that
Shout
one
out
a
to
lot.
Nymera.
So yeah, shout out to him. I actually like that idea, Grapes. I think that it would be a nice way to promote a different game mode for League of Legends, and it feels like Arena is sticking around a little bit more often of late. So
Yeah.
obviously a little bit more RNG in there, but hey, if we're playing 1v1s for side select in the first place, that's a little bit of for fun, and you can see some dastardly combos in Arena as well.
Yeah, you start, maybe you start level 11 or something. Hold on. We'll do your craft a little bit later as the ultimate has come out from Shadow. Chunking Hoya down, the Chain of Corruption does connect. Empowered Q as well from Hoya does do a lot of damage, but the Q3 comes through, and Shadow will claim the first kill.
Nice throw on the Q3. I like Hoya. He waited to throw out his ultimate until he stepped around the wind wall. You gotta be careful as the Varus, throwing your abilities into that, of course, just nullifying them. But I like what Shadow did, because I believe he threw out that Q3 while the Q was charging for Varus, which of course slows down your move speed. A little bit easier to hit. No flashes available for either player, and Shadow is back in.
Nicely done here from the jungler, now turned solo laner potentially for Fun Plus Phoenix, at least for the moment, as he picks up a lot of items here. And you can see Hoya is very poor compared to where Shadow is currently at. All the components of a Bork versus just the plated steel caps. And you can see always, I feel like whenever you see somebody in the 1v1 going for the defensive boots against their opponent, that means that they know that it's pretty cooked, I feel like.
Pending matchup, if you're Varus starting steel caps, I think that is pretty rough, for sure. As, again, Vamp Scepter for Shadow, so any health he takes away from Hoya is going to stick. Going to try and trade pretty aggressively here. When wall down, going to have to go retreat to the plus sign.
Yeah, the healing going to do a lot here. Does have the last breath available as well, so he can just play super aggressive. There's still no summoner spells on Hoya, but he does have a lot of damage with that maxed out blight. Actually going to get a full kill. Oh my goodness, I was not expecting that at all.
An oopsie there from Shadow as he's chuckling, looking at his teammates. They're like, "Oh
Look
god,
at the
what did I
wave.
just do?" That's a big wave going down. If you miss a cannon, there are 2 cannon minions here. That Shadow's gonna miss both of them. I mean, that's the cannon minions on this map. I mean, those are like the renovated golf carts that your rich retirement grandparents have in Florida. I mean, these things are fully kitted, worth, I mean, over like 250 gold at this point.
That's a crazy analogy right there.
I've been prepping that one for a while. We call cannon minions caddies minions. There's a lot of slang that we usually use that I have to refrain from on broadcast, but of course those caddy minions.
Speaking from experience.
No. My parents have retired, not in Florida. I will not say which state. I had to avoid that one live, but yeah.
All right, well, we're back to even, as there is a caddy minion available for Hoya to pick up here as the wave crashes back. We're getting closer to that Ring of Fire closing in, and Hoya has gotten a little bit stronger with the items that he was able to pick up. However, Shadow now has that full Blade of the Ruined King. I think at least probably try to pick up one more component, going to be a dagger here. As now it's really sudden death. Next kill wins the golden goal situation here for these two players. And all of a sudden, I mean, Hoya did a really nice job of kind of cycling through the blight stacks there between his spells, and that's kind of what he has to do on this Varus to win.
Yeah, of course, those reduce the cooldown on the piercing arrow. So, oh my gosh. Oh, we're really having fun in this match. Oh, all right, let's go. It's gonna be a fun day of LPL today. You guys are in for a treat back at home. I know we could talk about some more ARAM slang. I always like to say, so Dark Harvest, required ARAM tech. Oh, hold on, we got a 1v1 actually. Shadow.
Yeah, Windwall already coming out. Shadow does hit the Q3 and the last breath this time. Picks up the Hell's Shrine as well, but look at Hoya, the blight stacks are not enough. As there goes Shadow picking up that second kill and giving Fun Plus Phoenix side select.
Those mid-lane solo queue games paying off for Shadow. Yasuo being good. I was going to start. I'm glad that they fought. It's better than, me talking about the other ARAM slang. Dark Harvest, whenever you get a Dark Harvest stack, It's Harvey Dent. Can we trust him? You know?
Yeah, you gotta go the
Yeah.
Harveys.
It's a Harvey, yeah. Harvey Dent. Can we trust him?
Well, no Harveys there, but harvesting a win in that 1v1 here for Shadow and FPX. They're going to be on the blue side most likely to start things
Run
off.
with it. Run with it. Let's go. Oh, wonderful.
It's been, yeah, the 1v1s, they have their moments. That was a good one. That was, we got the full 3 kills. We got kind of the punch back there from Hoya, keeping himself in it a little bit. And yeah, things should be exciting now as we continue to get ourselves ready for this series. Again, the competitiveness of this should be big. The quality, potentially compared to what the other teams in Group Ascend provide, maybe not as high in terms of expectations, but there certainly are players here that we're excited about that we will get our chance to highlight as we go throughout the series.
Yeah, of course, blue side chosen. I will say, on the new patch, there is more reason to choose red side that I might get into if we do have a team actually choose red side. I think that the grub timer spawning at 8 minutes, bot priority matters a lot more, so finding that support counter pick can sometimes really change things up in the matchup. I've seen some red side teams like slamming Nico early on to guarantee a lot of priority, or using that 5 pick for support counter. If you get that, you can get that early 530 dragon. Then hopefully have priority to rotate to the grubs later on at 8 minutes. So I do feel like it kind of has broken this streak of what we've mostly seen in the LPL, which is take blue side, first 3 picks, we're going to slam our top side, make sure it's as good as possible, and then go from there, which feels like the majority of the games. We have to like really boil it down to something, but yeah, it's still going to be FPX blue side for game 1. And Grapes, of course, on the new patch, we have seen a lot of changes here in the LPL. I have 2 tabs open, one sorted for champions overall, and then champions just on this game version. And we've really seen Nico shoot up in priority, and for me, part of that is what I was just talking about, right? With the timers being split up now, not having those 2 objectives spawning at pretty similar times, it feels like, again, support counter pick and bot push matters a lot more to get that first dragon. And also, if you're playing a jungler, a little bit more time to be flirtatious with some of these lanes, right? Actually get involved in the lane instead of having to really farm up and be as strong for all the objectives that were spawning in the last patch.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference that we've seen is that with the grubs spawning only once and at a later portion of time, like the laning phase is a little bit more extended. You could still see sometimes the early rotation, the early swaps, but more often than not, you actually will have the bot lane 2v2 kind of exist for a little bit longer in a kind of an isolated setting. And so I know that Feather and Jue both have experience on certain enchanters throughout their careers, maybe more so than some of the other supports that we have here in the LPL. So we've seen things like Lucian Milio, Lucian Nami become pretty popular. You know, the Varus is always a popular choice, and then the Nico, I think, is going to be a really highly prioritized pick here in this draft. And I think that's fun. I think I enjoy seeing like the 2v2s go at it a little bit more, or at least just compared to what we've been seeing, which is just the constant rotating up to the top lane into, you know, full-on team fight at 5 minutes. Like it's a little bit, it's gotten a little bit formulaic, and so I like that the change has come through to allow for some differentiation in terms of what we could see both in the picks and also on the Rift.
I've seen a little bit of Lucian as well. I know we don't have a ton of games yet on 15-9, so some of these stats, you know, yeah, we're going to see it balance out as time goes on, but Varus still really high presence and is 6-2 so far, so one of the most picked champs that we have so far on the new patch as well. But yeah, I definitely think, again, the timers change. I did kind of go back to the old timers, if I'm going to be lazy and talk about it that way. Only difference is that Baron spawns at 25, you have Oddicon at 20, that Rift Herald spawns a minute later. Of course, it's Grubs spawning at 8 minutes instead of that first Herald. If we're going to go back to League of Legends, like pre-Grubs, all the timers are, I mean, pretty similar, right? So it definitely has been a big change for the game. With that grub timer being pushed back, I think that's been the biggest change for me. But in a way, we have just kind of reverted back to old League of Legends, right? Preseason 14.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see if we're going to see any red side prio today, or a little bit more than usual, because it's been all blue, basically, and in the LPL, and, you know, justifiably so. I think the stat that we pulled up a couple weeks ago was that blue side had like a 57-58% win rate. So when your odds are that high, you're going to take them a lot of the time, just kind of based off of what the current meta was back then. But if you know, we both follow the NACL, or like kind of the leagues here in North America as well as here in China, and there was a couple of games today where the team actually took the red side in draft, and really kind of focused on that in terms of side select. So
Yeah.
changing dynamics here in the global scene as definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I will say I think the lower down levels you go, the more like the better red side gets, because of course if you're an elite team, I expect you to be able to play your blinds and play them well. Whereas if you're a tier 2 player, it's you know, those players still have a little bit to go in terms of development. But yeah, I think that tracking the blue side win rate actually on this patch versus overall is going to be interesting, because in the league it's 56%, and that's pretty significant because the losing team gets side select and every team's taking blue side. So like in one way, I mean, you can't say that like blue side being 56%, I think that's a very significant stat that we have in the LPL. But as we dive into this one, a sneaky LeBlanc ban there targeted at Satab Grapes. And curious if we're looking to blind a mid that might be vulnerable into LeBlanc early on in this one for FPX. As we go through though, Rumble still that really high prio pick. Know that TT willing to play that with Hoya. But opportunity actually maybe to grab that Talia B1. So I guess that makes sense with the LeBlanc ban, as we have seen Satab play that matchup.
Yeah, something that Satab actually has whipped out a couple of times throughout this season, and the Talia certainly have very high priority, kind of more and more throughout this season. That's going to get locked in first. Surprising to see the Rumble drop a little bit here in priority, but that's just kind of what has come with this new meta. It will be selected here by Hoya, and we might just see still topside focus here for ThunderTalk in this first rotation. Xiao Hongren going to be locking in that Pantheon that he, I think, has played a couple of times so far this season.
Yeah, he's played it once in the few series that he has played. And wow, that's a really fast Xin and Gwen slam. I like the Pantheon pick just because it denies that point and click for the Talia, as the last pick for Satab going to be that Ahri. I have not loved Ahri. I really like Ahri's 0-5 on this patch at the moment. Does not have a really great win rate here in the LPL. The Roa build, I'm not in on. I think that if you're going to play Ahri, you've got to go for more damage or Blackfire Torch early on. Roa was, of course, nerfed on this patch. In fact, we're seeing more bananas actually grab a Catalyst, grab a Haunting Guys, and kind of sit on it. Viger V2's talked about it a lot. I have seen it be pretty decent in terms of the theory. So curious to see if Satab switches up his build after the Roa changes for this one. Because again, Roa Ahri, I just don't feel like that item fits what you want to do as Ahri on the champion. And we have seen Ahri, for me, not be super impactful. But hey, in the Talia, that's a good matchup.
Yeah, you know, not a lot of that burst potential when you go for the Roa, especially earlier on in the game, which is where Ahri traditionally is a little bit stronger. And speaking of here, in the second phase of the draft here for ThunderTalk, where they're looking for a bot lane for 1xN and Feather, I think we need a little bit more damage, specifically on the physical side here for 1xN. That can just provide a little bit more in terms of that late game potential, and we'll see what that ends up being. The Ezreal currently taken away by FPX, as well as the Ashe. So they're really targeting 1xN, who has really been one of the stronger players on ThunderTalk, especially now that Beishwan has moved over, entering the second round robin.
Yeah, a little bit surprised to see an Ashe ban. Ashe did see buffs, but Ashe has really fallen out of priority. So curious to see what 1xN grabs. Again, as you highlighted, Grapes, we feel like this has been the strongest performing member of ThunderTalk. Still someone that has been actually a pretty good AD in the LPL, just not on a great team. Wow, okay, curious enough, they're actually going to not grab an AD. They're just going to slam the Nautilus, say, we want that. We'll take that away from Talia. As not Talia has some really good combos. And man, curious if we get a Braum here now for Jouet. I feel like Braum into Nautilus and Pantheon showing actually fits really well. Instead, going to be the Alistar. MF has a really strong laning phase. Of course, Alistar does not. Sometimes that can balance each other out. I don't love the Alistar this game. I feel like he doesn't have great... like going up against Ahri is tricky, and now with 1xN getting an AD counter pick, I feel like this might be a little bit of a tricky one to execute. But we'll see if it's going to be the Jhin to try and control space, or if it's something else for 1xN.
Kai'Sa alongside the Nautilus would make a lot of sense. It seems like it's between that or that Jhin that you talked about for a little bit extra utility. Going to be that, like, dive potential here for ThunderTalk to round out their composition. A lot of abilities to attack the backline, these immobile carries in the Talia and the Misfortune. You can throw the Ahri Charm, you can throw that Nautilus ulti and have the Killer Instinct come right over the top and have, you know, 1xN try to wreak havoc into that backline here. That's what I feel like ThunderTalk are want to try to do. They're going to want to scrap. They're going to want to maybe find advantages in terms of numbers earlier than, you know, setting up plays that FPX aren't ready for. And as for FPX, maybe more about around the 5v5.
And for me, my eye is going to be on 1xN this game, because with Kai'Sa, I mean, LPL Kai'Sa, how good 1xn's been. This is a pick that it is strong, but I think it's pretty tough to actually play into MF, into Talia, into Gwen especially. If you aren't R-ing in at the right time, you are going to be the focus of the fight. And I think there are a lot of tools on the side of FPX to help deal with that. That MF kind of being that supportive over-the-top damage to support this top side. I like the setup a lot better for FPX. So, yeah, we'll see what ends up happening this game. Of course, Thunder Talk, they've got some CC to help open up things for the red carpet, but I think there are a lot of ways to play around it. Also curious to see how that the Gwen changes do impact that top lane matchup, as Rumble into Gwen should be very Rumble-sided. It was in past patches, and it is even more so now, as of course Gwen's Q was nerfed pretty significantly this patch.
Still can have some of that later game team fighting, but the laning phase might be a little bit tougher here. Fun plus Phoenix and Thunder Talk about to get underway here. Again, two teams that are fighting to claw their way out of the bottom of the standings. Both of them on some pretty big losing streaks. Thunder Talk's at 5, FPX is at 3. The longest active streaks currently in the LPL. And one of them is going to be ending today after the conclusion of this best of 3. The question is, who will it be? We're about to find out as we're heading on to the Rift for game number 1. What?
Oh, that's a good start.
What? What? I was waiting for the Giles.
Satab Flash Charm.
Looks like we got a...
That is a nice resounding Jayo for Thunder Talk, right?
That's the Core JJ Welcome to America special, if you remember.
Yeah.
You run down mid lane, just take care down. Okay. Well, that's a kill for Thunder Talk. Okay, we're gonna get the replay. Hey, you want to step up to this brush? No, I don't think so.
All right, Charm Flash for Satab helps secure it. Kill over to 1xn. That's the best place it can go. A little bit of extra attack speed for the Kai'Sa might help with some wave control. Do want to highlight Hoya. Bit of a unique setup here on the Rumble, actually running the Ghost. I will say the exhaust for Gwen in the Rumble is standard. Can be really nice, especially early on when you go into the overheat. So I think that's a nice pickup for Sheer. We're going to see the win rates. I believe I was told that this, I've talked about this a lot because I find the tool interesting. I believe it's using data from Solo Queue over on their server.
Have you
to help out? So,
have you figured out the little robot's name?
No.
If anyone knows who the little robot's name is, you know, Cubby might not care. I do care.
Yeah, I don't care. You know, I'm the kind of player that turns off eye candy. I want the purity. I care about the numbers. You know.
But he jumps around and he's like showing you the stats. Probably a sponsor or something.
It looks like FlyQuest mascot, which is A5. I do know that one.
No creativity. Everyone just looks the same. All the esports mascots. As hey, that's a good start for Thunder Talk though, right? They got a kill onto the Kai'Sa to start things off, and we talked about how overall, like in the 5v5, we're expecting Fun Plus Phoenix to have the better composition, especially towards the late game. So making sure that TT are accelerated is definitely a good angle for them to start things off.
Shadow actually has the red buff. Of course, each of our junglers pathing towards the top side. Xiaohong Ren, again, pretty green jungler that we have, going to get invaded upon. And Shadow, he keeps it up, as he does have some top push from the Gwen.
Looks like the smite is secured by Xiaohong Ren though, and now it is a full-on 2-on-2. Hoya coming in, gets exhausted by Sheer. I don't think that's going to really stop what Thunder Talk wants to do in this situation. Now Sheer stashing himself potentially here. Another one becomes lightning comes through, but Sheer just going to be the target. And Xiaohong Ren picks up the first kill. Flash away from Shadow, but Xiaohong Ren is not done. Looking for one more W to try to land that stun. The execute damage on the Q could be there. And the rookie jungler's got himself a double kill in the Feats of Warfare for TT.
I just don't see a world where FPX can win that 2v2 at level 3. So I'm down for the invade from Shadow, right? It was able to pick something up early on, but the commit for the actual 2v2 itself, it's a level 3 Rumble that had access to overheat. Like, that's not a winning formula if you are FPX with these champions. It's where Pantheon is so damn strong at that point of the game, too. I just feel like you're opting into a 2v2 that's losing on paper on their side of the map, which leaves me asking a lot of questions up here, Grapes.
Yeah, again, the Gwen got nerfed. The Q early on is not going to do as much as you said. Shadow is strong on the Xin Zhao, but as Thunder Talk, you're the composition that wants to continue to snowball, and so going into that 2v2 situation, I'm sure they were thrilled to be there and try to pick up some more kills for themselves, which they absolutely did. So now it's a 1,500 goal lead for them. Everybody in both sides, or all 5 members, kind of are ahead at this point here for TT. And a great start for a team that is, again, trying to break that 5-match loss streak that, you know, they've suffered from ever since they've lost their jungler.
I mean, hell of a handicap that FPX has given Thunder Talk here. If that indeed is going to be breaking the 5-match loss streak. Again, FPX perceived stronger team coming into the day. At the moment, a good start for Thunder Talk. I will say this reset too. The bot lane reset for Thunder Talk first. Awesome has yet to reset, just taking it now. So opportunity for Zhao Hongren to actually look at this dragon if he wants to. Looks like he will continue farming, but what's the timer I thought might have been taken advantage of. A little bit surprised it wasn't. As again, Pantheon really strong in this early game. J-Tab hit 6 early.
Yeah.
Okay.
Forces another flash out of care. So he had that flash for maybe about 20 seconds and then immediately had to utilize it once more. This time J-Tab will have his, though. Big advantage there in the mid lane for some of these potential fights around the objectives that could come up, whether it's around the dragon that is currently spawned or the grubs, which will be coming up in about 2.5 minutes.
Again, a little bit surprised that we didn't see a dragon look there from Thunder Talk. I thought that, I mean, you had bot push off the reset. Pantheon is like 201. You just saw J-Tab able to get a flash out of care. I don't think that FPX could have looked at a 520 dragon there, or the dragon on spawn. That said, we'll see. Of course, the focus might be elsewhere. Sheer doesn't have any mobility spells in the top side. Of course, does have that TP and exhaust. So Zhao Hongren is snuck on up here. Could leech 6 off the wave and actually look for an ultimate, or they could just get the wave in and potentially look for a dive.
Or if anything, just giving Hoya a little bit of an easier opportunity to shove this wave in without any fear of anything else happening. It does mean that Shadow has a little bit of time to maneuver around the bottom side of the map in case Awesome and Jue do want to go for a fight. Again, that dragon still also is available, but just having that priority in the mid lane here for Thunder Talk is going to make that a little bit more difficult with J-Tab having that flash advantage.
And I mean, this is like the patch change that you can kind of see on the map, right? Usually right now we'd have junglers trading grubs for dragon or looking for a fight from either of these teams, like bot lane rotations coming out instead. For me, Thunder Talk missed that dragon timer that I really feel like they had earlier on. And now we just kind of see each jungler looking to impact the lane optimistically as their camps weren't up. Zhao Hongren was just burning time until this crab spawned, and now we're going to see him clear some more. But looks like we're trying to be strong for the grubs here. Still Grapes is like that lack of dragon take for me. Again, I'm frankly kind of surprised by that. I really feel like that was a free dragon in that timer for Thunder Talk. And, as this game goes on, I like what FPX comp looks like later on. Again, I think it's going to be really, really hard for Kaisa to operate. And for me, the majority of FPX's champions do outscale what Thunder Talk are throwing at them. So importance on the early game for me with Thunder Talk.
And interesting enough, as soon as those grubs spawn, we see Zhao Hongren going for a back and heading down to the bot side. So maybe looking for a potential play with that Grand Starfall on both Awesome and Dre.
They will get 6 first on that bot wave, so if they want to cast Star, it's a maybe. But again, not going to be the case. Probably just Pantheon returning all of his camps, which are up. Meanwhile, Shadow doesn't have access to top push and is spotted now on the grubs, but Zhao Hongren just not in position to contest this unless he wants to burn an R, and that doesn't look to be the case at the moment.
Yeah,
again,
so
oh,
seems to be
okay.
maybe some of that experience
Never
showing
mind.
here. As it is Shadow able to pick up one of these grubs, but looks like both the solo laner for TT able to get a push in and force Shadow back. Zhao Hongren still not going towards those grubs just yet. Now he's looking for a bit of a counter jungle situation on his own. And he should be able to pick these up pretty easily.
For me, the fact that Shadow even picked up one grub is a pretty big win because the Ahri and the Rumble in this early stage should have really positive matchups in their opponent. And we have seen that. Hoya's doing a nice job in this top side as will be a wave picked up by Sheer, but still good CS lead, helped out by that hill that went down onto Gwen. I think Shadow taking one grub is for sure a win. But Zhao Hongren now look for this dragon as a TP coming in bot side from FPX, just going to really brute force them off.
Now this should be
mid's drop now though.
Yeah, it should be an opportunity for J-Tab to get a wave in, potentially Allow for that cannon to get killed by the turret before
they
Care gets
backed
back in. And nobody takes the dragon. So it looks like we're really slowing things down, which again, I think we both agree favors FPX a little bit. But I think overall, ThunderTalk are slowly kind of building up their CS lead in multiple areas, specifically top lane now, where Hoya is really having himself a good time in lane, which is not something that we always can say.
I really didn't like that attempt from Care on TP. I feel like if we're doing that, we almost have to take the dragon, and instead he just lost wave and falls a little bit further behind in this individual matchup, whereas Satab, of course, did mention Roa did get nerfed on this patch, and I wasn't really a fan of the Roa Ahri in the first place, so it does look like he is going for Malignance with the items that he has in his inventory right now. So maybe back to that traditional Ahri build, where a little bit burstier, a little bit more damage coming on out.
So now things are getting a little bit weird. We have the teleport down already for Care, so now it looks like FPX want to just brute force the rest of these grubs down. So ThunderTalk are sending their bot lane up here, as well as Hoya, who has that priority. Here comes the Grand Starfall, and a really nice equalizer already coming through for the Rumble. Jway in a lot of trouble. Awesome getting knocked up here by Down Grand. The Killer Instinct comes forward from 1xN, but Hoya is getting low, and Hoya will also go down. Awesome gets taken down. It's a 2-for-1 overall here for ThunderTalk, and another hook goes wide here from Feather. Satab still has 2 procs of the Spirit Rush, looking for another charm. We'll find it on a Shadow. Will there be enough follow-up damage? The seismic shove goes in on a Feather, and the Nautilus is taken down, making it even fight again here for FPX. Looks like the health bars are on their side, so they could continue the chase. Xiaohongren is very low, and so will not be around to continue his fight for the grubs.
Yeah, the re-engage from Satab, I mean, I think he can get away with that play, but no one else can, as the Talia rocks, making sure that the line is held, and will be 3 grubs for FPX, as 3 grubs this patch. I think the best way to put it for folks at home, is it as strong as 3 grubs last patch? Yes, it's actually stronger, but of course there's only 1 spawn of grubs, so not as strong as the 6 grubs. I think the equivalent's like between 4 or 5, I believe, with the numbers. So, yeah, I mean, good pickup in the back half from FPX, but ThunderTalk, they're the stronger team at that fight. We saw them prove it early on in the fight, but played that fight a little bit too long, lost out on the neutral objectives, so will be the Dragon trade in their favor, but don't think that they played that fight as well as it could have been. If they played that a little bit better and maybe didn't take this re-engage trade, I do think there's an angle where they can yoink another grub.
It seemed like another situation where not all of ThunderTalk were on the same page. You saw the ultimate come through from Hoya. It was very big, but then they're very split up here. Hoya actually gets singled out before he really is able to do too much damage and rejoin the rest of his team.
And then a lot was burned. Again, I think Xiao Gran overkilling that misfortune. He burned Flash when Satab had another ult charge. I don't think that was required, because again, Satab using these 2 ult charges in the back half. Well played by Sheer to take up that space, and then of course can't get through the rocks, so misplay for ThunderTalk in the back half of that fight. I really like the ult from Hoya, but the setup missed. And then, of course, as you called out, Graves, he was singled out, so that Rumble did go down early. Significant, as the Rumble was pretty big going into that fight.
And now Shears actually kind of equalized the gold a little bit after being put pretty significantly behind. So that's going to be a really good breaking point for FPX. That means that they maybe have gotten past the point where the Gwen nerfs are really going to start to be kind of impactful. And so now Sheer should have a good opportunity to do well for himself for the remainder of this game, now that he is kind of on a bit more even footing with Hoya in this 1v1, and eventually we'll get that level 11 and do the needlework things, do the immune things that we all know Gwen can do.
Rotation coming out. ThunderTalk, they got the bot wave in, looking for Care's Flashless.
Oh, nice charm comes through, but a really nice seismic shove to follow. It doesn't matter, though, as Care will still go down. 1xN claiming the kill. Shadow with the When Becomes Lightning gets barrier to block it, but it still will be the kill going over. A 2-for-1 overall here for ThunderTalk, as they continue to find advantages here off the back of Satab Zari.
I do really like that look. They had bot wave in, so just using that to go look for an optimistic play mid. Again, Care Flashless and a good execute. As 1xN falling, not exactly ideal, but still 2-for-1, they'll take that.
Absolutely. As long as you can continue, scale it up here, getting your carries strong. I think for ThunderTalk, that 1 to 2 item power spike is where they're really going to want to force plays. And we're already seeing them do it just a little bit. Full items completed for Xiaohongren, Satab, and 1xN at this point. This is a really good opportunity for them to continue to try to press their lead and look for plays, specifically in those side lanes, with Satab roaming and with Xiaohongren having this ultimate available.
I think that's a good shout, Graves, specifically the 1 to 2 item spike for ThunderTalk. Again, as this game goes forward, like we've all seen how well Kai'Sa can scale, but the range that you have to deal with and Kai'Sa's ability to interact with the FPX comp, I think it's a kind of a hard game for Kai'Sa. You have to be really careful about where you pick to ult in these 5v5s. I do really like how they're using Kai'Sa to try and overload these side lanes, and there's a lot of ways that ThunderTalk can try and snowball through these side lanes with the Ahri, with the Pantheon, and with that Kai'Sa, who of course can follow up on plays just like the one that we saw in mid lane. So I think it's really key that ThunderTalk can continue to push their lead forward. Of course, 1.5K gold in their favor on the scoreboard. I would say that's about on pace for what I'd expect with this draft. We've seen some sloppiness early on from FPX with level 1 and that 2v2 that they took in the top side. After that, just feel like they've been a little bit more competitive in this game, Grapes, and still onus on ThunderTalk to keep the pace of this game moving in their favor.
And the good thing here for ThunderTalk is it might be a little ambitious to say they have like multiple semi-globals, but the fact that you have this Grand Starfall from Xiaohongren and crowd control can be pretty immediately followed up with by the Killer Instinct from 1xN from far range is definitely a good sign. And speaking of those, we're going to see a bit of a play down here in the bottom lane as Care gets charmed up once again by Satab. The phase rush actually sends him flying straight into the Pantheon as Xiaohongren gets another nice kill on the bot side.
Yeah, good play. Both flashes burned there by ThunderTalk. It was a really good flick by Care, actually. That connected pretty much frame perfect with Xiaohongren on the drop. But not enough, as you called it out, Grapes. The ability to make plays inside is really good for ThunderTalk's comp. And a nice one there is, yeah, they lose out on the Rift. But hey, first turret secured and Feats. And I think something that hasn't really been talked about with this season enough, Grapes, is Feats really did get buffed up with the secure, those boots being 250 gold cheaper and still getting a lot of the item value that you got. I mean, I want to see how fast Satab builds the upgraded Sork shoes. Is just getting access to 7% extra magic pen for 500 gold is filthy broken.
Yeah, it used to always be the situation where you wouldn't upgrade the boots until like you already have gotten your full build. Now sometimes we're seeing them get picked up a little bit earlier, especially for those for certain iterations of boots, certain versions of them. I think the merch cards are also, I believe, pretty strong on this current patch. So getting that dragon spawning in about 5 seconds as well. So ThunderTalk would want to continue to stack those up as they're now really in position to do well in this game. Speaking of, Xiaohongren going very aggressive on a shadow, but he gets knocked up by Jue. Going to get singled out, likely falling here in this situation as the collapse from FunPlus Phoenix is just too big. Satab comes in with the teleport. He might be paying for it with a couple of summoner spells being blown. Just going to be that Spirit Rush used, I believe.
No, he has ult up. I misspoke there. I couldn't tell on the graph if it was still coming off cooldown or not. Unfortunately, Xiaohongren making a mistake we've seen from...
Oh, what a play! The charm combined with the dredge line from Feather, and they want more! There comes the depth charge. It's in onto the Talia. Killer Instinct forward here for 1xN as well. But look at Shiro in the back line, doing a lot of damage with the needlework already, and now we're playing Australian mode here in the mid lane. 1xN behind everybody on FunPlus Phoenix will get singled out. It's a double kill in for Sheer as FPX begin their crawl back here in this game number 1.
And that was a good find onto Awesome, but the rest of that fight is unwarranted for ThunderTalk as their ults were down outside of Satab. Yes, 1xN able to go in and finds the execute, but you can see the fear of once Kai'Sa dives in, burns that Killer Instinct. She's short range, and the rest of the FPX comp can shred you. Awesome just evaporated. Really good find here by Satab. Beautiful. I mean, at post flash, right? Kind of flashing a line. Not a lot of room to go for, so really great pass. After that, though, look at the space that Care is able to buy with this double flick. Stops Hoya in its tracks, and then, as you called out, ThunderTalk going to Australian mode. They were on the wrong side of the tracks here against FPX, and couldn't get through the rest of the tools of FPX either. Man, I mean, that set of plays, again, really started with Xiaohongren just getting caught. And, again, this is a player who wasn't expecting to see the light of day this split in LPL, but because of the Beishuan move, we do see him, and still feels like someone that isn't quite ready for this level yet. As this has been a common theme for him, just being disconnected or not able to really find the right plays. I've seen him overkill a lot of times too. Overkill, of course, when you burn too many tools to secure a kill. I think that's been a common trend with his gameplay too. So ThunderTalk feels like without Beishuan still kind of missing that leader, missing that shot caller, and we for sure have seen them overextend a few plays that were unwarranted in this match so far, Graves.
So I don't know how exactly this happened, Covey, but ThunderTalk somehow got that second dragon afterwards. I don't remember if it was before or after that mid lane play. It might have been kind of on the back end of that fight after some resets.
I think it was mid-replay. Yeah. Like, after the turret was taken by FPX, they reset. I think Thunder Talk snuck it on getting back out on the map. Of course, Xiaohong Gren had the ability to take it. He was dead for that fight, right?
That's
so,
true. Yeah, he reset a little bit faster.
Strategic int for the Dragon.
Yeah, it's all tempo play if you really think about it here. But it is a little, it's a little bit sad to see that continue to come through here. As Xiaohong, I think, played a really good early game here, actually, for Thunder Talk to start things off. And so a bit of a mistake that could cost them, especially because FPX have that scaling team comp, and they're going to go for another engage here as Sheer is really powerful now on this Gwen, fully coming online and taking down one, and Satab will fall as the second. Shadow picking that up, and FPX win another fight. They pick up 2 more kills with the Otacon about to spawn.
I mean, Shadow just walked up to Satab and said, "Get out of my jungle." As he brute forced Ahri down, Satab couldn't do anything in that fight. Shadow just blitzed him. And that's going to be Otacon on spawn for FPX. So it really feels like those early game woes out of the window now. I will say, Otacon as well, it's only one that secures on the new patch, but it's a pretty good one. Really does help you snowball the game in some of these fights. I know that slow field is significant that you get after takedowns. So will be secured now for FPX as they get those bonus roses. And again, watch Satab and Shadow. I know the rest of the fight is kind of feather melting to everything, but look at this from Shadow. Gets on the right side of the blast cone, stays with the Ahri, finds the 3 talent strikes. Satab had a bad click there walking backwards, then a terrible flash as he flashed air and still went down. But Shadow really well played there on the Xin. Just, again, brute force that Ahri.
And now he has a bit of a gold lead. Sheer becoming a very big threat now on this Gwen. And so we're suddenly starting to see Fun plus Phoenix scale up. We might be even in gold here, Cubby. But remember, we said that Fun plus Phoenix, once we get to the later portions of this game, are going to feel very good about themselves in the 5v5. And we've seen that over these recent engagements. And so now this gold being even seems like it's a good situation for FPX.
Looks like off screen we did see Xiaohong Gren have a little bit of a fishing starfall on that top side, as the graph still favors Thunder Talk. I don't like the graph. I think the graph is wrong, Grapes.
But it has the
I've had beef with these LPL graphs and numbers. Been some games where I'm like, yes, that is it. And other games where I'm like, what is going on in your solo queue over there?
You know what? It's probably solo queue because people get singled out. People get picked off in solo queue. Maybe not going to be happening as much here in the LPL. It's you see all 5 members of FPX stacking up as 5 as a singular unit to take down that tier 2 turret. They know that that is where they're at their strength, and so they're going to try to utilize that to their best advantage.
I think the big thing, too, is we haven't really mentioned Gwen. I did talk about that matchup early on with Rumble. It does have a good matchup against the Gwen, and we did see Hoya make decent use of that, but of course, that one death that he had opened up some space for Sheer to get back in the game on the Gwen, and now Gwen sitting at 2 items and a Seekers is going to be really difficult to deal with as Gwen is fully online. And Thunder Talk, of course, do have some nice tools to try and use and abuse in the side lane, but they're really far behind now. Shadow continues to be so big this game.
He's huge 14. Right onto 1xN there, as we have the Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, so that's why this fight has erupted, but we're getting double teleports coming in. Satab immediately sees the Spirit Rush to escape. Xiaohong Gren in a very bad position, as all 5 of FPX collapse upon him and collect the first casualty of this team fight. Satab still has 2 more procs of the Spirit Rush, going to dash forward, try to land a charm on a Shadow. The Equalizer comes out, but the Crescent Guard's going to buy a lot of time. There's Jue with a 3-man Pulverize. Could have tried to buy a little bit of time here for the gap to close here for FPX. Awesome's bullet time not doing enough, and the Ignite from Feather will shut Jue down. Overall, it's Jungler for support, a 1-for-1 trade that'll send FPX right to this Chemtech Drake.
If they can stall this out, Xiaohong Gren could join with an ult. But of course, it is only a smite available for FPX, so Thunder Talk would have to try and win this without. Oh,
yep,
God, that
picked
got
up by
really,
Shadow.
Really scary.
Here comes Sheer. He has the hollowed mist. Going to be very powerful here. Dredge line goes wide. As a teleport from Hoya, not going to find any results. So FPX pick up their first dragon of the game. They deny the soul stacking and still overall go 1-for-1. So they're feeling great about themselves right now.
And back off before they could be threatened by a Grand Starfall, too. I do like that hover over the Pantheon, because, of course, that ultimate could join. But, well done, FPX. Again, I really feel like this game should be in their control now moving forward. As outside of Satab, everyone else is kind of behind. I do like the early death cap on Ahri. Ahri, of course, has really nice AP ratios, and the Void, or the Magic Pen, not quite as useful on Ahri, just given that Well, the Q, a lot of the damage comes from the true damage there, right? So, do like the pickup. Would love to see the boots still. I feel like the upgraded Sork boots are just so OP if you pick up the feats this patch. So, but yeah, I mean,
first.
Yeah, I'm talking about Thunder Talk, but this one's all FPX. Just feels like their champions have kind of outscaled or outmatched.
Might have picked off Care.
Oh, good
1xN coming forward with the killer instinct. Soundgren smites him to the heavens and takes Care down to start off that fight. A really nice engage set up here by TT as they now have a numbers advantage underneath the mid lane tier 1 turret, forcing Austin to flash away and burn both of his summoner spells. Again, right as the Baron spawns as well. So Thunder Talk, with this numbers advantage, might try to pull this objective.
It'd be really ballsy for them to do this one on spawn. Might just look to hit mid. But a lot of tools burned there from Thunder Talk. Flashes from the mid jungle, and oh god, they are going to hit it on spawn. Gee, I think that this is a lot. Shadow has flash up, no crescent guard.
We're even in gold. Cares respawning in 5 seconds with TP. And I think Thunder Talk realized that this is a bit of a sticky situation. They're going to try to kite their way back out of this. The Baron has reset, which means that nobody is going to be taking it in. Care comes back with a teleport. All backs are going to be channeled now by Thunder Talk, though. And that means FPX now have a timer on the map.
Yeah, I actually would have liked if FPX tried to hit that. The waves are bad across the map right now for Thunder Talk, but that was a really risky Baron. That was never going to be... they got a TP out of Care, but that was never really going to be under threat. As FPX, they take the safe play, they back off, play for that mid-inner, and will pocket that gold for themselves, and again, get themselves that gold lead. So, yeah, I mean, it really feels like Thunder Talk, they're pressing their buttons at the same time, but are all those buttons actually good, Grapes? It kind of feels like the story in this one.
Hey, I will give it to Satab there. That was a nice find onto Care, and 1xN followed up on it nicely.
Yeah, the Pantheon ult was a little bit deep, but hey, you know, maybe we were hedging on where Care flashed, you know?
Yeah, trying to make sure you got at least the 1 kill. And they did use a lot of resources for it, as you said. Still very close in gold. Felt like that Baron call was a bit of a desperation play for Thunder Talk because they know that they get outscaled just a little bit. They have to continue to try to find these plays with Satab on the Ahri, continue to hunt in the search. Again, he's on not the Roa build, so can actually do a decent amount of damage kind of as an assassin in the mid lane. But
Shadow is level 15, man.
Yeah.
Shadow, I don't know how he's level 15, but no one from Thunder Talk is 15 yet. Shadow is really fed in this game. The flowers are 35 to 6, which is probably pretty significant. So,
fighting for some mid prio here. The one becomes lightning, nearly taking Feather and maybe sending Shadow straight in. As now you can see the way the map is set up right now. Shear's pushing on the bot side, and FPX have a ton of control in the mid lane. Even though it's just a 700 gold lead, Cubby, you can tell that Thunder Talk feel like their backs are pushed up against the wall a little bit.
It is, but look at the level lead. Shear's up a full level. Care's down a level in change, but Shadow's up a decent amount. Blossom's up a decent amount. I do think that's pretty significant. Level 16 Gwenolf coming in. Could be dire. That's used, but looks like we're just going to be cleaning up here. FPX, they should have at least a even top lane. As Care's going to patch this one up because that creep aggroed. Actually, top will shove a little bit in FPX favor. So Care going to drop that. Satab TPing top with 20 seconds before the dragon. That's interesting. I feel like this just gives dragon over to FPX.
Unless they force the play. Yeah, it looks like Feather starting the engage initially, but Jway with the Pulverize combined with that bullet time from Awesome will take Feather down. Sheer jumps over the Raptor pit, looking to try to take down 1xN. The exhaust is already on top of him. He has a killer instinct defensively, and now Zhao is on the run without a flash. Could be in a lot of trouble here. Could be the second kill to go down here for Fun Plus Phoenix. Satab trying to dash in, trying to find an assassination, but it's FPX that assassinated him right back. Care gets the kill. It's a 3-0 for Fun Plus Phoenix.
That TP from Satab, I know that he wasn't in the fight, but I feel like that really opens up FPX to actually take the fight itself. So, TPing top like that, 20 seconds before Dragon, not exactly sure what we're doing as Thunder Talk. And walking into the top side, you're opting into walking into a 5v4. We saw how late Satab joined the fight and still went down. So a disconnected Thunder Talk gets punished. A really nice flash engage from Jway on his second round of cooldowns there, so we'll give him some credit, but I just don't think that was ever a fight that Thunder Talk could win.
Dre's had himself a very good game on this Alistar. Multiple multi-man pulverizes, finding the starts to fights that the rest of his team is able to finish out on. It will be the third dragon secured by ThunderTalk. The big win is the Baron in this fight.
Like, walking in like this, when Satab just TP top, is, I think, just really desperate. A great angle from Sheer. Again, it was a great re-engage from Jue too, but you can't TP top like that 20 seconds before a dragon and then like actually walk into a river like that. You got to be able to spot FPX before you make any plays. You're just guaranteed to be down a man. And Satab trying to save it in the back half just ends up R'ing through Talia and dies. And that, I think that just spells the doom of the game here, Grapes, as FPX should be able to clean things up.
Yeah, the Baron power play doing a lot so far. They've gotten that mid lane inhibitor. They're looking towards that tier 3 up in the top lane. Still a 5v5 though on the map. And looks like ThunderTalk are going to have to go sooner rather than later. They're looking for the fight around the mid lane, but Feather already chunked very low. Gets knocked up with the 3-talent strike. Should get taken down. And there goes Xiaohongren on the backside of things as well. That should do it here in this game for Fun Plus Phoenix. They withheld. They withstood the pressure. And they're going to stand and deliver here in game number 1. On the Nexus Towers they go. It is the carries alive for ThunderTalk. Can they find some sort of miracle around their own base? The first Nexus Tower is down. Hoya overheated. Here goes Shadow. Trying to find a knockup, but not just yet. 1xN dashing forward. Trying to find the kill in the Shadow. The Nexus is now exposed though. It's a 2v3 and the minions are going to do some work as well. The Nexus will fall and Fun Plus Phoenix will complete the comeback and take game 1.
Yeah, I mean, there were some early game woes there for Fun Plus Phoenix, but mid to late game, the woes ended up being on ThunderTalk. Again, Xiaohongren, a greener player, someone that is within the TT system, someone that for me just really isn't ready for the LPL stage yet. And man, we definitely saw that at a few points there, Grapes, is the woes of just being disconnected, some of the calls just being off for ThunderTalk. And again, feels like they're using their buttons at times like together, but is it actually the right time or place? And then also just a few instances where Xiaohongren, who did have that early lead, gets caught out, you know, not able to snowball it as cleanly. Still seeing ThunderTalk have some struggles with this new roster.
Yeah, I mean, the early game went basically as you want it to go for TT. They got themselves that 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead. They got gold into their soul lanes, which is where they really wanted it. Heck, even the first blood, remember that was picked up by ThunderTalk even before we got really into the game. We were still playing the cinematic replays and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, the scaling composition is able to come online for FPX upon just one singular mistake that was made there by ThunderTalk in that mid game. And credit to them, they were able to get the Otacon, they were able to get, eventually get the Baron, and the experience leads combined with just how their composition functioned a lot better than what ThunderTalk had to offer once we got to that stage in the game ended up being the difference.
Yeah, I mean, that game, like, it was such a good start for ThunderTalk, but there were just a few points where it didn't really feel competitive. I really feel like that Shadow, he had a really nice game there. For me, it really ended up outplaying his opponent in Xiaohongren, who, again, as a newer player, just we haven't seen the good looks from him quite yet. Not a player that we were really expecting to be really successful with that quickened promotion from the LDL, considering what happened with Beishuan going over to BLG. I hope ThunderTalk got paid handsomely, and I hope that they're taking the rest of the team out to some nice dinners, because I know that without Beishuan, it really just feels like this team's not as competitive as what we hoped that we'd see earlier in the season, where we did see legitimate promise from ThunderTalk, especially in Split 1, where they were, I think, the big surprise of the league.
Yeah, and now it's kind of that role has been taken over a little bit by teams like FPX, teams like WE, who did not do as well to start off 2025, but now looking much better with some of the roster changes that they were able to put together. As we get another look at things, there again were good moments here for ThunderTalk. I think specifically Satab on this Ahri had good looks throughout the game, even though some of him making crucial mistakes was what led to his team eventually falling and dropping this first game.
Yeah, I still think that 1xN is really good at League of Legends too. So that's always nice as well if you are ThunderTalk. But we're getting to the point of where it's like, I feel like I'm talking about 1xN the way that I was talking about Zika on LNG before they found their third jungler that actually worked out for the team, where it's like, I almost hope that this team loses so that this guy finds a better team. Because like 1xN for me is actually a good AD carry in the LPL. I really feel like this guy is a good player. But the rest of ThunderTalk, with Xiaohongren in the jungle, again, we just haven't really seen the same promise, the same team play that we were used to seeing out of ThunderTalk early on in the season that did enable them to, not just take games off of teams, but take best of series against teams like BLG. Like that's crazy. And the difference now, I mean, it's pretty significant. Like that play, Zhao Gren's just kind of in Narnia compared to where the rest of the team is at. And you can see he's going in, rest of the team walking back, and just clear disconnect for Thunder Talk as they figure out how to piece together this new team. As Grapes, I gotta say, positives for FPX. I'm hoping it's a pog for Zhui.
Yeah.
I really feel like Zhui was big. I think that was a good call. He was really big this game, especially going back through some of these replays. Significant re-engages to help set up his team. 2 fights in a row with 2 fights in a row with the triple man pulverizes, right? He was able to find was pretty nice.
It seems like our observing team on the LPL on the Huya feed also wants Zhui to win player of the game. they're really hamming it up a little bit over there with some of the plays that he was making. Another nice one by Care on the Talia. Was able to execute those seismic shoves very nicely in the team fights. He definitely got ran around a little bit in terms of the laning phase, but when it mattered most in those team fights, was able to play his role. As this was the end of the game. Again, almost got there for Thunder Talk, but the performances from 1xN and Satab just weren't enough to kind of make up for what happened across the rest of the map for this team, as they're now once again down in a series and at risk of losing their 6th straight in Group Ascent.
I mean, it certainly feels that way, as I'd be pretty shocked if this isn't an FPX 2-0. Like, that start for Thunder Talk, I know their comp doesn't scale the best, but you can't ask for a much better start than finding first blood on your AD carry and then being gifted a very disadvantageous 2v2 by the enemy team, as the Xin Zhao and Gwen just couldn't hold a candle to the Rumble and Pantheon around level 3 and 4, which, again, on paper, that's how it should go. Despite those gifts being given over, Thunder Talk couldn't really make this game look too convincing in their favor, and we're still really looking to see Zhao Gren just improve as fast as possible before we really take this team seriously against anyone else in Group Ascend. So, again, see if there's any changes for Thunder Talk moving forward, but it really feels like it's the team that you want to be able to face if you are in this Group Ascend, as I think the 6th seed is going to end up being pretty happy.
And our player of the game goes over to Zhui. Very
Support
well deserved,
Pogs,
as
yeah.
you mentioned.
Woo.
Is that 8 MVPs for him this season?
It
That's
is.
a lot.
Zhui's been big. I mean, he was an early Nico enjoyer, as
Yes.
Nico's really emerged as that power pick, pretty much permanently on the ban list now in LCK and LPL, and being played in other regions. So, was a really good game from Zhui. I think that was a great call by you, Grapes, that he was having a good one, and good to see from him there.
Yeah, well, congratulations to Zhui, and congratulations to FPX for taking the first game of this series against Thunder Talk. Although it did look a little bit risky and a little bit scary going into that early to mid game. Able to come back nicely and pick that one up, sending themselves to match point against Thunder Talk. We're going to head to a short break, but before we do so, we want to give a big thank you to all of you guys watching here in the chat, and we are extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. You can subscribe to our Coffee, currently linked in the chat below, for perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Once again, Fun Plus Phoenix take game number 1. We'll be back with the draft for game number 2 after this. Hello everybody and welcome back to LPL English. We have game number 2 between Thunder Talk and Fun Plus Phoenix about to begin. But before we do that, have you ever heard of MOBA Trainer? It is a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. You can just boot up the program and work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge, selecting puzzles from a map, answering the questions, and unlocking more features. And we're going to do some stuff with this program right now, Cubby, before we get into the draft of game number 2. And as you see here, first things first, we've got ourselves a little loot box. We got to maybe open this up a little bit first.
Oh, I have a mouse. All right. Well, let's open this. Good job. You finished this bundle. Collect your prize and choose a new pattern to practice. All right.
So we'll do that a little bit later on here as we can continue to choose our training paths based off of the keys that we do unlock. However, we've been subjecting our production staff to playing a lot of these mechanical trainings. However, our producer Kai, he's given Cubby the access to the mouse. And so we're going to have him play the dodge trainer here on MOBA Trainer, which is a way to help things out. I have control of the keyboard. Cubby has control of the mouse. I will be able to ghost and flash, and Cubby will have to dodge away from as many skill shots as possible.
This is like an old like LCS show match that we're gonna have here with someone on the mouse. Okay, so do I right click? Oh boy.
I think it's just like League. So tell me when you want to flash, when you want me to ghost, anything like that. I'm gonna try to.
Oh, that's -1. I got out of the charm. The ping's not terrible. Whoa. Oh, I think you should have flashed down. I think that was the only way I was getting out of this.
I'm popping ghost for you right now.
Okay, Nas button engaged. I mean, they gotta at least like try and point. Oh,
I should have flashed that. That's my bad.
No, that was bad. That was bad. I feel confident.
Oh, we got a thresh in here now. Oh,
that's bad.
I was saving flash. I was saving flash for next Worlds.
That was not good. That was not good. Yeah,
run it back. Run it back.
This is why I peaked GM support and I didn't crack Masters in any other role, by the way. That's the proof right there. What a role. Grapes! Grapes! Have faith! Oh my gosh. All right, I'm literally just like lazily right-clicking.
You're kind of... Oh, okay. I was about to say you were smurfing.
That was a tough angle. That was a tough angle. That was a tough angle. Tough angle. Okay, Ari, what are we doing here? Blitzcrank, what are we doing here? Oh, okay. Also, still didn't have confidence. Can you pop the Nas button for me here?
Yes.
I mean, that charm, we made that charm look goofy. I should really sidestep that and that. That's bad. Support, by the way.
Okay, flash is almost up. I'm ready for it.
I mean, 43, a little bit better. I don't know what's the highest. Is that a minute 22? Okay,
it looks like the highest is about 3 minutes, 3:45 at the top. So
wow, that's tough. You know, a little bit of ping, but that's fine. That's all right. Yeah. I think we did our best there, Grapes. We
did pretty good for the tandem mode. It's our first time ever doing a tandem together, like on League. So it's pretty close to League. You can also do the skill shot trainer, as well as these MOBA Trainer allows you to do both puzzles, so you both test your game knowledge, and then also a little bit of mechanical training down there as well. So if you did enjoy that, you can subscribe for 20% off and unlimited puzzles by using our code LPL20. All proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers and the LPL English unofficial broadcast. So start leveling up your game today.
Yeah. I know that I will add the first day that we had this, we had a big chunk of signups, so definitely appreciate all the support. And I've had fun playing these. I like the puzzles the best because I don't have to click through lag, and I can't complain. It's like when I used to live in the Chicagoland area, I had 19 ping, and now I have like 55 out in LA, and I just don't play Caitlyn anymore. It's sad. I miss playing Caitlyn.
Not the best for dodging skill shots either, clearly.
Yeah, that's fine. You know what? I feel like I managed okay there. I'm not too ashamed.
That was respectable.
The second run was improvement, you know?
Maybe the third run next time around, you'll be able to do a little bit better. So just continue to. That's how MOBA Trainer works. You know, you just keep improving every day by day. As we got our draft for game number 2. Set to begin. Thunder Talk having lost that first game, opting over towards blue side, kind of as expected here. Interested to see what kind of bans do switch up, as TT went for a very early game focused composition in that first game, and it didn't work out for them at the end.
Yeah, of course, blue side chosen for Thunder Talk, so still don't have any red side, and we still haven't seen any, I still think on this patch, red side choice is a little bit more viable. That said, speaking of viability, Lucian has definitely been a champion that's really risen in priorities, so that being taken away by FPX, it's starting to hit the ban list, right? As, of course, with bot lane and these timers being split up, I think having a lane-dominant bot lane, you get a lot more value out of it. It's not just, like, pick which side you want to send your bot lane to have priority on Grubs or the Dragon. With the timers being split up, if you have a winning bot lane, you can really control a lot of the early objectives in the map, kind of the way that League worked before we had Grubs, as the timers are the same. So, see a lot more bot lane bans coming out. Expect to see more bot lane priority picks in the future. As speaking of priority picks, Vi still very popular on the patch, and that will be the champion for Xiaohong.
That Caitlyn you mentioned, also still available. We'll see if that starts to become higher priority in this league, specifically in the LPL. But the Vi is going to be locked in first for Xiaohong, as you said, as after the Rumble and the Gwen, we're starting to get towards the next tier of top laners that are super powerful. The Sion, the Jace, the Cassantes, the Mbessa is going to be Sheer on the Sion here in game number 2.
I am a big Sion fan. That champion is disgustingly strong right now. So like to see Sheer grabbing that one. I think it really opens up an angle for a Lilia later on too. As the forever fights, which Sion really encourages, which of course all the beefiness that he's going to bring to a team fight, that can really maybe be a pick for Shadow later on. I always love, like, whenever I see Sion now, my new thing is just like when he presses arm, it's like hot soup coming through. It's like the old football drills, you know. Just get
sending the train
right
smacked
down. Yeah, you just get hit hard. It's like hot soup coming through.
Yeah, hey, Sheer definitely has the opportunity to do that. Now FPX really kind of indexing into that late game, doubling down almost on what they were able to do in that game 1 draft with the Corki also locked in here. It's going to be a Xayah Rakan for 1xN and Feather. So we mentioned how that early game could be more of a focus, that 2v2 laning phase of higher influence and importance here for 1xN and Feather. So they're going to be locking in the Lovers duo, as lock-in for Jway could be this Rel. I think I would enjoy it to have a little bit of extra frontline alongside Sheer.
I gotta say, for me, I see Sion and Corki, and I really see a world where FPX could have been setting up for a Lilia pick on 3, but the pick potential between Vi and Rakan, of course, the best way to play in a Lilia, remove Lilia from the fight first before she really has the ability to ramp up through the fight. A little bit too much to deal with, so gotta preserve that Corki flexibility, grab the Rel, which has a really good matchup, into Rakan, and definitely have ways to pressure that ultimate out of the Xayah, and start throwing some bans out. As we'll say, the really different picks here so far. Support, the only role that's guaranteed to be matching, is of course that Corki's flexible. So a lot of options in terms of bans, in terms of, do you want to protect the role that you have showing or take away from a potential blind that you have? It looks like they think that Corki might be bot in the hands of Awesome, so Azir take it away from Care.
I think we've seen more of that Corki towards the bot lane throughout 2025, although it still is a little bit flexible. I think a mage for Care certainly would add a lot of value as well in the current composition.
Aurora too.
Those are a lot of mid lane focus so far here. The Yone, of course, taken away in the first phase. That's been almost a constant ban against Satab. It was one of his strongest champions. Very curious to see what he decides to pick up here now that the pool has been pinched even further.
That's really interesting to see why we have a Rise and Aurora ban. Like, I could kind of argue that they're protecting a Corki pick. I think it is important to note, in terms of Corki being played on this team, Kara's played it twice. It's only been Awesome to play it once. And those 2 mid lane bans that Thunder Talk throughout themselves actually does really open up for Corki mids. So, again, we see Shadow putting in more gum. He's ready to lock in here on the Lilia, which we did tease. Could be set up with the Corki and the Sion showing early on. Of course, pick potential, something you always have to be wary of if you are Lilia. Seems like Shadow doesn't care. Well, we've seen him be really successful on this pick, too. I think his Lilia has been quite good, even if it is only sitting at 1 and 2. I know that the one Lilia when he had, he definitely dropped a nuke on the map. He got very fed in that game.
It's been very powerful in the meta overall, as especially if you can, play those extended team fights. Right now, FPX are going to be feeling very happy about that with the way their composition has been set up. On the other side, Thunder Talk definitely looking for picks. They have the ball delivery system on multiple targets here who are going to be diving that back line. And that is going to be the focus here for TT's composition. A lot more single target with the Mbessa and the Orianna being locked in as their sole laners. The Jhin for Awesome to round out their comp, getting a little bit of extra, pick potential and some long-range damage.
Yeah, I really like the comp from FPX. I think Thunder Talk, again, have a composition where early on they can make some waves. The ability for the Vi Orianna and the Orianna Rakan to find these big combos could be big, but the onus is on Thunder Talk to get ahead early and actually snowball. Because if you go late game, against Corki, Jin, Lilia, Sion, good night. There's all the scaling on the planet available for FPX compared to what Thunder Talk has. So, again, real onus on Thunder Talk, who do have some good ball carriers to try and snowball this game early.
Yeah, a lot of impact is going to be needed to have had here by Seitab on this Ori. Finding multi-man shockwaves, is that's really the biggest source of AoE damage that they do have. Him and 1xN on the Xayah, obviously, but as you mentioned, a lot of good opportunities for them to get that ball into the backline here of this double marksman composition that has been set up by FPX. Can be vulnerable to something like that Orianna Shockwave.
Yeah, it's going to definitely feel really nice to have Sion holding the door. And again, I think the Sion-Lilia combo is really, really, really broken, as the just being able to have Sion, who of course is so big, and it's just no matter what you draft takes time to get through, and then Lilia, who really wants to ramp up through a fight. I think that combo is really positive for FPX, as of course we're going to see what skins we have rocking going into the game, and as we dive in, we'll see if Thunder Talk can show a little bit more might than what we saw in Game 1, as again, this roster with Xiao Ren has just not looked the same.
Both teams looking for their first victory in the second round robin of Group Ascend. They have been winless since the first round robin. FPX specifically opening up 4-5 in that first round robin, ending it on a very high note, hoping to get back to some of those winning ways as they currently are at match point. A win here in this game would secure themselves the series as we're on to the Rift for game number 2.
You know, Grapes, I'm kind of waiting for the Jayos, but I hate
we mentioned that you got to be a real one to be here. We're also in the main arena, Shanghai.
This graph, this is the most egregious one I've seen so far. I'm flaming this graph. How is it FPX win the mid game, but not the late game with this composition?
Hey, you're...
Ow.
Just some respect to the little robot man.
No!
Again,
in what world does it go that way?
It's like, you know that the meme is like, this is here being mean. Like, this is literally me right now, and it's the robot. That's pure flaming right now. I mean, can't believe it. Yeah, no, that is fair. They are seemingly indexing a lot into this Orianna and Xayah being very strong for Thunder Talk. They're going to have to be the big difference makers
they forced
in this game.
Okay. Well, that's not a good start for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, getting pressured off the Raptor. Hey, this is the Lilia strategy. Taking control of
They can walk in here too. It's fine, as Jouet is going to not only threaten the crash down, but also gain a shield for himself. And the experience picked up by Awesome, so really nothing lost here. As that's a nice start here for FPX. Shadow just going to take away the Raptors, then go throughout his super clear, and Xiao Ren starts the game behind.
Which is even worse than the position that he was in last game. You might remember, started that game at the Pantheon. Xiao Ren had a pretty good time. Sure, a lot of it was because Shadow went for a very egregious early invade that resulted in him picking up a couple of kills.
Call it egregious.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough.
It was tough. Shadow, you use egregious and tough. I'm really rubbing off on you. I apologize.
FPX really do live and die by Shadow. As I really maybe we time we spent casting together, picking up some of your terminology. It's been Shadow, such a volatile member of this team. If he's going off, things are going well. But it looks like actually, right now Xiao looking for a potential play in the mid lane. Shadow's only level 2. He went Raptor, Krugs.
Okay, he's going to help Seitab push, but not leash XP. I will say that's fine. You don't want to leash XP off mid at this point. Oh, flash from Jouet. They're looking
nice deadly flourish on a feather as well. There was a flash! Barely unable to land that force shot there for Awesome. And that means that Thunder Talk will live to see another day without that first blood going over.
I mean, hey, Vi's pathing bot, and that's now Awesome flashless. So actually something that FPX could punish is good preemptive flash from Feather. Saw that one coming and able to sneak out. As Feather, player for me, as Foot 1, we actually saw some promise, like really willing to pull out Enchantresses, still is. But with the jungle change, definitely hasn't looked quite as strong with Xiao Ren either. It's, again, been a bit of a struggle for Thunder Talk, who the minus 16 now game score is 11 games worse than the next lowest in the standings, which is pretty tough.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was that one-sided in specifically the game score. I mean, obviously the record doesn't look too good, but You see, oh, there's only 2 matches behind an FPX, only maybe 1 behind an NiP
Oh,
at
they're
this point.
staying. This is mean.
Alright, here comes the Hex Flash in from Jway.
Got a slow.
Nice 2-man knockup, actually, from Feather to stall out a little bit, and a flash away from 1xN. He's going to get cleansed away from the stun. Also does have the force shot. How much damage will it do? He can't even find it. And so Thunderdog's bot lane lives once again, despite the increased aggression down there by FPX.
Yeah, still Summoner Spells taken away, so no Summoner Spells available for the Thunder Talk bot lane anymore. We'll say they did win out on the Health Bar War, so it will be the Cannon Wave Crash and a better base for Xayah Rakan. But what I also really like about the Scion and the meta right now is that you can't really swap into him. You're going to be jailed in bot lane, because if you swap into Scion and give him the 1v2, I mean, that's exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, and so right now it is 1xN and Feather kind of getting that slight advantage in terms of gold. Just the early Berserker being picked up here for the Xayah. But now without Summoner Spells, another target potentially for Shadow to head back down and try to take down. Once we do get a little bit more items, a little bit more levels, specifically once that Lilting Lullaby becomes available here for the Lilia. Much closer start to the game so far, but do appreciate right now both teams' willingness to make plays. The Satap's going to walk straight into Jway, and he's going to have to flash on out, but Feather there to save him. And so both supports being really aggressive and just like playing really well so far, I would say.
Yeah, a good answer on the roam from Jway, as I thought Satab was about to walk into his demise, but it's not the case. And positive here, as of course 1xN, because he won out on the Health Bar War in that, the gank from Shadow, did enable them to crash that wave. When he comes back, it's a early dragon for Vi, which with those dancing blows, she does shred those early dragons quite well. Definitely a unique power of Vi, and I know it was critical that I really felt like Thunder Talk missed that early dragon window in the last game around this time. I really saw an angle where they could take that first break. Xiaohaogren missed it. Props to him. Was able to connect with it here.
So that is the one win so far for TT that Dragon currently picked up. On the bot side, doing okay for themselves right now. CS advantages on the top side of the map right now for Fun plus Phoenix, as it is both Sheer and Shadow currently up a couple hundred gold over their respective opponents. And Xiaohaogren hasn't been able to find ganks, also hasn't been able to really keep up and farm, as Shadow, obviously on the Lilia, is going to be the hyper farmer, and has been doing that very well.
Yeah, I think the deficit still kind of starts that level 1, which not all on Xiaohaogren. Like the way the team set up around that definitely wasn't there. But yeah, playing catch up against the Lilia, things only get worse over time as she continues to ramp. And Shadow, we get some really nice info in the bot side jungle of Xiaohaogren, as we'll spot the red not being up, drop a sneaky control ward, and that's an early level 6 and a potential look onto a 1xN who is still down both Summoner Spells and does not have access to level 6 Xayah yet.
Feather only has that heal. No flash available here. Care joining the fight as well. Crash down connects onto 1xN. A ton of damage before the Lilting Lullaby even comes through. They still find the sleep on a Feather, and Care will finish the job. 2 quick kills picked up for Fun plus Phoenix in the bottom lane.
And I fear that is just too damn easy for FPX, as Shadow revisits where the Summoner Spells are missing. There's 6 in for one team, not the other, and man, that's really textbook stuff coming out of FPX, as they made that gank look easy. I think in the long haul, they're happy to drop that first dragon to have this kind of lead now emerging in the bot lane.
And we set it up nicely, and Shadow able to execute it on it successfully as well, as those first 2 kills gonna provide a lot of value, specifically here for Awesome in the bot lane for stabilizing himself, and for Shadow to continue that snowball here. Up in the top side, though, the trade will be the grubs going over to Xiaohaogren, and
this is a good answer.
Pick up a good chunk of them.
Yeah, I think they get all 3. This is a good answer from Thunder Talk, just given the timing of the bot lane play, opportunity to actually sneak in, take these grubs away, which will be very valuable for Thunder Talk. I did like how they swapped the Xayah and the Rakan out after that play. Again, Scion does get his 1v2, but hey, at least they were able to secure all 3 grubs, as Lilia. We'll see if she's able to actually get into that bot side jungle of Xiaohaogren. Keep in mind that last series, or last sequence that we saw, Shadow was able to scout out the camp and the respawn timers. And of course, the answer to grubs going down a lot of the times is just to go on the other side of the map and take things away. So Shadow gonna do that, but is spotted on his way in. Popping the sweeper, he didn't find that ward, so maybe playing with a little bit of false information here.
Yeah, look at Hoya. hunting alongside Xiaohongren. He has that public execution at his disposal, and I think the Shadow knows something fishy is going on after the top laner for TT suddenly went missing from the bottom lane. So Xiaohongren's able to pick that up, save his own red buff, which he's surely happy about.
This is decent coming out of Thunder Talk. I think the last couple of plays, I know the bot dive was tough, but I think the response to it was actually quite good. Getting the grubs and securing those bot side camps for Vi is about all you could ask for after that play. So well played by Thunder Talk.
Keep themselves in the game at the very least here, but you can see the gold lead already in favor of FPX, and we've said, and we'll continue to say, that once Sheer and Shadow get online, get a couple of these items, and the fights become more and more extended, things become very difficult for Thunder Talk to play overall as competition. Need to find multi-man shockwaves onto the back line in order to find any success once we get later on in the game. So that is continuing to be what we're looking at. How strong can Satab get? How easy can the initiators find these angles? And, you know, are they going to be able to keep things close before we get to that later stage?
Yes, we looked at the graph that's based on Chinese solo queue that had Thunder Talk's comp being better than FPX's later on, and said that's wrong, and put our chips in this basket. Where we
used our critical thinking skills.
Yes, we did. Again, FPX, the Corki, Lilia, Sion, Jin scaling. I think that outside of Xayah, pretty much everyone outscales for FPX, of course. And Bessa has some solid scaling in her kit too, but hey, good luck getting through the Sion. And there's a lot of damage behind the Sion, which I think makes things a little bit easier for FPX. But for me, all eyes just going to be on that shockwave for Satab. And we'll see if that ball can find the hoop at the percentage that the New York Knicks have had it, or the percentage that Jason Tatum and the Boston Celtics have had it in the back line. Yeah. Which, you know, shooting 25% from 3 has definitely not been good for them to play off so far, you know.
The difference is the fourth quarter is going to be where the Celtics are finding some trouble. FPX are kind of happy with being in the later game right now, so we'll see if that metaphor continues to kind of ring true. As right now it's Thunder Talk starting up this dragon. Here comes that hot soup right down into 1xN onto the back line. But look at the response for TT. They're going for a dive of their own. Shadow will fall. Both junglers are down to open up the fight. But now Sheer still in the back line. And 1xN still holding on to the Featherstorm. Forced to flash away. The fourth shot about to be issued and just being dodged away from by the Featherstorm of the Xayah. Satab will die in the mid lane as the rest of FPX chase him down. As it's overall a 2-for-1 across the map that FPX will take control of.
That was a good execute on the Shadow from Thunder Talk, but the engage from Sheer was too much to deal with as just going straight down the river. Again, Hot Soup coming through, completely split up Thunder Talk as ended up being an advantageous fight for them in the end. It does get everyone off the objective. Because again, alt cast, like look at Satab and Ahoya, they have to wait. It's a split fight. Xiaohongren with the find on the Shadow. I mean, this is a nice execute coming in as they make sure they take the Lily out. No one gets slept, but 1xN was having to deal with a Sion on his lonesome in the back half, and then running away from these shots as the Gallery, they were connecting. Just managed to sidestep that one. Burns the ult, goes airborne for the other, but again, everything burned out of 1xN for the back half of that fight as he was disconnected thanks to a really good ult from Sheer. And now TT, with no ultimates up, they just get forced out. I will say Thunder Talk, they do have some longer cooldowns on their ultimates too, so definitely something that FPX can play around. And they have to do a nice job there as they just get back onto the map, blitz that dragon down, and find that initial objective for themselves.
I think low-key, Downguard might have leashed that dragon a little bit for Shadow, as
potentially
the rest of the team kind of pulled up for FPX, and Xiaohongren said, I'm out of there. Vault Breakered away, and then Shadow picked up the leash Drake for themselves, evening up that count at 1. Gold lead now at about 2,000 here for Fun Plus Phoenix, as they continue to look better and better throughout this game, and as you say, Care. That 800 gold against his mid lane counterpart already has that full Triforce in inventory.
Yeah, that is a really early Trinity Force for the Corki, which that feels really bad to go up against. That is a big item that's really early. Xiaohongren actually going for the Trinity Force on the Vi. I will say I like this item on Vi, but that is shocking because it feels like no matter what champion is picked in the LPL, if you're a fighter, you're going Thunder Sky and the Black Wizard if you're playing jungle. So interested to see him switch that one up. We'll see if it pays off. I will say I do like it.
Stuck in 2v1 here. Force shot does connect. Blade Caller not going to find too much though, as FPX do gain that control in the mid lane through Awesome and Jway. We're waiting still on that Rift Herald, which is going to spawn in about a minute's time. But right now, FPX have full control over the map, kind of do whatever they want.
Yeah, I'll also say as some of these items come in for Thunder Talk especially, a lot of armor being stacked up by FPX, and of course Orianna is that only magic damage threat. And curiously enough, the Spear of Shojin for Ambessa, I mean, a really strong item on the Ambessa, but you really need the Black Cleaver until you can start to mess around with Scion. I just think that with all the armor being built early on, of course, Satab is a little bit behind, but also increases the emphasis on taking Satab out of the fight early on, because then if the rest of the fight is just physical damage coming at you, and you have a Scion and then steel caps on your support and AD, that feels like a tough fight for Thunder Talk. So again, even more importance onto Satab in these fights, Grapes, just given the value of Shockwave and the need for it to find the backline, and the fact that it's all armor being built by FPX so far.
Right now, he's, again, the one who's very far behind Care. It doesn't help that Care has 3 of those kills, obviously, to start off this game, but it's going to be a while until Satab really gets to a point where that Shockwave is going to truly chunk out members of FPX in kind of a one-shot capacity. We'll see if it does end up happening here around this Rift Herald, as it is Thunder Talk to start it up. Sheer in the area could send the Unstoppable Onslaught in shortly, but it looks like that Herald will actually get secured by Xiaohan Gren. However, here comes Sheer, dashing forward with the ultimate. Going in into the backline, though, is Hoya with the public execution, and Shadow is once again one-shot. It's another trade of the junglers, 1-for-1, and Shockwave just barely going wide. Jue feeling lucky for himself, as he will dodge away from that one, but the Herald does go over to Thunder Talk.
Yeah, again, like, we teased this in draft, right, Graves? Because it was Scion Corki slimed immediately for Thunder Talk, and I was like, man, they didn't go Lilia on 3. Like, that's a little bit curious, because, again, the setup, it's there for Lilia, but when you're showing Vi, Xayah, Rakan, that's a lot of pick potential to take Lilia out of the fights early on. That's exactly what's happened with Shadow going down twice, is the only deaths for FPX. Every tool has been burned to make sure this Lilia can't ramp throughout the fight. That's great now, but that's going to get harder as this game goes on, and with Thunder Talk still being down. And once Zhonya's comes in for Shadow, which I wouldn't blame him if he went Zhonya's second. A lot of times we do see Leandri's into Riftmaker, but God, the value of a Zhonya's Hourglass this game for Shadow, if he gets that, takes away just that point and click from the Vi. I think that's another step in the right direction for FPX again, securing this game, as they already have the lead, and for me, they have all the scaling in the world in this match, so it's going to be a tough one.
They continue to try to find these picks. They use the Herald at the top lane, and they'll find the kill on the Sheer. And nicely done by Xiaohan Gren to send himself into the Herald to make sure that he's not in danger of that passive coming through here from Sheer. They're going to get the second tower, I think, too.
Yeah, if that eye gets hit by the zombie Scion, I think it would have been a dead Herald. The fact that Herald connects means that it's an inner. That's a nice gold injection there for Thunder Talk, as a good play there from Xiaohan Gren and Satab.
You see the extended battle dance here from the Lovers duo. Does allow for Feather to escape that initially sticky situation that Jue put him in. And so, shout out to Thunder Talk. Despite the fact that FPX have grown that early lead, now they have evened up the gold. In fact, have a slight lead, with a lot of it going towards the players that matter the most. Specifically, Satab here on the Orianna got a big chunk of that tier 2 gold in the top lane.
Yeah, taking inventory before this dragon fight, too. All flash is pretty much available. So, potential fireworks here is Jue. Nice.
Stalling out. Didn't want to use that crash down, and Hoya forced the flash out of Shadow, but here comes that Unstoppable Onslaught. Sheer maybe a little bit too far forward. He has to flash on out, so no ultimate available anymore here for the Scion, as a lot of cooldowns were burned before this dragon spawn. Satab, oh no, Satab, we are completely out of position. He's got the flash over this wall more than likely to try to keep himself alive, and he will do so as the dragon is started up by FPX.
Yeah, I think they're looking at mid-outer at the moment. They at least got the wave in as Xiaohan.
We're going for a play. Here comes a huge magnet storm from Jue, combined with the lilting lullaby. All of Thunder Talk are put to sleep. It's already 2 kills picked up here for Fun Plus Phoenix, and 2 more surely to follow as Xiaohan Gren gets knocked up, taken down. It's another kill going over to Shadow as he picks himself up a triple kill.
I mean, goodbye, good night, Thunder Talk. I think that's just game for FPX, given the scaling they have in their comp, as Xiaohan Gren taking that Q into a control warded rush, and Thunder Talk just blindly walking into FPX, set up for Zhui to find another massive combo on the Rel, immediately followed up upon by Shadow, as the 4-man Magnet Storm into the Lilting Lullaby obliterated any chance that Thundertalk had taking that fight, and frankly taking this game for me, as FPX doing their best to Steph Curry style put him to sleep.
Yeah, right as it looked like Thundertalk are coming back into this one. FPX said night-night, as you say, Cubby. A huge engage from Jue, who, again, has really stepped up here in this series. As we take another look, just no reason to be jumping in like this. Like,
and then the whole team follows. Like, it's a double control ward. If Brashi have no info, just blinding walk in like that, especially after some of the big ults were burned early on in that fight, like before. Just really, really unwarranted by Thundertalk. They get wiped off the face of the map as FPX 2K gold lead, more objectives. Got to believe Otacon may be priority for them. And yeah, this Lilia, the fear of Lilia ramping up is definitely set in. Seekers has been secured for the Lilia, so that's going to get her out of the next combo that you believe is throwing her away, which will be big. She is down flash, and I don't really see a way for Thundertalk in. We really set up Satab need to be big and finding these shockwaves, and we have yet to see one of these shockwaves connect.
Well, your favorite graph down there still thinks there's a chance. It still has Thundertalk at like 44%. So.
I give Thundertalk at this point a 10% chance, and yes, it's that low for sure because this team does not look good right now. It's not just the draft.
That's true. I think the chart probably mostly draft focused, and then we're using our own.
I'm using nameplates a little bit as well. Pour one out for 1xn. That's really, really what I feel like with this team at the moment.
It's been a bad look so far here for TT in this series, but there maybe is some angle to get back. They just need to pull off one of these wombo combos like we've continued to hope that they could execute, but it just hasn't happened yet.
Pull off one of the wombo combos, one that kind of looks like the one that FPX just pulled off onto them, right? That could be nice. Yeah.
So, by the way, 4-man Swirl Seed from Shadow to set up that Lilting Lullaby. It wasn't like a flash Q or anything. It was that E that was just all set up by Jue, sending them straight next to each other. Really nicely done.
On that one. That was good catch. And Feather should be able to get out. Oh, wait, no, locked down.
Yeah, that tower goes down, and so does Feather. Another kill going towards Fun Plus Phoenix, as they are really having a good time here in this mid game. Seemed like the early game was maybe going TT's way or maybe where they were advantaged, but now Fun Plus Phoenix, their scaling really started to come online.
Yeah, again, I really feel like this comp with Thundertalk, you had to take off, you had to play really fast. I just haven't seen that from them. As, I don't know what else to say here, Grapes. If you're watching this series, you really are a real one in terms of being an LPL fan. Oh,
or you're just waiting. Or you're just waiting to see Doinby, which is going to happen next series.
Could be. It's going to be waiting room. They're going to take up top esports next as we see if FPX put the finishing touches to this one. We'll say Otacon's at half and Hoya has an angle.
It's a desperation move. Will it find some success here? Feather doing a nice job to peel, actually, as Hoya does have a nice angle, forcing Assume to cancel that curtain call. Shadow's already chunked out, forcing a golden with the Seeker's arm guard, and will have to flash away once more. 1xn, though, is getting targeted as the Otacon is ripping Thundertalk to shreds. Sheer flashing forward, picking up another kill. Hoya getting caught up in the Magnet Storm, but Jue is going to survive. The crash down will keep him alive for just a little bit longer, and enough time to allow for FPX to finish off the ace.
Yeah, a bit of a desperation play there from Thundertalk is they didn't see that graph at the start of the game and think that they had an advantage later on, that's for sure. That one looked a little bit desperate. Frankly, can't blame them at this point. As the Otacon started, team melted pretty fast. Otacon definitely with a nice little assist there in helping FPX find that 5-for-2 fight, but again, I think Scion Lilia has really emerged as a dominant topside combo that we have on this patch and in the LPL Grapes. I will say I think Lilia is a little bit weaker on this patch, just because she really benefits off of the grub spawns and like kind of guaranteeing an early objective. Also, just her take of grubs is really good, but look at how low the Otacon gets the rest of Thundertalk. Hoya does burn that public execution onto Awesome, who cancels the current call to step away. Engage on the Shadow. Yeah, just couldn't fully connect. Oh my, Sheer put down so much damage with Care. And yeah, between that and Otacon, just again, no hope for Thundertalk in this fight, as that objective start was unwarranted. FPX responded in kind and make sure they wiped up this fight.
Yeah, get a couple of kills back, but not nearly enough here for Thunder Talk. It's time's running out, especially on Feather, who just died off screen out of the replay. I feel like we kind of know what happened there. Don't need to go back and necessarily watch that one again. As FPX really dominating the map at this point of this game number 2.
Oh,
There's
no, here we
replay.
go.
Oh, yeah, surely I could face check my jungle. Nope.
Yeah. Well, hey, at least Feather saved the flash, as he's going to need it for a super play coming up here, if there is any hope for Thunder Talk to get on this one.
Yeah. Well, let's play the cope game a little bit. J-Tap has the second item, picks up the needlessly large rod.
I mean,
that shockwave's going to hurt.
The shockwave have been invisible so far, which has been my biggest issue. Uh-oh, hot soup.
Yeah. Time for dinner. Here comes Sheer, dashing in with the unstoppable onslaught. And onto the back line, Xiaohan Gren goes, but Jue is buying so much time, forcing the carries to go on to him, and the Rel just barely goes down, as the Leandri from J-Tap will be able to do the job, but the back line from Fun Plus Phoenix is still untouched. Feather and J-Tap are near 1 HP, and 1XN might be able to get there soon. Everyone's still alive. The deadly flourish takes down Feather, and 3 more kills go FPX's way.
Yeah, these fights aren't very competitive, Grapes. I don't know what else to say. It feels like Thunder Talk are just throwing themselves in there to for fun a little bit, because this has been a grim one. As again, the Thunder Talk season, I mean, honestly started off with a lot of promise. And keep in mind, I mean, take your mind back to Split 1, where the finish they had just by qualifying for Split 1 playoffs, that top 8, that's the best finish that Thunder Talk has ever had in the LPL in any split. In their history, Thunder Talk had only won a singular best of 5 in the LPL going into this year. The fact they were able to find multiple wins was really big for them at the start of the year. We saw them really benefiting from the lane swaps with Hoya playing these tankier champions, with Beishwan being at the helm. And no behind the scenes has been reported that Thunder Talk definitely lost a lot of motivation with Beishwan going over to BLG. I mean, that one hurt, right? Their leader, their shot caller, and a strong player on this team. Going elsewhere, and upgraded seat for him, if we're going to use some F1 terms, Grapes. Yeah, definitely demoralized the team a little bit, and again, it's been tough for Xiaohan Gren to really fill that seat. It's a player that we didn't really expect to be ready, and hasn't looked ready so far, as Thunder Talk really trying to find any sort of hope or footing in this one. If really emerged as clearly the weakest team in Group 10.
And not for them.
Bit of a bummer after such a good start.
Yeah, and for Thunder Talk at this point, it's less about trying to pick up necessarily like wins. Like the game record is going to be the game record. You're still going to have a best of 5 to potentially qualify in the playoffs at the end of this double round robin. And so right now for TT, you have 5 best of series remaining after this one. How much can you grow as a 5-man unit? How much can you increase that level of communication, working together as a 5-man squad? Because right now it's not necessarily looking super cohesive. Because then it's just going to be 1 best of 5. Try to get yourself that opportunity to qualify into the postseason. Otherwise, you're headed down to Group Nirvana actually for Split 3 as well. So that's kind of what's on the line here. We're still seeing a little bit of scrapping here. The Baron has spawned. Not going to be started up just yet. A 2-man decimating smash comes out from Sheer, as this Scion just refuses to go down in any meaningful capacity. Curtain Call gets opened up just to zone people away, as FPX just doing a really good job controlling the map.
I mean, also killed that singular mage creep again. Don't discount that. Shadow goes golden early for Xiaohan Gren. Oh, good
and
flash.
He flashes away. 2 ultimates used for nothing. And Sheer will flash in to pick up the kill onto Xiaohan Gren. Another knockup will land. And this should be the finishing touches on this game number 2. 1XN and J-Tap, the lone survivors. Kara goes in with the Valkyrie, looking in to try to finish the job out of the carries. The 4th shot comes in from Awesome. And it's been an awesome 2-0 here for Fun Plus Phoenix. Looks like not going to be the end of the game just yet, as they do not have a minion wave, but it will certainly be the Baron going down.
You know what, FPX, they took the MOBA trainer quiz. It's not, don't try and end. They checked the death timers. They're going to take the free objective instead. As, again, a very one-sided victory for FPX in what really we assume would be a tune-up game for them. Of course, these are the 2 longest loss streaks that we have active in the LPL after NiP's win yesterday against Weibo Gaming. And again, we're fishing here. For Xiaohan Gren, this wasn't the worst look, honestly. Just he couldn't get that R off. Or say, oh, it did go off. It didn't connect. What insane Zanya's timer from Shadow. I didn't even catch that.
Yeah,
on
played that really well.
That was really good from Shadow. I mean, point blank, getting out of that cease and assist from the Zanyas. I didn't even catch that. Well played by Shadow on the Lilia, which again, said coming into this game that it's 1-2 on the scorecard, but it has looked damn good, and it's looked damn good in this game. As again, those first 2 deaths early on, he's done everything in his power to not have more. He's been the target of all the tools of Thunder Talk. He's been able to navigate around them. Now it's Awesome's turn.
Okay, here comes the full man dive onto Awesome. They do shut him down here, so Thunder Talk finally get one back. But look at Jway, he's buying so much time in his front line, and already Xiaohan Gran has gone down. The Shockwave finds 3, but there's just not enough damage just yet. 1xN has the lethal Temasauri as the Conqueror prompt, looking to try to continue this fight. But it's already a 2-for-1 in favor of FPX, with the Baron buff still in their hands. The slow lands onto 1xN, so does the Swirl Seed. The Lilting Lullaby comes out. It forces 1xN to pop that Feather Storm a little bit early, and he will get shut down as Care finishes off with the Gatling gun. Into the mid lane they go. Fun plus Phoenix looking to close out this game and break open the base.
Really great movement by Shadow, getting away from the Feathers, as again, 1xN doing his damnedest this game, just not even close to being enough. And Thunder Talk gonna try and survive here. FPX, they don't have one of their marksmen as Awesome is in the Death Chamber, but Care and the rest of FPX gonna look to clean this one up.
And a huge wave of Baroned up minions down there as well. The public execution comes out. It's gonna be Feather rejoining the fight. The Sheer is ticking low.
Yeah.
And so it looks like FPX will opt to instead back away, head back to the Dragon, pick themselves up that Hextech Soul to put themselves in even a better position for success.
And get the Soul, pass some KDAs, why not at this point? I mean, Grapes, I can't believe how negatively we're talking about this game despite the AI tool from the LPL analyzing their solo queue data.
You have beef with this
saying
robot,
that
dude.
Thunder Talk's comp was better late. I have so much beef with that. Breaks every rule I know from League of Legends in the last 5 years. Jway is going to get hunted at least.
This should be him going down, but I've seen crazier things before. He's going to pop the Magnet Storm, buy a lot of time, Jway on the Great Escape, and here comes the reinforcements. It's going to be Jway surviving, and Thunder Talk once again on the run as they've been throughout this entire series as Fun Plus Phoenix now going for another fight onto Hoya. And it looks like that will be the Ambessa falling. And here comes that choo-choo train. It's a double kill in for Care. Hextech Soul not even needed. As it's just the bot lane left alive. Lilting Lullaby comes down to the 1xN. He doesn't have that Feather Storm just yet. He will get woken up to watch the rest of his base crumble by the wayside. It's a full ace picked up for Fun Plus Phoenix as they get back in the win column here in the second round robin by 2-0ing Thunder Talk.
No Hextech Soul, but they do pad the KDAs. And a good tune-up game for FPX's, man, Care dropping a nuke on the map with the 12-0-12. Had that 13-minute Trinity Force and very quietly probably secured himself the Pog with a boom damage vote, frankly, for me. As a nice series here for FPX again. Thunder Talk have really struggled since they lost Beishwan to BLG. We haven't seen Xiao Hao really be a solid jungler in the LPL. It doesn't feel like he's up to this level quite yet. Thunder Talk definitely going to need to tune that one up behind the scenes. They want to have any chance of, again, as you called out, Grapes, of course, placements for this split do affect what group you end up in for next split. And Group Nirvana makes it a lot less likely that you can sniff a Worlds ticket later on. So Thunder Talk Gaming going to have to really put things together to try and avoid that later on. Because, frankly, right now, it feels like they're just going in as the 10th seed. Being 2-11 and -17 in game score, it's going to be really tough for any of these other teams to really catch them unless they significantly turn things around in the next couple of weeks. So we'll see what kind of improvements Thunder Talk can make. But at the moment, don't feel like a team that can really hold a candle to the rest of Group Ascend. And to be fair to them, that loss of Beishwan and the replacement of their young jungler in Xiao Hao Gran, player that we didn't expect to see at all in the LPL this year. And frankly, we still see he has a lot of growing to do here. As him and this team, it's not been the same without their leader in Beishwan.
So still some time for Thunder Talk to try to continue to rank up and find improvements going into the play-in stages where they're going to have that one last best of 5. But let's give Fun Plus Phoenix their flowers as well. This could definitely have been one of those super chaotic series between teams that, frankly, were not looking so good going into this matchup. But FPX really turning things on, especially in that game number 2. Want to give a lot of credit to their mid-jungle. Care having a great game number 2. Shadow playing really well, I would say, throughout the entire series. And Fun Plus Phoenix, a team that really needed a win. They were 4-5 exiting the first round robin, but then lost their next 3 in a row. And they have a big test ahead of them tomorrow in Anyone's Legends, but with teams like NiP and WE kind of hunting around them in the standings, every win is going to be very important. So shout out to Fun Plus Phoenix for picking this one up.
Yeah, again, trying to move their way up. FPX was one of the 2 teams that joined the other 8 squads that did make the Split 1 playoffs in this 10-team Group Ascend. And for me, like this format, we've really seen them and WE improve. I know that FPX has cooled off a little bit in the last few series, and WE has continued to look good, but again, the velocity of this format and how many best ofs you play. I know later on this week, I believe it's JDG. They have 5 best of 3s in 7 days coming up, which is just ballistic to think about. But for FPX, I mean, this is a team where I don't really know how often they're going to scrim teams the like of anyone's Legends or a JDG or a BLG, given that the teams over here have the LCK, the LPL, and the LCP to draw from in terms of scrim partners, not to mention secondary leagues, which are also really strong. So facing a lot of these teams in a back-to-back round robin in a tight window like this, I feel like we really have seen improvement from the teams like FPX and WE, which has been, I think, a really fun part of this format, as it's been so hectic. And with how fast the games are, it really feels like teams kind of play their own game. We haven't seen quite as much preparation. I think that we will return to some maybe normalcy in the LPL once we get into the playoffs and teams have more time to prep and play out their best of 5s. But it's been a ballistic split, and FPX continues to be a highlight as a team that has really surpassed the expectations that we had for them coming in.
And with their 5th win of the season, getting closer and closer to maybe sneaking into that top 6 even. I mean, that would mean that you get to play a Nirvana team in that first round of the placement stages, which would be pretty tough because that means you'd have to pass somebody like Weibo or IG, but it's getting to that point where we're very close in terms of game score and series score right now with those guys.
I love how the first replay we see is the replay where, like, afterwards, it's like, all right, GG, right? That's it. There was a lot of fights in the back half. This was a bloody game, but every fight was in favor of FPX as Thunder Talk continued to try and throw stuff up against the wall to stick. And Thunder Talk continued to be the team where I watch 1xN play, and I enjoy watching 1xN play because I think he's a good player. But just feels like with Xiaohao granted the roster, we just haven't seen the same hope for Thunder Talk that we had earlier on, where they were able to play through Beishuan, play through 1xN, and actually be a decently successful team at other points in the split. Just haven't seen that be the case here.
Yeah, it really is just the highlight montage. There's that Zhonya's that you were talking about.
Zhonya's was crazy from Shadow. That's a dynamite reaction speed. Also the flash out too. Even he got out of everything. Man, fancy feet there. Nice to have that bonus movement speed on the Lilia. Shadow definitely took full use of that. Great use of the tools there. Man, these fights were not close.
I feel like there's a lot of people that we could give this MVP to.
It's Care.
Obviously, Care is like the clear choice with the crazy KDA, but I'm not gonna lie. I think Jue played again another really great game. Maybe double support MVP is a little egregious, but like engages like this, just buying so much time, as well as just finding the crowd control for the rest of the team to set things up. Like I think he was a big reason for why FPX was actually able to really dominate this game.
I mean, for me, a lot of the times, like, a lot of these teams, sometimes it's just on your jungle and support to do things in order to make sure that the carries can shine. It can be tough in competitive games when you get behind in the supportive roles or aren't able to find the better engages for your carries to shine. And I think that for FPX, we did spend some time talking about the consistency of Shadow. Jue's been a player that's actually been quietly having a really nice split, too. We have seen other games like this from him where I mean, I know that when he won the MVP in the first game, you were like, wow, he's got 8. And yeah, it kind of does feel that way as kind of the quiet performer. Sometimes supports don't always get their credit that's due, but Jue's been really big for FPX in the games they have won. I don't think he's going to find the MVP this game. I think that you got to reward the boom damage of KR, who did drop a 12-0 and 12 scoreline. That's pretty filthy. But yeah, it's still a good look for FPX. Again, a team that has a lot of young pieces outside of Shadow, and Awesome, of course, coming back in, but like Sheer is someone that we're kind of looking at, could be that next generation top laner, right? As he continues to age into the LPL. Care, the piece that FPX has really held on to the longest, as he has really emerged as a better carry for FPX in the back half of the season. As Jue, you called it.
Hey, support players
1-3 and 26, man. Good to be a support player. I mean, they have PYL on the desk. That helps.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to support players here. I mean, Jue played a really great series. Honestly, like, I know Care went 12-0 and 12, but I'm happy that he got this one here. I'm sure if we went through some of the replays. I know you're not upset.
Never mad. Yeah, we'll take our support blogs when we can. Sometimes they're the unsung heroes, but Jue getting his flowers as a huge part of the pretty resounding 2-0 victory for FPX. I know that the first game was a little bit closer in terms of the box score, but neither game really felt close as FPX ran away with both. And we'll see if Thunder Talk can show any signs of hope later on in the split.
Yeah, they got a couple more games left to really lock in and figure something out with that squad, but it's going to be hard to kind of climb out of that basement, especially with what Ninja's Pajamas were able to do yesterday. And we'll see what they are able to do as we continue on later on in this show. But for Fun Plus Phoenix, their journey kind of continues very quickly as they play up against Anyone's Legends tomorrow. So we'll see how exactly they can build off of this momentum and maybe use this victory as a stepping stone. That's going to do it for our coverage of this first series. Cubby, thank you so much for joining me for this first one. I know you're hopping off as you got NACL tomorrow, so best of luck for you there.
I thought I was just actually in trouble. That's why I'm hopping off, you know.
Speaking of trouble, we got her coming in for our next series.
Right.
Top Esports going up against
Kai's
Ninjas in Pajamas.
I thought Kai was just tired of me. You know, I got busted by the LPL team. It was being too hard, but no. I'm excited for tune into the next series as a fan. And yeah, thanks for having me, Grapes. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it's going to be a fun one as well as we get a bit of a resurgent Ninjas in Pajamas taking on the top team that we currently have in Top Esports. We'll be back with pre-game coverage and, of course, that 1v1 before game number 1 right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to LPL English, where we're here with our second series of the day. After, of course, we had Thunder Talk falling to Fun Plus Phoenix, we now have another matchup in Group Ascend with Top Esports, our #1 team, going up against a fan favorite in Ninjas and Pajamas. My name is Graves, here joined alongside Trouble here for our second series. Welcome, Trouble. We got a fun one here. I know you're a big fan of Top Esports and what they've been doing lately, so excited to get into the series.
I am definitely not a big Jackie Love fan, and I will definitely not be biased today. That's my statement before we start.
Now with that out of the way, we can talk all about Jackie Love and Top Esports here, as we can take a look at their lineup as well, getting straight into things. Because they have been looking very good. However, they are on a bit of a slide, or you could say that for a team that has been as dominant as Top Esports. They lost their last series, long story short, to Anyone's Legends, and so they're looking to bounce back off of that one.
Oof, and they lost it in a very sad way as well. Like, to lose to them 2-0, there was actually no fight happening from the side of Top Esports in that particular series, and it actually raises a lot of question marks, right? Because Top Esports loses 2-0 to Anyone's Legend. Then Anyone's Legend loses 2-0 to BLG, and suddenly we had our #2 and our #1 out of the pack with Top Esports and AL, but our BLG are reinserting themselves in that top 2 conversation, and it's all a big mix in the LPL as well, where you can't really tell who your top 3 teams truly are.
Yeah, BLG with Beishwan coming in really has thrown a wrench into what our expectations are at the top of Group Ascend, because TES and AL have kind of been the consensus top 2, but I think a big thing kind of that has gone a little bit unnoticed is that Top Esports have been dropping a lot of games. A lot of their series have gone the distance to gone to 3 games, but they've been able to clutch up in those games 3s that mattered the most. And as we take a look at some of these replays, or just some clips of them overall, that is kind of the big question. Like, how consistent are they really as a team? Even though they are finding the series wins, not all of the games that they've played actually have looked super clean.
Yeah, I feel like Top Esports cannot clean out a series 2-0 to save their lives at this point, and usually it used to be their second game that would be dodgy, like they'd win their first one, and then okay, they'd drop the second, but they'll close out the series like really firmly. And now they have actually started dropping game once, one to IG, one over to AL. That AL series ended up being a 2-0 against Top Esports, and I feel like there has been a case where I made a joke to, I was like, choose one. Is Top Esports going to show up and Jackie Love's going to have a content game? Or is Jackie Love going to have, his game face on, and then Top Esports is just not going to play as good of League of Legends as we know them to play? And I think it has been a reoccurring theme, and it particularly lies around Cream. I just do not think he is having such a good season domestically as he had over in 2024. Even though the champions have not necessarily changed and they still are to his favor, they are still his cup of tea, I just do not think he has been as visible as he should be on the Rift.
And that's going to be a fun matchup to watch here in this series today, Trouble, because Cream is going to be going up against, one of the most popular players, I would say, in the LPL, and somebody who has maybe found a little bit of momentum for himself as well in Ninjas and Pajamas. We can pull up their roster right now as well. This was a team in NiP that was on a 7-match loss streak until last night, where they took on Weibo Gaming, a team that maybe was finding some footing of their own and taking them down in a 2-0 fashion. They have brought in Solo Kill to replace Shanji up in the top lane, and all of a sudden this NiP team has a little bit of life in them.
All I'm gonna say is that it started with success, right? They beat IG. And I remember particularly the celebrations from the side of Ninjas in Pajamas. They were off the roof. They were so ecstatic, so happy. Beating IG is a huge feat, and then it was downhill from there. They just couldn't close out a single series. They just actually did not look competitive to even take a game off of a series, right? And I feel like you can compare sort of BLG and NiP and say, okay, you take one piece out when the mental is not good to try and reset the team's mental, to try and reconfigure how you want to play the game. But I just don't think a top laner is as big of a piece as is a jungler, because particularly when you have Solo Kill playing on a side lane, playing the Science, who joins way later on, maybe you have the Ambessa, as we see here, versus Weibo Gaming, and you join again the fights later on, or you play more of the 1v1 style. I just think it's more about NiP figuring how they want to play. And I unfortunately saw this last year. Aki was just he just couldn't find his openings in the games. He just couldn't necessarily pair up with his mid laner. Obviously, last year, different mid laner. This year, different mid laner for Aki. But I feel like that mid jungle just needs a lot more work and a lot more synergy if NiP want to start chaining up their wins.
And we saw some aspects of that in this series against Weibo, which again, we were very much expecting Weibo to take care of business here but NiP actually ended up coming up with a 2-0 win. Somehow, some way. It was a couple of nice smites specifically from Aki, but I agree that the coordination still hasn't fully really been there just yet, with this iteration of the roster currently. I will say the solo kill, actually, I think played up himself a pretty good series, and Doinby on kind of easier to execute champions, I feel like is something that he is going to be pretty comfortable on and something that can help out with. And another addition here is that we are in Shenzhen, the home arena for Ninjas in Pajamas. We'll see if that gets them any sort of advantage, that home field advantage here, as we're about to start the walk-offs as well for this series.
Hey, it worked for WE. Didn't they get like 3 series in a row when they played in their arena? So maybe the home crowd right here, they're going to need it. They're going to need it. I know we meme a lot about top esports and how they're not necessarily, all consistent. You don't know which face you're going to see every single day. They're still like top 2 team in the LPL. Like with their game face on, they can beat any team. And I feel like their eyes are set over to the internationals as well. And right now is where you need to put a firm foot down and actually beat everyone else along your way for top esports. So NiP have a really tough task in their hands, which is beating them. And I feel like when you look over to top esports for NiP, which lane do you really hit? Because arguably, they've got the best jungler in the league, one of the biggest brains when it comes to the jungle in the likes of Kanavi. And Nike has been struggling on his own. And I feel like it will all come down to Doinby to dominate that mid lane, as Cream has not necessarily had a very firm look in this season. As I'll say he is top 3 for sure in terms of mid lane, but he hasn't shown that every single game.
Yeah, I feel like both of these mid laners have been very volatile, a little bit ups, a little bit of downs, and whoever really shows up today, I feel like will have the good chance to take this series. There's always that chance of some Doinby magic coming in, right? Even if this team is super, not favored, to say the least, against a team like Top Esports. We've always seen situations where Doinby is able to come in and do something a little bit crazy. And speaking of, that's going to be our 1v1, actually, to start things off in the mid lane between Cream and Doinby, maybe giving us a little bit of a preview of what to expect here in this series overall.
This is where you get to assert your dominance.
Exactly.
Before the best of begins, right? I will say something that I've noticed, though, like taking us off the rift a little bit. I'm seeing that Doinby flair missing for the last couple of series, right? He's usually the guy to cheer people on. You see the smiles, you see the drive, you see the passion through him, you see the flame when they're playing the game. And I think it's really been missing. And if the spirits are missing on Doinby, I cannot imagine what happens behind the scenes for NiP. And they truly need, even if they can't pull a victory right here, they really need to truly show that they are contenders for the top 3, top 4, top 5. Because NiP wasn't certain in that conversation back then. And starting right here, I think the 1v1s are a really cool way to sort of lighten the mood, if you will. We've seen when players lose, they kind of laugh at their own mistakes or what they've done in terms of the 1v1s. But hey, let's see. Is it going to be Corki versus Corki? Hope not.
I would really hope not. I have the Varus actually. I know maybe some people are Varus haters. I've actually thought that they've been fun in the 1v1s so far. We saw that happen. We saw this champion played in the first series as well. But yeah, talking a little bit further about this team overall for NiP, there were some reports that said that maybe they were struggling internally a little bit, having some miscommunications or some kind of just general disagreements. But I feel like that always happens when you're losing a lot. So hopefully that win against Weibo kind of righted the ship for them, bringing in a player like Solo Kill, and that could potentially try to lighten the mood a little bit, as it looks like we are going to get
Mirror.
A little bit more of a volatile matchup. Hey, the Jace is going to be fun at the very least.
Hey, I remember, who was it? It was Jackula versus, I can't remember who it was, and they played the 1v1. It was a mirror, Jace versus Jace. They went at it level 3. So, hey, I cannot wait. If anything, do not listen to Jackie Love Cream. He lost his 1v1 on Jace, so you do you, buddy. You trust your instincts. He doesn't know how to play Jace, you know better.
Yeah.
That's not locked in, is it?
Cream at least can play the Jace in the mid lane here. It's actually going to be the Lucian. So, maybe the situation would work better if it was Jackie Love playing the Lucian and Cream playing the Jace. But instead, we're going to get vice versa. Here, as I would be very surprised if this goes to really late in the game. These guys are going to be wanting to trade, wanting to fight very early on.
Ooh, actually pretty exciting right here. I believe that Cream is gonna probably want to fight at level 6. This is where you usually get the edge over Jace, because you've got the culling. Jace already has his ultimate ability, as it doesn't really change later on, so you really want to take control of that lane at level 6, potentially look for a kill onto Jace. I feel like things potentially like the flash are going to be very important for Lucian right here, since I said it every single time, when you're playing against an ability champion or an auto-attack champion, I think flash is just so important to dodge major abilities. Like, if you can dodge the shock blast, majority of Jace's damage is gone.
That's a good point. The summoner spells have been very all over the place. We've seen some exhaust, some ignites, some barriers, some snowballs even, and honestly, I feel like the flash kind of not as popular, but on the Lucian, I feel like it would actually make a decent amount of sense. We'll see what Cream does decide to go for here. As again, this is just for side select, but side select has been proven to be rather important here into the LPL specifically. As here we go, onto the Rift, or onto the Abyss, I should say, for this 1v1 between the mid laners here of Top Esports and Ninjas in Pajamas. We see Cream actually going for the Barrier Ignite for a little bit of extra damage and combat power.
Right, none of them opting for the flash here as well. I mean, to be fair, if you are playing right on top of Jace, flash doesn't necessarily do too much here, I guess. And again, at level 6, you do win primarily on having the extra spells of damage with the culling. So I feel like Cream is just going to play straight up for that 2v2 when that level 6 comes through.
On the other side for Doinby, you mentioned how Jaces like to fight level 3, or sometimes in these 1v1s. That's when you have maybe the biggest advantage, right? You have 6 abilities versus 3 technically here. So we'll see how aggressive Doinby wants to be. Hasn't been able to hit any of those shock blasts just yet. Cream actually doing a good job dominating this lane, using the piercing lights to chuck him out just a little bit. Now actually stepping forward here to try to duel early.
Ooh, very nice trade right there from Cream. Onto Doinby, of course. Doinby cannot push too far forward because the wave is going to be pushing towards him. Doesn't want to be playing into the wave. But every single time... Okay, guys. As just a little reminder, Ruler was in our league last year, and his Lucian has been engraved on the Rift. Usually what you do with Lucian on Summoner's Rift is put him over in the mid lane, which is the shortest lane. You bully whoever walks up, and then you use it to your advantage. Right here, this is pretty much a mid lane, right? It's just mid lane without the side lanes. It's Summoner's Rift mid. So all he does is just walk up, press E, pop all his spells, chuck down Doinby, and right here, even Cream, if he chucks him down too hard and he gets the back one too many times, he can even go for a tower?
Oh, look at that. Those summoner spells burn. As Doinby is ticking very low, Cream could probably dive in here and maybe pick up a kill. At least the plate, as there's a massive wave crashing in, and Doinby has to be very careful, but not stepping too far forward. Here we go. Piercing Light comes through, and the last minion proc, I think it was, is going to take down Doinby and get Cream that first kill.
Yeah, and right now you see level 6 as well on Cream. He's going to get to push in that wave. He's going to get to grab those creeps. He grabbed the extra tire plating from the tower. He's going to have extra gold in his pocket, as you can see. 1.9k for Doinby, and I think it was like 3 point something k for Cream. So he's definitely going to be so much stronger. Triple armor cloth into what I'm assuming is going to be a pickaxe. There you go, for the side of Cream. Infinitely stronger onto the Lucian. I mean, surely you're not going to wait until level 11s, right? Right here, you're just so much stronger straight up.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before, but whenever we're in these 1v1s and you see somebody building like defensive stats on a damage-focused champion, that means that it's looking a little rough for him. Potentially, he's Doinby with the triple cloth armors. Going to just try to withstand as much damage as possible, but maybe not going to block out much from the culling, as Cream already doing so much here. He's continuing to dash forward. One more auto will do it. As I think that was a Scorch, actually, that might have taken him down earlier. Damage there. Shout out to Yanni, who is actually helping us out here in our text comms chat, giving us a little bit of an update for there. Good catch here by them.
And now Doinby went back and purchased boots as well. I don't know if that's going to help at all. I mean, this matchup is still miserable. Now the tar plating is going to go over to Cream right here. This looks rough, man. I think Doinby expected probably like a 1v1 mirror with the Jace, but Lucian just dominates this matchup straight up. And yeah, that's getting rough right here. The poke, the tower being threatened as well now. Hey, maybe Cream had a better idea than Jackie Love mirroring the Jace, you know?
Because I don't think you get the picks revealed until you've already locked it in. So if there was some handshake agreement, and then Doinby was like, we're going to Jace mirror, and then Cream just locks in Lucian, like, that's BM, right? But if it was just, you know, picking something blind, then can't necessarily blame him. As it's looking very rough for Cream right now, or for Doinby right now, I should say. He's 2 levels behind Cream, who nearly has that full Blade of the Ruin King, and he's playing so defensive right now. At this point, you're playing for like the golf shot into the Ring of Fire if you're Doinby to have any sort of chance in this game. It's looking pretty difficult for you to pick up a kill on your own.
I think he cannot back at this point. Like, it's impossible for him to actually go back to base because Cream is just going to straight up take the tower. So now there's 2 threats, right? The kill when he's already 50% HP, and the tower if he resets to try and get extra items. But again, triple cloth, double Dorn's sword is just not going to cut it, and Doinby...
Colin just takes all that damage for free. And now Doinby's going to have a tough decision. Will he let Cream kind of take the tower in his face, or will he try to stand and fight? Clears up the wave rather nicely, and so will survive for at least a little bit longer. He wants that health shrine so bad. He's not even going to get the chance to have it proc. As Cream goes in, finishes off the kill, and it's going to be top esports with side select here in game 1.
Hey, I saw the head scratch on Jackula, by the way. He was like, that's what should have been picked potentially for the for the Jace matchup. All right. Again, we talked about establishing some dominance in that mid lane. I feel like it has been the weakest lane for top esports for a while now. And Doinby is one of those players that really did make a name for himself at bringing a lot more of those wacky picks. I know you mentioned Annie has been popping up a little bit more here and there, but still is not like a very firm, like, S-tier pick that we have as the Talias, the Rises and stuff like this that we've been seeing over in the LPL. So I feel like more of the weird, unconventional picks for Doinby have done wonders. He made his name on that. He won a world championship on making his name on that. So potentially, you can just outpush that mid lane and try to roam around the map, try to help solo kill, for example, or something like aggressive like the Ambassador that we saw. Could potentially be something that NiP could be looking to hit here.
I mean, that's exactly what Doinby was able to do when he won that World Championship alongside Crisp, actually, who's on the other side here for top esports. So a little bit of World Champion, FPX former members going at it against each other here. But yeah, I really like the look from the Annie that he had yesterday against Weibo. It did get a couple of those buffs, so that is definitely going to be a pick that we could think about at least in this current meta on this new Spirit Blossom patch, specifically for NiP, as somebody who can clear out, roam around the map, just become useful in these later game team fights. I think having Doinby on something that's a little bit easier to execute, and then just letting Leave and solo kill really like do all the mechanical stuff and kind of do the heavy lifting in those late game fights. That's what helps NiP win, I think, a lot of their games, and so that's what I'm looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like picks like Rise might, no pun intended, rise in priority for NiP, as it's just very easy to shove in that wave and roam, as we mentioned before. I feel like the bot lane of NiP also needs to step up. They're playing against the bot lane that is sink or swim for top esports, right? They're going to go hard at you. Sometimes it's going to fail, but mechanically, they have been some of the best players that we have in the LPL this split, as we are moving straight over to our first pick and ban for that series.
We'll see how the fans in Shenzhen decide to help out their team. Of course, didn't work out for them too much in the 1v1, as I think Cream actually has a very good record so far on this. So we have to check the numbers on that. But I feel like every time we see Cream in a 1v1, does pretty well for himself. As we're here in the picks and bans. I think there's a bit of a visual bug on our screen right now as the bans currently overlapping. But we do see a Rumble early pick, and it looks like they're going to try to fix that up for us real quick.
I also saw the Annie plus the Rise banned from the side of top esports, so we were right on the money right there. The two champions that Doinby could use to his advantage to take control over in the mid lane. Oh, this is so nostalgic, by the way. We're going back to the old picks and bans. Okay, all right.
Wow. Okay. Wow. We get the full screen here. As take a look here at top esports, starting off on the blue side. We saw that Rumble early locked in for them, and now with Doinby without some of his favorite champions that he's really thrived on throughout both this season and throughout his career. Interested to see where he turns to specifically. We've seen him use the Pantheon in the mid lane, although I don't think it's necessarily the best look for him. Mostly that is a jungler at this point. I think Aki would rather be the one to play in this one.
Is that Xin Zhao Talia? Possibly? It's never happened before. What a weird rotation right here. Rumble, Xin Zhao Talia. Very, very strong. And I feel like I'm with you on this one. I'm wondering what Doinby has in that mid lane, particularly because the Rise has been, in general, so successful at what he wants to do. But if things like the Corki gets locked in here for the set of top esports, because they're hovering it, only 2 seconds left, it's not going to be. I was about to say Talia would be a fantastic pick right here for Doinby. I like the Galio as well. Does follow up really nicely, does have the semi-global, can actually help and assist Aki in the jungle with that Pantheon to try and take a little bit more of an aggressive approach, potentially towards the top side of the map for solo kill, now that the Rumble has been locked in for the side of top esports.
So waiting for this final pick in the first rotation is actually going to be the Scion, likely going towards solo kill up in the top lane. Did pretty well on it, I believe, in game number 1 of their series against Weibo Gaming, but the Scion is a pick that has really risen in priority. You are kind of giving the Rumble a free lane, a free setup for 369 to kind of take over things, so I don't know how much that's going to impact things, but at least NiP setting themselves up for those team fights.
I am just a tad bit confused. I was about to say Scion makes so much more sense here if you want to prioritize it over the Galio, because there's no AD carries that can kill Scion very easily. One of them being the Kai'Sa, of course. Jackie Love on the other side has a world skin on it, who can go the Kraken Slayer plus on-hit route. But right here, currently, NiP are banning lane bullies, and of course lane bully the Ezreal together with something like the Karma, can really hard shove, Lucia Nami that we've seen the bot lane of top esports play before. However, Kai'Sa still up for grabs, one of those AD carries that does like to kill tanks, again can go for the on-hit Kraken Slayer route, and Galio was not taken out of the equation, so I wouldn't be surprised if NiP choose to play for that.
Still definitely a valid option, is you'd have a lot of those semi-globals, kind of a third one locked in here if that Scion has the unstoppable onslaught as well. Instead, it's going to be the Sylas picked up here for NiP. Doinby going to likely be piloting that one. Has a lot of good ultimates to steal so far. The Crescent Guard, the Equalizer can definitely provide a lot of value. And they're going to leave that last pick probably towards Crisp unless they're sending that Pantheon into the bot lane, which I don't expect to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be most likely a pick over on the bot side of the map. But right here, seeing how there's quite a bit of engage tools, like with Sylas as well, you could potentially go for something like a Braum if you want it over in the bot lane, assuming right here the top esports go for something like an engage support, like an Alistar or a Rel or anything along those lines. And you really need to win a lane on the side of NiP, and as you have left your support as R5, which is traditionally what a lot of teams do, you could potentially lock in something like a Braum to try and play to win that ball to the map and give Pantheon, give Aki a side to play for.
So Rel's going to get locked in here alongside the Misfortune for Jackie Love. We've seen him actually probably be one of the first players to really prioritize this bot lane pick, and obviously has risen a lot in priority. I see a lot of big AoE teamfight damage here that top esports are going to throw out. The Alistar for PP God would make a lot of sense. A nice counter into the Rel specifically in the laning phase, and that will be the selection here. So NiP set themselves up a very bruisery composition. They're going to want to scrap. They're going to want to fight kind of these long extended team fights here. And they have a lot of semi-globals to also get it done.
There's literally 4 beef bros and a Varus on the side of NiP. Because if you think about it, Sylas is sort of like an AP bruiser. He's not necessarily a mage. He's not as squishy as you think he is. So there's 4 champions that really like to buy time in front of a Varus. And seeing as this is most likely going to be a lethality Varus, because there's a lot of squishiness on the side of top esports, I fear that if top esports cannot get ahead in the early game, it's going to be very, very difficult to burn through the Scion later on. You don't necessarily really have champions that like to kill tanks, apart from that Rumble up in the top lane, who, sure, it's going to work early on the 1 to 2 items burning down the Scion, but later on it's going to be so difficult to take them down.
And with that being said, I'm excited to see what the mid-jungle here for NiP is able to do. Aki and Doinby, they were able to coordinate around the map well in their series against Weibo yesterday. Now on 2 bruisery, roam-heavy picks like the Pantheon and the Sylas, especially right now with the bot lanes currently kind of shifting away from that lane-focused, style. There's no enchanters. It is full engaged supports down here for these guys. I expect the grubs to be a very early priority. If Aki and Doinby can allow NiP to set themselves up around that nicely, that would be a really big win for them specifically to start this game off.
What I'm really worried about right here is, we talked about early on how top esports, if they run on all cylinders, they're a very scary team. They've got every champion they need to be that scary team. Jackie Love on Misfortune, Crisp on an engaged support. They've got Cream and Kanavi on one of the best mid-jungle duos to take control over in the early. Can they actually do it?
Or can NiP continue their success here as we are in their home arena of Shenzhen? We get a nice little graphic to open things up. It's game number 1 of this series between NiP and Top Esports. We'll see if our top team in the LPL will get challenged at all by the home squad.
So many pings going down in this early game. Kanavi and Cream are looking to potentially just drop a ward right there. Yeah, I'm gonna drop it down, walk straight out. It has been spotted, so I wonder if Aki is actually gonna walk around or even start at Raptors. There's 2 things you can do when your Raptors are being warded. You either start at Raptors and then you completely disappear off of vision, or you can start at Red Buff, do Krugs, and then wrap around Raptors and go over to your blue side. If if you're on red side, of course, like Aki is here. But he's gonna choose to do the first. He's gonna start at his Raptors that have been warded, and then he's most likely gonna disappear into Fog of War, and you will not know whether he went bot side or top side.
Just one little adjustment here that somebody like Aki will be able to make, knowing that that vision was placed down early on by the Talia and the Xin Zhao. You can see immediately going towards the Krugs, and we'll see how well he is able to actually navigate that Fog of War, as I think right now Top Esports are definitely very aware that he will be pathing towards the bot side eventually. The question is just how soon.
Alright, our 2 junglers right here are obviously pathing towards different sides of the map. Kanavi pathing towards the top side. Of course, Alia Rambo can push in early, so he's gonna get free access to that river to get the Skull Crab. I feel it has been the case for a lot of the junglers. Hold up.
Yeah, level 2 hit first by Leave and PP God, and that forced a couple of summoner spells, specifically off of the Alistar, who burned both of them onto Jackie, who just had to use his cleanse, but you can see they are really trying to play aggressive down here in the bottom lane.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That is crazy. That's some crazy stuff right here from Kanavi. Clearing out bot quadrant straight into bot lane gank. There are no wards down there for NiP.
Yeah, it's going to be a very risky gank if it does not go well, but they know PP God does not have any summoner spells, so they can go straight onto the cow. Third knockup will be available here for Kanavi, and he will find it for first blood to Top Esports. The response is a gank in the mid lane for Aki and Doinby, but they are only able to burn the flash of Cream.
Yeah, and right here, as he got the first blood, he's actually going to be able to back. Does he actually have Tunneler in his inventory? Not quite. He's gonna have the longsword. Of course, he didn't clear the top side of the map. What am I talking about? He's gonna have the longsword and the ruby crystal, but that team seems so much stronger on the map right now. Aki did get that gank off in the mid lane and did take Cream's both summoners after Cream had to TP back into that mid lane. However, right now on the map in terms of strength, Kanavi with the longsword and the ruby crystal in his inventory, he's gonna be stronger. I wouldn't even be surprised to see maybe a clear and then maybe trying to contest a double scalper right here, depending on where his bot lane heads off to.
Yeah, I'm curious to see just how quick Kanavi is able to get out back onto the map. If he will try to finish off that full clear or maybe focus on those crabs. Again, Aki went for a similar play. As soon as the bot lane gank happened for Kanavi, Aki went straight mid lane. However, it only resulted in a flash being burned from Cream. No kills going over. So Aki is going to have to revisit that position in order to find that advantage back for NiP to get themselves back on even footing a little bit in this game.
Oh, what's the minimap? What's the minimap? Both Kanavi and Aki have pinged the Raptors. Okay, Kanavi is going to take the Scout Crab, but they were both pinged. They were both pinged by the 2 junglers to go to the Raptor camp. Kanavi is actually heading there right now. He's using the TP timer from Doinby to try and contest. It's a little bit too late, but now he can actually beeline it. Look at the inventory of Aki. He hasn't backed yet. That's a level 4 Xin Zhao versus a level 4 Pantheon. However, the extra Ruby Crystal and Long Sword allows Kanavi to play a lot more aggressive in this river, but he doesn't have friends.
Yeah, the bot lane push from leaving PP God. Gonna allow for Aki to take this one, despite the fact that he doesn't have a smite, and Kanavi could have been able to steal it away from him by using that spell, but just a little bit too risky, all things considered. As now, Jackie and Chris definitely know that Aki's in the area, so they have to be very cautious about how aggressive they want to play here. But speaking of cautious, Leave definitely has to be as well, as he gets knocked up by the crash down, but it's going to be matched here by Aki rejoining the fray. Kanavi here as well when Becomes Lightning comes through, but there's no Audacious Charge to continue the chase, and so the rest of the NiP team will back on out.
Yeah, if you look at the minimap as well, Cream was already on his way down bot lane. He's not going to be lining back towards mid to try and push out the wave that Doinby has been trying to crash once he saw Cream heading towards the bottom of the map. And we still have a 3v3 going strong towards that bot side. Of course, Aki has to stay around since the wave has been pushed way further than the midpoint on that bot lane, so he's actually shadowing his bot lane to crash in that wave. And once they do, they're just gonna reset. I am expecting to potentially even see a swap towards the top side of the map. A lot of teams have been doing this, where if they don't want to fight, they'll play towards the top side of the map, and then they will trade void grabs and pressure towards the top side of the map for that early dragon. But I feel like trading an early dragon to top esports is never gonna go well. And looking at the minimap right now, the bot lane from NiP was heading bot, and then they just turned around and started going top.
I think, yeah, we discussed it a little bit going into the draft, but with the fact that it's not like double enchanter lanes in the bottom side, these grubs are going to be very important, and we're going to get some maybe callback to the Noxus patch a little bit when teams would just rotate up to around that top side, because NiP definitely want to skirmish here early on. And again, to clarify things here, they're definitely still the underdogs in this series against top esports, even though they picked up a win against Weibo yesterday and are maybe gaining some momentum. We're not expecting them to necessarily, you know, be the favorites against top, who's, again, the kings of the LPL so far this season. But anything can kind of happen here, and NiP want to scrap. They're going to try to do it here around these grubs.
Oh, Kanavi was just about hiding into fog of war. Typical overextends. It's anywhere near that pixel bush right there. He's going to get jumped on by Kanavi. He's going to turn around, go for that grub. Krug? Frog? You know what? There's too many that sound the same.
Yeah.
Crab, Krug, Grub. You know, Krug. There you go. Thank you. But right now, you are most likely trading. Look at the insta swap from NiP coming through. Reminder, this was the team that brought lane swaps, guys. This was the team that in 2024 brought back lane swaps. So they're really, really good at rotating around the map. A lot of the pieces have remained the same. Some of the pieces have swapped around. But Aki would know about lane swaps because he was there. And right now, you are pretty much leaving that dragon uncontested, going over to NiP. Kanavi has no interest in walking into this river whatsoever.
So some time to go for the grubs, and also time for solo kill to maybe find one of those on to JackieLove. Already has to flash away, but solo kill has a lot of damage still to work with and just refuses to go down. The big beefy Scion picks up the 1v1 kill, but all of a sudden that 1v1 has become a 1v2 as 369 and Crisp have arrived. Solo kill will try his best to clear out this wave, but he's going to be very happy with this situation. A good death overall, as some Europeans would like to say, as solo kill gets on the board for NiP.
Absolutely, the solo bolo coming through for solo kill on the top side. I'm not sure what JackieLove was thinking right there. Level 5 into a level 7 Scion at that point. Walking up to lane, trying to crash the wave. Crisp had already roamed mid, and these are the situations where you start questioning top esports, right? They let go of that dragon down bot lane, yet the team actually started moving as if they were trying to contest. But then they didn't have setup, but then Kanavi didn't look interested into taking that, and JackieLove was left all alone, overextended, and ends up getting punished. As Doinby has got to burn his flash right here to get away from a Talia W. But again, these are the situations that make you question top esports as like the top team of the LPL. They had no business like getting JackieLove killed right there for once, and two, moving to contest a dragon that was never theirs.
They will eventually get all 3 grubs off of that place. Kanavi's able to grab those, but it comes at the cost of Leave picking up 2 plates for himself towards the top lane. Let's see how this play started off. JackieLove wanted a plate, and that was his fatal flaw in that fight.
Okay, you know what? I'm actually going to expose us right now.
Okay.
We were chatting on whether top esports was going to be really good, and Jackie was going to have his classic content moments here and there, right? Or a lot of the times we've seen top esports not necessarily perform their best, and then JackieLove puts his game face on and tries to drag them across the finish line. You said it's going to be the first one. JackieLove throws some content here and there. So far, it's working.
You know, JackieLove always wants to keep things interesting, keep the games a little bit closer.
He delivers.
For better or for worse here, making us entertained at least on the desk. And unfortunately for him, that resulted in him dying a little bit earlier than expected here in this game. The rest of his team doing very well for themselves, you know, specifically 369 farming out very nicely. Kanavi getting that first blood kill, definitely getting him at slight advantage over Aki in this matchup. Then it's Jackie. Only death so far from top esports. We're gonna keep our eye on you, man, for the rest of this game.
You know,
don't have it happen again.
Real deaths don't really matter, you know, just like content deaths really truly matter. I remember a particular dash on Lucian into 3 people. That was fun. That was fun.
Yeah.
And he's 2 series ago, I believe. I don't think it was versus AL. I can't remember which team it was versus, but hey, that was fun as well. But the map dead even. You're right, 700 gold difference between the two teams doesn't really account to anything. However, if you look in the inventories, the Leandris already completed for 369. I feel like top esports, if they want to play around neutral objectives right now, they have to leverage the fact that 369 is ahead of the curve versus anyone else, and they have to use that Leandris early on. I feel like if they want to fight with the Misfortune as well, you need to wait for that Bloodthirst there. It's such a huge spike for Misfortune, makes it a little bit more tanky as well, can withstand, you know, playing against the Silas and the Phantom that are definitely going to be trying to find ways to dive into the backline.
Yeah, you get the added ability to stay at full HP, which will help out your W as well. Very useful item overall is that Bloodthirster. It seems like there's not a lot of neutral objectives to fight for on the map though right now. So I think at this point, top esports are okay with kind of just waiting to scale up. I think overall their composition does decently well in those late game team fights, but so does NiP's, to be fair, as we're starting to see them kind of scale as well. We didn't mention this really at the top of the game, but Leave is going for the on-hit Varus build with that Blade of the Ruined King going to come in first. So we'll help him a little bit in terms of dishing out some additional damage. Crisp going to get caught out here by everybody of NiP. It's 3 members collapsing upon the realm to take her down. And now Kanavi is going to be the next target as top esports just overstaying their welcome. 5 members in the mid lane for NiP are going to get themselves the feat of warfare.
Yeah, on the other side, 369 is trying to take a couple of tower platings, but that was an overextension right there. Crisp and Kanavi group up together to try and get some vision as the Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds and they want to have some setup to fight for it, right? As their first key items are starting to come through from top esports. But huge props to NiP for grouping up, pulling the TP through from solo kill as well to try and solidify the first 2 kills. And we said that potentially their win versus Weibo gaming wasn't the one that was going to solidify the fact that NiP are back with the addition of solo kill into their roster. However, getting a key victory right here versus top esports, they could then reinsert themselves in that conversation for top 3, top 4 over in the LPL. And stats right here, so far that early game has gone really, really well for them. And you mentioned as well, their whole team scaling on Kid Virus as well scales really, really nicely into the late game. Specifically when things like the Jackshaw is coming through later on in his build, he does get tankier too. So if top esports don't manage to snowball that advantage, particularly through that top side of the map that they have on the Rumble, it might be a little tough for them in that late game.
Yeah, and even though there's a fair amount of damage from top esports, looks like they're still not going to be relenting on that pressure as NiP going in for another play on a 369, who is the strongest member at this point for top. They force his flash, they force 369 to back on away, and top side is now controlled by Ninjas in Pajamas.
However, for top esports, I feel like this is fine. Because Kanavi was looking at the Dragon anyway. They want to stop the stacking. TP is going to come through from 369 to push down that bot lane wave. As Crisp is shadowing Cream over on the top side to not get dived. There is plenty of vision in general, as you mentioned, over on the top side of the map for NiP. Of course, trying to keep Leave alive at this point. He does have a couple of items. He's looking for his Blade of the Ruined King to come through as a first item for the Virus. And so far, so good. We go back to pretty much dead even. You'll see that, again, majority of the gold lead lies on 369's Rumble, but the rest of the map is dead even everywhere.
Yeah, and again, just NiP is starting to try to claw back towards the standings. This is not the position that they were hoping to be in at this point in the year. They started off Group Ascend 2-1. They then lost 7 matches in a row until that streak was finally broken by that 2-0 over Weibo Gaming, who is certainly a formidable opponent in their own right. But if they're able to play a competitive series, even the series against top esports, first of all, we'd be in just such a crazy position that nobody would truly understand here in Group Ascend. But it would make them feel pretty good about themselves going in. Yeah, I mean, honestly, maybe not. I mean, they've been playing...
Like, yesterday was a full day of upsets. Then AL also beat top esports. So would we really be surprised? It would just be classic LPL action, right?
That's just, yeah, the story of what this Split 2 in the Ascend group has looked like. Just random teams beating random teams. As it's like Doinby might get caught out here a little bit. He steals with the Crescent card, but I don't know if it's going to buy him enough time. He jumps over the Weaver's wall, but he's going to get flicked right back by the seismic shove, and Jackie Love will pick up the kill.
Actually, the knock-up right there did not allow him to flash over that Talia W. He could have potentially flashed over the wall. There were, of course, other flashes that could follow through from the side of top esports, but I'm happy to see that Doinby did not actually burn his flash right here. I think the later fights to come are going to be much more important for him. But with 17 seconds on a death timer and no TP from the side of Doinby, I don't think NiP do have much business in looking up this river to try and contest. As you see, Solokill has positioned himself in the river to try and do the full run from bot to top with the ultimate, but it's not going to be the case. He's going to return down the bot lane to push out the wave.
So that's just a big swing of things for top esports. Not only do they get the kill on the Doinby, they pick up the Rift Herald and they'll likely break open this top lane tier 1 turret that will get them first turret, that will get them the full feats of strength. And overall, top esports feeling very good about where this game is once again. That lead jumping back up to 2K.
A little bit more split even on the lead that they have in the gold leaders right now. Between the Taliyah and the Rumble, guess what? They still don't have a Sion killer. The later this game goes, the stonks are rising for Solokill onto the Sion if they can actually manage to properly form a front to back from the side of NiP. Mind you though, top esports have 2 really big teamfight disruptors. Hold up.
Yeah, there's that Sion immediately making an impact as there comes that beef squad once again down to the bot lane. They shut down 369 and pick up another kill for NiP. Response though for top will be popping that Rift Trail for Kanavi in the mid lane. They're going to try to break open this tier 1. They will be able to do that successfully, but they are losing waves in their side lanes as we speak as well.
Yeah, great pick right here from NiP. They are going to pay with the mid lane tower, as you mentioned as well. Really quick response from top esports, losing their top laner, taking something in return right here. You'll see Cream heading towards the top side to respond to the wave. There is no TP from 369, so unfortunately for top esports, they're going to lose their bot lane tower. However, again, from NiP, grabbing those skills early on Pantheon, on Sion, to try and snowball further towards that late game is actually super, super key. As you see, first items are starting to come through for everyone on the Reef right now. We've got a minute and a half until the next dragon. Talking about the front to back of NiP, I was saying that Taliyah and Xin Zhao are great teamfight disruptors. They can split apart fights. They can actually stop a formation from happening, the classic front to back that we talk about for NiP, and particularly on that rift on the bot side of the map. That wall that you're seeing the banners on towards the bot side is a key wall that can actually disrupt fights and split apart front to backs.
Well, here's the question though, Trouble. Like, do NiP even want to play that full front to back? Obviously, leave on the Varus gonna have to be protected somewhat, but I think right now there's 4 tanky melee champions that could just go in, dive the back line, play very aggressive, play disruptive League of Legends. So that I think is going to be what NiP's game plan is going to be. They set up a very fun composition for themselves where they're going to just send those health bars straight in to anybody on top esports and see if anyone can take them down. It's going to be an interesting watch for sure.
Absolutely. And I feel like right here you see Jackie Love going straight for the extra armor pen in the inventory.
Yep.
Last Whisper instantly purchased into Lord Dobbs, like try to break the armor before the armor bundles up onto the Sion, right? As they're walking solo kill.
Lands that decimating smash, but he's immediately going to get dashed on here by Kanavi. The Weaver's Wall is big by splitting Leave up for the rest of his team. The Magnus Storm will find 2 from Chris, but not a ton of damage so far really dealt just yet for top esports. And it's solo kill to pick up the first one here. It's traded back as the bullet time will take down the Scion, and it's 1-for-1 overall so far in this fight. Doinby has the flash with the seismic shove. Kaki lands a nice stun. Doinby steals away the Crescent Guard and is able to pick up the kill on Kanavi. PP God jumps in with a 2-man pull, and now Ninjas in Pajamas are starting to come back here in this fight. Doinby will drop, and 369's burning Leaf down to the back end of things. It is a wild one here around the Dragon Side River, but top esports will come out on top. It's a double for 369, and PP got the lone survivor.
Wow, what a fight actually, right? I am mind blown. Top esports got out of this fight alive. It was an absolute bloodbath, but they put themselves in that situation. I literally talked about this wall over the top side of the river, and I'm like, you put yourself there, you put yourself in being sandwiched, and look at this. Silas on the right, the rest of NiP on the left, Jackie Love in the midst of everything. Only Cream is playing it safe right here, playing over the wall. Jackie Love literally stands still to cast bullet time, but Kanavi saves him last second from Doinby hitting his E on him by ulting him away. And then top esports win that fight, but then recommit into the same exact position that really put them into a tough one. Luckily for them, 369 gold came out on top right here, and they were able to take this fight down. But I'm not gonna lie to you, the positioning right here and then re-engaging in the same exact positioning would be very, very sketchy for top esports.
It was a close fight, all things considered, but overall, at the end of the day, it was top esports to come out on top. You have to give a lot of credit to 369 on the Rumble there, doing a ton of damage, burning down Leave, specifically on the back end of things. And then the rest of the Beef Squad, not really as beefy as we're hoping them to be, as Dragon already has been picked up for top, but now NiP want to try to complete the collapse. Teleport came in from Doinby. They're looking for Chris, who's going to be able to jump for the wall with the crash down, solo kill. Kind of 1v3ing at this point, but he's going to get flicked right back with the seismic shove. Equalizer comes out. It's the one that was stolen away, I believe, by Doinby. And so it means that NiP are going to get out with their lives, but this overall top esports happy about things because they were able to pick up the Dragon.
Pick up the Dragon and they drive NiP out, but
Oh,
Cream now.
Cream's completely caught out. He gets set up by the abscond abduct of Doinby, and the piercing arrow from Lee will take him down here. Now here comes Chris. Oh, there's a really nice Magnus Storm combined with the Equalizer. The Wombo combo will just burn Lee down from 2 screens away. But look at the back line. It's Doinby and Aki doing some work as well, but the work is just not enough. 369 is massive on this Rumble. Overheated onto Aki, getting himself the double kill, and now it's only PP got left alive. Chris gonna try to stun him down. There goes Kanavi, and it's a full ace picked up here for top esports.
Hey, all I'm going to say that topside for top esports is bailing them out right now. Not that I blame Cream for trying to shove down that bot lane. However, top esports wrapping around really nice flanks, hiding in the bush from NiP. And let's watch this one more time. Pippi God hiding in the bush, just like Faker does in his account. They grab Cream right there, and this is a 4 versus 5 that top esports commit into. And look at this, no one's protecting Jacula, bottom left of your screens. Doinby jumps him, then Aki jumps him. However, 369 is just cleaning out house. That Rumble is absolutely massive. And we said from the beginning, if top esports would manage to snowball the extra goal they have on this Rumble, they'd be able to get past the point where they cannot break through the Sion. Now we're talking about 2 items Rumble. He's got the extra boots upgrades. He's got the Seeker's arm guard in his inventory as well. The extra safety right there for the next fight. 369 is truly set up to carry this game for top esports.
Yeah, and this was kind of the issue of picking the Sion into the Rumble. You're going to be able to do fine as a Sion, but you're also giving 369 a free lane, and he's been able to take advantage of that in full. 6-1-4, as you mentioned. He's 3,000 gold ahead of the Sion at this point. He's a massive player in this game, and now they're going to look for another fight. Here goes Cream. A really nice seismic shove will find 2. The blast cone away is not going to save Pipigana. Kanavi will then pick it up. Another 2 kills go the way of top esports as they're starting to run away here with this game.
Yeah, pings on the Atakan as well. 2 members down, no smite for NiP, free Atakan on the bot side for top esports. Extra flowers for the bouquet, and honestly, the early game didn't look as stable. However, again, that top side of the map has been absolutely stellar. The disruptive abilities from Kanavi to break apart the fights, not allow NiP to front to back. 369 has had incredible flanks. I believe he's found Leave every single fight. Talking about Leave though.
Dodged away from the shove, but here comes 369 with the equalizer. That's not fair. As you can see the start of that power, the Thornbound Otacon, just a little bit on display here as they take down the Leave in the top side. Here comes the response though from NiP. They send their top side down bottom lane to try to take down Jackie Love, but Kanavi is too big. He's going to try to solo out Aki and will do so successfully. Finally, Doinby with the stolen away Magnus Storm will take it down Jackie Love, but now the rest of the team has arrived. Cream coming with a TP, going to try to save the day here for his squad, but Doinby is starting to come online as well, and NiP find a fight right back.
Great skirmish right here from NiP. They see 369 up top lane without the TP and they instantly pick a fight. On top esports, reminder, all this gold lead is primarily on the Rumble. So the fact that Rumble could not join was the key factor for NiP to press their W buttons forward. And it actually worked for them. They got a couple of shutdowns right there. They shut down Kanavi. They got a couple of kills on key carries. And a few more items are starting to pile up in the inventories right now. The Black Cleaver, the Rift Maker, the Rage Blade as well for Leave. 3 items for Leave right here. And you could say that this virus is truly well online in this game.
It's true. Starting to get there. And that's where NiP can maybe see a little bit of a semblance of hope for themselves. But the gold lead really balancing against them. It's almost 5,500 for top esports. A lot of it, as we said, is on that top side, but we saw how strong Kanavi is now with the Black Cleaver completed. He's 1v1ing Aki at this point, a full level ahead of him. And all that to say, when the top side for Top Esports is around, it will not be as fair of a fight for Ninjas in Pajamas. As they're going to need to continue to find picks, find these numbers advantages, find Top Esports caught off guard without the full force of their squad kind of all together at the same time.
Yeah, and right here, Doinby is hearing you. He's like, hey, since Rumble is joining for this fight, and it's only going to be sole point for Top Esports, might as well push the top side of the map. It's a bit uncontested right now, so he gets to get a level 16 onto his Sylas, 3 points onto his ultimate ability, gain a bit more gold through that push that he had over on the top side, grabbing that tower as well. So a little bit of gold influx into his inventory. Is that going to be a Seeker's Arm Guard? It is going to be a Seeker's Arm Guard. Trying to play like for a little bit of the surprise factor, I want to say. A lot of the times it is surprising, but a lot of the times you tend to forget that this Seekers is in someone's inventory, so if you overcommit, it can be a big surprise, and it has turned a lot of fights around. I think the most important thing, though, would be Terminus probably being what Leave is building as his third. Again, a lot of defenses on that Varus could be huge. You've got 2 items now onto your side as well, so he should be able to withstand a little bit more of that damage thrown his way. And we'll see if NiP can actually get a proper front to back going for them.
Yeah, because we mentioned the way NiP want to play the game. Not a ton of protection for Leave. It takes a Scion or dashing forward like this on a Jackie Love, but it's responded to with a huge Magnet Storm from Chris. Combined with that bullet time, it's bursting down the front line of Ninjas in Pajamas. They've already lost 2, and now it's Doinby stuck in the middle of everything with the Crescent Guard. Leave just gets bursted instantaneously. Doinby popping the Zonias, but it's far too late. Top Esports dominate the fight that Ninjas in Pajamas started, and they'll find themselves the Baron as a reward.
See, that's the magic of Jackie Love, everyone. You think he's inting, he's not inting. It's a call an ambulance, but not for me incident. They overextend, it's too far close to the tower. Top Esports were around, instantly respond to it. And again, Kanavi playing such a huge part in this fight. What's this? They're like, oh, it's a classic Jackie Love. He's overextending, he's getting very greedy for the wave. They're pulling the TPs, they're pulling the Sion ult, they're pulling the Pantheon ult, but everyone is around. And look at Kanavi right here. He's gonna pop his ult and instantly dive onto Leave. We mentioned how important it is that this Varus stands still to try and ult attack. Kanavi takes him straight out.
I was just about to say before that fight unraveled that the Terminus might help somebody like Leave stay alive for a little bit longer in these fights, but that clearly did not end up becoming the case, as not tanky enough just yet with Kanavi diving on top of him. And I'm very surprised that NiP went for that kill. They threw both of their ultimates straight down the mid lane when there's still that tier 1 tower available that Jackie was just able to retreat to. So a big mistake there from NiP, I think over-forcing a little bit on that fight. And now they've given up the Baron. They're going to have to try to withstand this onslaught that Top Esports are going to have. They have all 3 grubs, they have the Baron. These towers are going to melt.
Look at this Rumble, he's level 17. PP God is level 12. He's 5 levels up on the support on the other side. 3 items, Hourglass coming back up. He's got his upgraded boots. 369 is an absolute monster on the Rift right now. Cream is going to push in that mid lane wave as well, so they can have 2 sides of pressure for the side of Top Esports. So now one wave got burned, they're going to wait for the other one so they can shift a little bit of that pressure towards that mid side. However, majority of Top Esports is going to group up over in the bot lane because that is much easier to join with Weaver's Wall as well. Next wave is coming through. The Top Esports is going to walk it up.
Yep, that inhibitor tower already just melting. The inhibitor likely to follow here in the bot lane. There's another wave of supers, or Baroned up minions, I should say, cruising down the mid lane as we speak as well. Still so much time on this Baron power play, and NiP gonna have to do something quickly. Otherwise, the game is just going to end. Their base is going to be in disarray, and they're going to try to do something here with the Grand Starfall and the Unstoppable Onslaught, but it only finds Chris so far. The bullet time is once again huge, but there's a big knockup that comes through from PP God. Will it be enough to save the fight here for NiP? Leave gets caught up, and Cream was still untouched on the back line, and the answer to that, her first question, was undoubtedly no. NiP looked for the angle, but they weren't able to find it. They pick up 4 kills, and Top Esports are still marching down the mid lane, and they're going to end this game.
That TP coming through as well for 369, coming back to seal the deal. His 4th item in the inventory, and only Aki left alive to defend the base.
Not going to be able to do so. Blocking a little bit of damage. The seismic shove comes through. And a clinic in game number 1 here for Top Esports, proven why they're the #1 team here in the LPL, making a statement game 1 win over NiP.
Oof. who angered them? I mean, we know who angered them, I guess.
It was AL.
Yeah, it was AL. Top Esports. I won't say the early game looked the cleanest, but I'm so happy to see 369 in this form, man. Especially when a team B wants a rumble just like this, to see the rumble actually pop off in the early game. Of course, Kanavi did give some attention towards the top side of the map, but I feel like Kanavi and 369 truly did push this game forward for Top Esports, and they are the two players that we're looking to shine, especially with 369 or something a little bit more aggro, other than like the tanks he's been put to play early on in the season.
If you give him the rumble, he's going to lock it in. And we saw what he's able to do with it there in that game. An excellent performance for him. Would not be surprised if he runs away with that player of the game here for this first matchup, as Top Esports take that 1-0 lead over NiP. And it looks like maybe that magic for NiP against Weibo yesterday, not going to work the same specifically here against, again, the team that is currently first in the standings.
I feel like there was some sort of NiP magic happening. Like, they found their ways to play the game, but I just felt like half of the team wanted to dive in, half of the other team wanted to stay behind, and they had an on-hit Varus. If you are going to play for an on-hit AD carry, you sort of have to keep a formation, you sort of have to play the front to back. You cannot allow things like the Zinzao or the Rumble to get into the backline. I just feel like Leave wasn't necessarily given the terrain to play the AD carry, to stand still and ramp up with the Rage Blade and actually do some damage in these fights. I actually personally don't think he needed to. I feel like there wasn't anyone that was particularly tanky that the on-hit Varus was needed for. And it could have been a case of, you go lethality, maybe you can actually help kill those backline targets with an arrow flying through. But this wasn't the case. We saw a few attempts, it just didn't work out. I feel like Top Esports were super quick in replying to those super hard engages from the side of NiP.
Yeah, and the go buttons were pressed a lot by NiP, but maybe just not at the best times as well. Top Esports seemed like they were prepared for any of those initial onslaughts very well, across multiple times throughout that first game. And the couple of times that it looked like NiP were actually able to find something, it was because 369 wasn't there, right? And so without him there, it results in being a little bit more of a fair fight. But take a look at this gold graph. Very Top Esports favorite, especially as we got towards the 15-20 minute mark. Everybody really contributing. The bullet times from Jackie Love, I think, adding significantly to that damage Delta Champions chart.
And look at the damage in general, the distribution. Like, you could lose 369, but Kanavi on this Zinzao, like, I've not seen damage coming through from a Zinzao in a very long time, specifically against like tanky targets as well, like the Sion and whatnot. Jackie Love Cream, like, they all fully contributed. You lost one member, you had 3 more that could pump that damage out from the side of Top Esports. And I feel like NiP is very lucky because these champions are now gone from the side of Top Esports, but I feel like you gave them their best sort of composition and champions once they can play really aggro. Misfortune on Jackie, you've got Kanavi on Zinzao. Now you need to lock it in. Now you need to play for potentially what I'm assuming is going to be a blue side for the side of NiP. Maybe look for something that roams just a little bit more for Doinby, because by the time Doinby came online, the game was already too far gone.
Yeah, I mean, the Sylas can sometimes have that roaming potential, but when you go for things like the Roa specifically, it creates situations where you're going to want to maybe scale up a little bit more. I also don't love the Sion for solo kill. I feel like his best games so far have been on bruisers and things that he can maybe find some more solo kills on, specifically in the top lane 1v1. And so maybe that could be an angle for NiP to look towards as well. A lot of struggles here for them. Seemed like they were not super coordinated on how they wanted to execute some of these team fights. Leave felt like he was left out to dry a ton, even though there were some good moments.
Yeah, like this one, for example, they managed to get a pick over on the side lane, right? And even though this looked like an NiP favorite fight, you mentioned Leave. Look at Leave. He's stuck over on the top side of the map with the rest of the team from Top Esports, and Jackie Love's gonna end up going down. There's way too many things committed, though, for Jackie Love to go down, and by the time he does, the rest of Top Esports has dispatched of the other members that we talked about earlier, and then they're turning their attention to whoever is remaining from the side of NiP. I feel like there were a few whoopsies in drafts right here for NiP. One is you pick the Sion, but then you ban Lucian and Ezreal, who are not particularly good tank healers anyway. So you pick a Sion, but then you play to have a strong bot lane as well, as you are on right side and do have counter pick. So I feel like NiP tried to overcook a little bit right here in the draft. Didn't work out. It showed on the Rift as well with how the team sort of like double perform, dive in, but not really. And it just wasn't an easy game for them to play out.
Yeah, and especially if, our observers seem to be having some beef with Doinby. They're showing every single time he missed a chain, seemingly. As this was the big wombo that I think truly broke the game open. It was another instance of NiP kind of overforcing a fight where they didn't really have a super easy engage, and then they send all their tools forward, and it allows for Kanavi to just pick up an easy kill onto Leave, who's really their main source of damage at this point in the game.
Yeah, I feel like the unspoken hero of this game has been Kanavi. I feel like he played a huge disruptive force. You mentioned also not letting Lee play the game. Look at him. Every single time a fight started, he just dive in, press ult, split them apart, formation, gone. And that's why we've been mentioning Zinzao as a big teamfight disruptor, because he really does like spreading apart a fight. And especially when you've got so much agency in your team, you don't really care about a formation yourself. So Kanavi did a great job at facilitating so that then Rumble in return can get fed. But I'll agree with you on your earlier statement. I feel like 369 definitely saved that early game for Top Esports.
Absolutely. And so they are up 1-0 in this series, as we said, against NiP. Just a little bit until we get our full player of the game prediction. Do you have any calls on who it is? I think it's 369.
It has to be 369. I mean, I don't see a world where he isn't. He saved so many fights, right? He TP'd in, he was taking towers in the side lane. He was ahead in his lane as well, as he should be versus the Sign in the early. There you go, 9-1 and 2. 80% kill participation for a top laner is absolutely mind-blowing. Dude was everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, completely popping off on this Rumble. Fortunately for him, won't be available for the rest of the series, but shout out to 369, who I think has been a really big part, even though sometimes it's a little bit, underneath the table of why Top Esports have found some really good success in both Split 1 and Split 2, especially here on the domestic stage of the LPL. But they still have to close this series out, and we've seen NiP do some magical things before. We'll see if the question remains on if Top Esports are the most dominant team, or if they'll run away with this one in a 2-0 sweep. We've got the draft for game number 2 between TES and NiP right after this. Welcome back here to LPL English, where we are going on to our second game of our second series. Top Esports up 1-0 over Ninjas in Pajamas. Grapes alongside Trouble to ask you one singular question. Have you ever heard of a little thing called MOBA Trainer? It is a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. Just boot up the program and work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You can select your puzzle from a map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. And we're going to do one right now while we're waiting for game number 2. Now, you might remember earlier on in the show, Cubby and I unlocked a new pathway here, Trouble, for ourselves to look at here. So any one of these, I believe we can take a look at and try to clear out.
Okay, so we do fighting or no?
I like fighting. I'm down to
I
fight.
like fighting too. All right, let's do it.
Which
But
one?
I'll
here?
probably get all of them wrong because when it comes to fight, I'm like, yeah, go all in. Yeah, go all in. Yeah, go all
Let's do target prioritization. That sounds
in.
fun.
Ooh, okay, cool.
And we can unlock that with one of our keys that we used and received by playing a lot of these games. You get some keys every day, I believe. We'll go...
Let's do Phil.
Phil? Yeah, we'll Phil.
Yeah.
All right. So I think we get a couple of these different patterns here. You get on a current training path, and once you finish it, you unlock the chest, and you're able to, start off on your next journey. So let's kick things off. Oh, we're playing a Skumon here. It's going a little
We are
G2
Skumon.
vibe.
Okay. Top 3 on the ladder. Okay. Let's see.
What a taunt by our Galio here. Okay, so we can pick to go on which singular target here. I think it has to be Ezreal.
It has to be.
He
He has no
fed,
flash.
right?
He has no flash, right?
Let's go on the end. Let's see if that's
Let's
the
go on
right
Ezreal.
answer. Ooh.
Huh?
See, this is where maybe I'm not as good at this right here. It looks like instead the target is the other 2 players because Ezreal has the escape tool.
Syndra had flash.
She did use it and still died somehow. I don't know about
Hey, it still worked. It still they killed the Ezreal, so point for us.
We need revenge. We need
Invisible
revenge.
point. Invisible point for us. Let's go.
Yes. Let's do one more here as
right.
playing as I think Neela.
We are Nilla, okay. With Sona, very nice. Lots of healing, lots of shielding. Cool.
Yeah, we're getting
that dive?
potentially dove here. Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, RIP Sona.
Okay. Who do we all in on here?
Well, you can't really all in. You have to play defensive here, no? You can all in Nautilus, I guess. He's level 4.
Is
and
he
you're under
tanking
tower.
aggro right now? I think he is. So
yeah,
maybe
yeah, he is.
if we
All in Naut?
try to lock him down. It's
Yeah,
either
screw
that or
Nautilus.
back off.
Get
Okay,
him.
Nice.
Perfect.
Part of me was like, we don't have too much crowd control because we're not level 6 yet, so maybe it's a little bit riskier, but it looks like it actually ends up working out. I don't know too much about the limitations of this champion.
Look at us. We got a kill. We got a kill.
We did. That was all us.
All us.
that did that there. So yeah, if you enjoyed that, subscribe for 20% off and unlimited puzzles by using our code LPL20. Proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers and the LPL English unofficial broadcast. So start leveling up your game today with MOBA Trainer. We got a little bit better at picking out which priorities we should be focusing on here in teamfights. That might be something that Ninjas Pajamas need to do a little bit better in this series because they had the composition that was full dive, full going in, and they really did not do a good job at finding their right angles at all a lot of the time. And so going into this next game, they're on blue side, gonna have to go back to the drawing board and maybe pick a little bit of an easier to execute composition for themselves.
I'm wondering what they're gonna choose to prioritize right here because a lot of the big picks have been taken out. Chase potentially could be something that solo kill could be looking into. Nico has been left open as well. Okay.
Wow.
Lucian suddenly is top of its game again. Now, there's 2 ways you can go with Lucian. You've got the Milio. You also have things like the Nami you can pair it up with as well. But looking in the Ezreal right here, you're running into a problem where this could be an Ezreal Karma lane, and it really hard shoves into Lucian.
That's true. We're kind of going back in time, right, to the 2023,
To last year.
2022, or yeah, when these big poke bot lanes were really popular. Kind of be covering a bunch of different junglers. I think the Skarner has kind of really fallen off in priority, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see it locked in here. Provide a little bit more of a beefy tank in that front line that the Lucian might have a little bit more difficulty taking down.
Yeah, I feel like if Top Esports right here locking something like an Ornn for 369 as well, it's going to be super hard for things like Lucian to deal with later on. And then NiP are going to have to choose and make a decision right here. Do you want to lock in the pairing with Lucian and solidify that you are playing with things like the Nami, which makes you super strong in lane? You can actually pair it up with other stuff. No, it's going to be the Milio instead, and I would be very surprised if I don't see a Karma accompanying the Ezreal down that bot lane.
Yeah, so the reasonings between the Nami and the Milio. Milio, I think, gives you a little bit more power later on in the game, as specifically for the whole team. Whereas Nami, you're really focusing in on trying to snowball this Lucian, specifically in that mid game once you get to that one end and power spike dominating that mid lane. So Karma's going to get locked in, as you say. And with these lanes kind of being maybe dragged out a little bit longer, now that Grubs spawn at 8 minutes instead of 6, that could give an advantage for Jackie Love and Crisp to get themselves even bigger of an edge than they might have normally been able to when they were able to lock this lane in earlier in the season.
So usually the way that like the Lucian Nami acts into something like an Ezreal Karma is that the Ezreal Karma pushes and has priority through there, but you have priority into trading actual health bars in lane. That's the trade-off between the two. Now, I wonder what's going to happen around the rest of the composition, because you need some really heavy hitters over in the mid lane. I'm primarily looking at things like the Azir that's been left open, things like the Hui that really does benefit from having a lot of poke through your bot lane as well. So for top esports, like Cream plays both, right? He plays both Azir and the Hui. And I'll be very surprised to see like him going through a different route, especially since you're seeing the Maokai as well. This thing is getting tanky later on. Again, Ornn is still in the equation, so you're gonna need some heavy hitters through your mid lane.
I'm very curious to see kind of what the solo lanes do look like, because Doinby's champion pool is always like, you think about it as like being very like wide and being very broad, but it seems like there's in some senses some limitations as to what he can play there as well. I feel like if you wanted like a big high damage dealer, Doinby might not be able to provide that as much. You know, things like the Victor have worked well for him, especially yesterday against Wava, but that's now banned away. I feel like the Galio would like honestly make a lot of sense in terms of something that he would play, but it doesn't necessarily fit to what NiP want with their composition. The White would be an interesting one, as, you know, provide some long-range damage, provide some late-game damage, as you say, Trouble, but I'm curious to see what Doinby does look like on this pick.
Ooh, I really like this, actually. We're going full control maze. We're going full control team fights in general. You've got your heavy engages through your jungle. You've got heavy hitters down the bot lane. You've got your control mages over in the mid lane, and I'm expecting to even maybe see whether the top lanes are going to choose to go for like the Ambessa route, so they can actually play a little bit more aggressive through that, like PP is hovering right here for solo kill, or if they're going to choose to go for like more of the Ornn route, because you already have a lot of damage on the other lanes. You mentioned that solo kill looked really, really good onto that Ambessa. Instantly 369, replying with a Renekton hover and lock for himself. So this is your early game avenue, right? Playing through that Renekton Ambessa over the tops of the map for both of the teams.
Very volatile 1v1. I think it can be Renekton favorite if you are able to utilize your shield break on the W correctly, especially if Kanavi can get involved up there as well. I really like this top esports team composition, Trouble. I don't know about you. The way that the bot lane is going to be able to get push, and if Kanavi's able to play the Skarner well, which, to be fair, he has not always looked great on this pick, I think top esports have like a really well-rounded front-to-back comp that is going to do well for them from minute one, but also especially as we get later on in this game.
Not gonna lie to you, I like both compositions. I think they're both very well-rounded. I feel like they're very similar as well, right? In the way they want to play. It's just that I feel like for top esports, the champions are a little bit more elusive, if you will. They have like so many displacement spells, so they're not very easy to catch. But luckily on the other side, you've got an Ambessa, you've got a Mako, you've got things that can actually pin down members of the side of top esports. However, again, giving agency to top esports, allowing them to maneuver themselves around teamfights makes it really, really scary. I feel it's all going to have to come down to Leave and PP God getting ahead with the Solution and the Milio, getting to that rapid fire second item, playing over in that mid lane, and actually punishing anyone who walks up in that mid game.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, it's similar to what NiP wanted to do in game one, but I think this time they have a little bit more kind of insurance policy behind it, specifically with Doinby on this way, kind of providing that backline damage, especially as we get later on. And maybe Aki can be a little bit more of a defensive peeling jungler on the Maokai instead of being one that always has to dive forward here on the Pantheon. We're loading onto the Rift for game number 2 of our series between Ninjas in Pajamas and Top Esports. TES, of course, with that 1-0 advantage, are going to look to pick up their 11th series victory in Group Ascent. Alrighty, some early trading here as 369 actually started things off in the bot lane, and Cream's gonna join as well. Oh my goodness, Leave is just dead. What a interesting setup here for top esports to find themselves first blood.
All right. Saving grace. If you're an NiP fan, 1, the kill went over to Crisp. 2, Leave didn't burn a singular summoner. So all you have to fight against is extra boots on Karma, which are honestly not the worst. I know that I said it all depends on Leave getting ahead and getting to that rapid fire cannon plus Essence River as fast as possible on this 2-item power spike for him to play over in the mid lane. However, not the worst start ever. It could have been way worse. It could have been the Ezreal already stacking a tier in his inventory, but it's not quite the case. So I think it's as dead even as it can be.
Yeah, the boots are not going to do too much in terms of combat power, but that's definitely still not the way you wanted this game to start off if you were Ninjas in Pajamas. As you said, Leave didn't burn any summoner spells, so we'll see really how high of an impact this does have, but maybe a little demoralizing as well, right, for NiP. You start off this game number 2, you have this composition that I feel like you're generally pretty happy with, and things kind of don't go the way that you want, as you see Aki going for a vertical jungle setup. Raptor straight into the enemy blue buff.
Yeah, he's been spotted. I really like this from Aki right here. You know that Karma Ezreal is going to bully the Milio Lucian lane. Again, the Milio Lucian is not as strong a trade-in as is the Lucian Nami, especially when you're running Electrocute with it as well. This time around is going to be the press the attack on the Lucian, so you are going for that mid-game spike with the extra shields and burns coming through from Milio. However, Crisp and JackeyLove are going to have to be aware. Right now, JackeyLove will shove in the wave, pop down the ward. They do know that Maokai is right behind them, has spotted him entering the jungle. And right here, Skarner is actually going to walk in to try and potentially contest. With Ezreal and Karma pushing in the lane, you can actually get a wraparound on this Maokai. But he's just going to get spotted right there.
Very interesting from Kanavi. Instead of trying to steal away some camps of his own, actually looking to try to maybe cut off JackeyLove or even find him in his own jungle on his way back in. Excel's impact over the wall, does not find any knock-up or knock-back. So now the question will be, can Kanavi try to contest around this red buff? Looks like that's going to be the focus here, as Summoner Spell was burned, that's PP God's heal. Try to just close the distance onto JackeyLove, and you can see Kanavi trying to take control of that red.
Yeah, Kanavi right here playing very, very aggressive with the priority of his bot lane. As gain 4 hit, Leave.
We just jumped way too far forward there, Leave, I think. We still have the barrier and the flash, but the health bar not on their side right now for Ninjas in Pajamas. Kanavi was able to steal away that red buff, I believe, and so now question could go towards the dive. They still have both summoner spells on Leave, who very crucially was able to save them.
Having the barrier right here for Leave is super important, since a lot of the times you see players really burn that barrier earlier on, just so they can get priority on that level 1 to level 2 in lane. It's not quite the case right here, and Leave holding on to that barrier, he pretty much, I feel like, kills any chance for a dive towards the boss of the map. Of course, Maokai being around is another factor to that, but Kanavi is still in enemy territory. He has been spotted right there, I believe, from Aki. He's gonna wrap around.
We're getting 4 respawns right on the Raptor camp here for Aki already, as Kanavi's gonna jump in. It's gonna be a smite fight, and it's secured here by the Maokai. As Kanavi just didn't have his summoner spell there, so he was just,
you know what,
for funning it a little bit.
Kanavi is the freaking monster in your closet that you tell your mom about and she never believes you, man. He is there. He is real.
He's in your walls. He's literally in your walls playing Skarner, actually. As it's been an interesting start to pathing here between these two players. Kanavi overall had the much better game, but in the last matchup that these two teams had. But Aki now maybe actually getting himself a slight lead, just because of the fact that he still has this whole topside quadrant to clear out here, and I think actually ending up net positive in terms of camp.
Yeah, I feel like both of these junglers have stolen camps from each other, as we have the switch coming through. Bot lanes all the way up to the top side of the map. It really matters the jungle clear as well. Having your jungles on the top side of the map, you can stay relatively safer. Both flashes up for here for Leave and Pipico. Let's see if Kanavi can get in with those summoner spells.
Yeah, Chris lands the root here onto the Milio. Kanavi is here first. And the Maokai is on the way. Remember, both summoner spells still available for Leave. Crisp is taking very low. The Twisted Advance comes through. And NiP pick up the first kill of the exchange. Now it's Kanavi and JackeyLove with full health bars, but now on the run. There comes a nice Ultra Mega Fire Kick. JackeyLove shifting forward, trying to take down Leave. But Leave will live. And JackeyLove will go down 2-0 NiP.
Remember the barrier! We mentioned it earlier on. In the 2 versus 2 down the bot lane, Leave didn't burn any summoners. Comes to save him right here up until that E comes back from Milio. And honestly, super huge props to PP-God. He played that fight so incredibly well. The Q onto Skarner to sway the engage. And then the E to save Leave literally last second. What a fantastic turnaround from NiP. Let's watch this one more time. Kanavi is looking for an opening, but the tether goes down, and no one is anywhere near to put any damage down to PP-God. The movement speed is going to come through from the W. They're keeping Leave alive, and look at that Q right there to stop Kanavi from getting anywhere near. And then they re-engage onto Crisp with Aki being on top side. And right here, Jackie Love, he gets baited by Summoner spells. Leave dashes forward, but he still has barrier. And once the W doesn't connect, you can't flash forward.
It just such incredible patience from Leave. As you can see the crowd in Shenzhen excited about Leave staying alive there in that fight, holding until the very last possible second to pop that barrier and baiting Jackie Love into his own demise. Nicely done here by Ninja Pajamas. Now they have a little bit more control in the bot lane. They're going to be able to pick up this first dragon in the game before the grub spawn.
And that's again an excellent start for the bot side of NiP, with the help of Aki, of course, on this Maokai. Now, I just want to remind right here that even though they have had such a great start, Top Esports are still ahead in terms of gold. The Scream has been doing fantastically well chovying PCS over in the mid lane, but 369 has also had a pretty good laning phase into solo kills on Bessa. Now, it's can't despair POV for both of the top lanes, as they have to play 1 versus 2 into the bot lanes of their respective opponents.
And 369 and Solo Kill both don't have their TPs up just yet, so any potential openings for a fight breaking out. The other top laner, if it's on the wrong side of the map, won't be able to respond to. We see both junglers are on the bot lane right now. Interestingly enough, the grubs go spawning in 15 seconds, but neither of them seem too focused on that. Instead, targeting potential kills onto Leave PP-God. Remember, Leave now doesn't have any summoner spells, gonna get targeted immediately, but here comes Aki with that Nature's Grasp. The culling will come through, and the Feats of Warfare are picked up by NiP, and they're gonna take down Kanavi next. Aki biding his time and showing up at the perfect moment to set up a double kill for Leave.
Honestly, mega props to Aki right here. He's been reading Kanavi's aggression off the very beginning of this game. Kanavi tries to gank top lane, Aki shuts it down, gives kills over to Leave. Kanavi tries to gank for his strongest member, right? It was 369. Now that Leave does not have any of his summoners available, Aki shuts it down. 100% kill participation in 8 minutes and 2 kills already on the Lucian. Super close, that first item as well. Mega props. We actually said that we thought that this was going to be the weaker matchup, right? The jungle matchup between Kanavi and Aki. Aki hasn't really been showing up, and Kanavi is arguably the best jungler in the LPL. And so far in that game, number 2 on the Maokai, which is one of his most successful champions, I want to say as well. Aki's been doing fantastically well in tracking and counter-ganking for his team.
Aki playing himself a very nice one so far here in game number 2, at the very least, as they're going to start up the grubs here. Kanavi gets spotted by a ward, so they'll have to play a little bit more defensively. Top Esports definitely want to try to contest this, as they're sending a lot of members up here. Aki smites away the second one. And it might just be that last remaining grub that Top Esports can try to connect, unless they look for the fight instead. Kanavi flashes forward, but the impale doesn't find anybody. As the breath of life here for PP-God, going to keep everybody on NiP out and healthy, so it will only be the one grub traded back to top.
Oh, actually, another clever thing about the melee right here, it cleanses Skarner ult, right? Unless you're in it.
I believe so.
So that's a really cool tool right here. If he doubles down with Mikkel's, which I'm assuming is what he's building first over on Milio, then you truly do not have any ways of pinning NiP down. And this is exactly what we talked about when the drafts concluded earlier on, that both of these compositions are very similar. They have elusive champions in terms of being pinned down, but there's also not a lot of CC and lockdown for both of them. So it's going to be pretty much a skill diff right here, and so far NiP have been winning on that in the early game.
And things are very even right now here in this game, Trouble. Problem is, I think Top Esports maybe scale just a little bit better when you have the Skarner, you have the Azir doing some late game damage. But as I say that, looking around, the Milio really helps the composition here for Ninja Pajamas scale into that late game, turning Leave into like a real threat, despite the fact that Lucian is typically regarded as that like kind of mid-game focused champion. So, lots still to look forward to, as we're in for a fun one in game number 2. NiP, I think maybe some of the expectations were that they were going to roll over a little bit here against Top, but so far they're coming to play, and maybe Top Esports at risk of falling victim to their 3-game curse once again.
At least this time around is to be expected, right? They won the first game, and they might lose the second, which is not as uncharacteristic as we know it to be. However, Nasus Tooth completed for Cream is going to be back into that mid lane. And talking about Nasus Tooth and Cream, I feel like this is going to have to be his game to shine if Top Esports want back in this game. Renekton will eventually fall off.
Calling doing so much damage there. As True Shot Barrage does go wide. Looks like the bot lane for Top Esports is going to be okay, but you can see the scrapping starting to come into play here. Interestingly enough, JackeyLove actually has a 15 CS lead over Leave, but still Leave ahead in goal because of the kill participation that he's been able to pick up. As now Aki running down here to try to save his top laner from a potential dive.
Aki right there again. This time Kanavi has been spotted and he knows it, so I feel like this is the time where you put your hands up, you don't pull the dive.
They're going for it.
They are going for the
They're sending
dive.
Cream in as well. The public institution comes down. Nature's Grasp finds 2. Nobody taking tower aggro so far. But here comes Dominus. Has been popped. And 369 going to try to just clear out the wave. Doinby's ulti goes wide. But it's not going to matter all too much. The Crocodile will be the sacrifice most likely. Solo kill gets the kill. Although he gets some help from the rest of his team.
What is going on with Top Esports? I'm lost for words right here. You are pulling off a dive that you've been spotted for 20 seconds ago. And you're pulling in your mid laner down the bot lane as well to try and make the dive work, and it's just too little too late. NiP, these are the easy reads actually. Just responding to what you see 20 seconds ago in Vision, and now Kanavi starting that Dragon as well. That is a 4 versus 5 he's committing into. Renekton's gonna spawn back up now, but he's heading towards the top side of the map, and NiP might actually look. There's no fake contest this, try to push Top Esports out, but
yeah,
just gonna give it away. They don't have the numbers.
Cream had the push in the bot lane. Weave had to respond to that. Aki didn't have the Nature's Grasp. So all of that does result in Top Esports picking up that second Dragon, despite the fact that there was a numbers advantage technically for NiP. But it seems like Ninjas and Pajamas seem okay with that, and they want to prioritize focusing on other areas, getting their lanes kind of reset, and setting themselves up for other important points in this game. As again, another very telegraphed play from Top, as you mentioned. It was very clear they were going for that. NiP had plenty of time to respond.
And as this is going on, Leave is working on to his second item as well. BF Sword in the inventory. This is getting kind of rough, right? You got Essence Reaver, you got the extra BF Sword. Like, so much raw damage distribution coming through from the Lucian, whilst JackeyLove is just sitting on Bootyard sale in his inventory. Like, a couple of pieces of Sheen, half boots, a tier stacking. Obviously, this is like Ezreal shenanigans, but he's nowhere near his Trinity Force yet, and we do know that Ezreal is really at his first big power spike, and he does have more mana plus Trinity Force. Now, Aki is looking for topside. 369 does not overcommit onto solo kill.
I think they slowed down a little bit here in this one, but now we can start to see that Lucian Milio really come into play. I'd expect them to rotate up to the mid lane sooner rather than later, especially with this Rift Herald spawning in less than a minute. You can really gain priority around anybody. If you just jump on top of them on the Lucian, do what you gotta do, and that could be a really good situation for NiP to continue to try to break open this map a little bit here. We're seeing a back come through for Leave. Not enough to pick up that second item, just yet, but Chris is gonna be in a little bit of trouble. No hard commits there from NiP. They want to make sure that things are perfect in terms of setup around the Herald.
Oh, wow, is he going straight into Infinity right here? On the Lucian, the second
Possible.
item? That would be actually insane. Like, so all this crit coming through. The Essence River as well completed right there. Leave would be decent. So much damage into very, very squishy targets such as JackeyLove and Crisp in the Ezreal Karma. And as much as I would like to say, right here, Grapes, that the 1,000 gold lead onto 369 could do the same thing as Rumble did last game, I will not, because that's a Renekton. And he even has to build Stride Breaker to be able to actually stick to one of the more slippery targets, the range targets from the set of NiP as Top Esports are looking for a pick here. No, this is going to bait the Q from PP God. He has been a big thorn on Kanavi's back, actually. He actually hasn't been able to engage to that Q. Now they've baited it, they can actually walk in themselves.
9 and Solo Kill both on the bot side, but they both have their teleports. Looks like 369 just gonna try to proxy this wave. We give him some extra time to try to rejoin with the rest of his squad as Leave dashing very aggressively forward. Gonna be followed by the X-Styles impact of Kanavi, only sending TP God into the wall. He gets set up by the Impale and will be able to survive. Here comes teleports though, as Cream arrives in fight and immediately has to flash on out of here, as Solo Kill also joins and could go for the engage the public execution. Look at Leap. He's frontlining at this point in this fight because he knows that he can be protected by the rest of his teammates. And so that means that NiP gained full control around the mid lane, and they're going to be the ones to start up this Herald.
Yeah, I feel like Kanavi is trying to set up something for his team, trying to grab summoners. No, a single flash blown in this particular fight for the side of NiP, and it's looking better and better for them. I mean, this is your perfect timing to fight, right? No second item on Lucian, you've got that 24 on Ezreal, first items completed everywhere for top esports. You're looking to force something, but forcing it in a plain open field where NiP can actually dance around with all the melee shields and speed ups is just so hard to pin anyone down, and once they've got the melee, there was also no damage. Now, Cream under pressure here. He's looking for a dive, the DP flank is coming through.
Yeah, here comes 369. He actually never had to burn that teleport. Now he has it. They go for the kill on to Doinby. He already flashes away, but the Slice and Dice comes through. There's no Seraph Shield or anything, and so Doinby will burst down just like that as 369 gets himself his first kill of the game.
And now Leaf and Pipigod are looking to put some damage down onto Jackie Love. Quick E from Jackie right there to evade any damage, and this is a hard game for top esports. Like, props to NiP, they have been putting pressure all around the map. They've been reading Kanavi's moves so well, particularly from the side of Aki. But you always should be careful when you're playing against top esports. They are about 1,000 gold up, even though the kills do not benefit them right now. Cream just shoving on the side lane, trying to get as much power onto this Azir as possible. And talking about power, he's about 1,000 gold up, very close to the end this one.
Yeah, Doinby has not been able to do too much. First game of Way of his competitive career, according to Alcon Production here, who was able to pull that stat up here for us. And it hasn't done too much, at least just yet in the game. It's supposed to provide some of that long-range damage, but not quite there just yet. It's 369 and Leave, you can see the strongest players in the game right now, and Cream is not too far behind. The Dragon has spawned. Top esports have priority here. We get them that second Drake of the game. Soul currently formulating around the Rift. NiP are the ones who generate mid lane control again with that Lucian Lilio lane, and it forces top esports to respond with the teleport coming in from Doinby.
Oh boy, one Scream shows up in the top lane as well. Doinby TP's in to give numbers advantage. Once NiP see the Azir over in the top lane, they can actually pressure the issue, get that mid lane tower, get that Dragon as well for free. The most Scream can actually respond with here is potentially just taking the top lane tower up for himself. I feel like top esports right here are willing to drop some bits of the map because they know they're ahead in gold and try to feed the Azir potentially onto that side lane as quickly as possible to that second item. We talked about as Scream is going to have a lot to say as seeing Leave with Infinity Edge completed, heading towards Scream on the top lane of the map.
Really interesting to see Leave be the one to join his team in the play. That means that one of the strongest players for NiP is not here for potential skirmish around the Dragon. Aki's already at half HP. They still want to go for the fight. It's going to be a 50-50, and it's stolen away by Aki. Highway robbery around the Dragon Pit as NiP say thanks for the leash and head on out of there.
Top esports had to commit so much. They pulled the Azir out of the side lane to commit to that Dragon, and then NiP had to bet the least. They sent Leave over in the top lane to push out that wave, and they just literally kept dipping in and out of vision to try and see what HP that Dragon was. Aki walks in, smites it, says thanks for the leash, walks the heck out, and right now, if I'm not wrong, I saw Serpent's Fang onto Solo Kill as well, onto that Ambessa, which means that a lot of these shields coming through from the Azir, from the Karma, are gonna be cut down.
So definitely a lot of shields about to come through. You even have a little bit here on the Cream. 369 likely going to build the Hysterics at some point, so going to get a lot of value on that item for Solo Kill, who hasn't really come online yet in this game, probably, but we're expecting to have some really high impact in terms of locking down a priority target in the back line here. If they can get onto somebody like a Cream or a Crisp, that could result in the fight really being broken open here for NiP.
That's really the problem with both of these compositions. They don't necessarily have a lot of heavy CC that sticks. Primarily when you look at top esports, it has been Chris trying to overextend to try and get a W on a target, and then he gets followed up by like an Alvio 369. But the Milio right here has been such a clutch pick for NiP. The Q to stop any sort of engage, the ultimate that brings you out of the Skarner ult as well, if Milio is of course not the one in the ult, right? They didn't even have to commit to that Mikhails. He went straight for that Moonstone onto the Milio since he has the ultimate that pretty much acts as a AoE Mikhails for his team. And I feel like both of these teams don't necessarily have the CC available to shut down a target, to lock down a target for the DPS to land. That's why I said it's going to be most likely a hands diff from both of these sides. And so far, NiP have been sort of winning on that front.
Yeah, which is a little bit surprising to say. Not because we discount specifically the players on NiP, but Top Esports has been one of the more individually talented teams that we've seen in the LPL this season, particularly from JackeyLove and Kanavi, who really have been playing well for themselves. But it's going to be Ninjas in Pajamas setting up around the Otacon. They're getting chunked out by it a little bit, as it should be a full response here for Top Esports to try to fight back here. Is at half HP already. TP got already chunked rather low. JackeyLove puts out a bit of a chunk, but Leave gets cleansed away from that Impale, and Aki still remains alive.
Oh!
But 369, 1v5 into the back line, not gonna find a single kill. It's a double kill for Leave. Public execution on the back line, but Cream's able to yeet him out with the Emperor's Divide. Health bars are low on NiP, and they will get away, but it will be Top Esports able to secure the Otacon.
You see how if that was any other champion than Milio, that fight is so Top Esports favored. I think Kanavi got a 2 or 3 man Impale right there that was instantly multi-cleansed by PP God. And the engage instantly shut down. The second Renekton dives into the backline. A bunch of shields and heals meet him. He can't really shut anyone down. He can't really kill anyone. He's 1.5k gold up to his counterpart. Top Esports do manage to steal the attack arm right there. I think it was Cream who ends up securing it on the side. But let's watch this one more time. Kanavi sees the engage right here. And it's a pretty good engage. There's 3 people bunched up in a choke point. It's a double Impale, solo Impale onto Leave. And all PP has to press is R. And once that Renekton is in, look at that W healing everyone from the side of NiP. Unfortunately, that Renekton cannot take anyone down. 4 HP on Atakan. And Cream secures that one for them.
So, even though it looked like 369, maybe inting or limit testing a little bit there, the fact that he bought so much space in that 1v5 did allow for Top Esports to actually finish off that Otacon. We'll see if that experience, if the passive that it does provide now on this new patch, will be enough to swing the game a little bit more, as we still are very close in gold at this point. But NiP, I think overall happy about that situation, even though the Otacon didn't go over to them. Specifically because Leave is now super fed. You can see the Flicker Blades coming in. 3 full items 23 minutes in. This is a problem to deal with on the Lucian.
Oh yeah, he's absolutely monstrous right now. The extra range you get from Milio as well. Don't really need the rapid fire in this particular combo down the bot lane, and anyone who walks up in the mid lane anywhere near that Lucian is going to get fully chunked down, if not killed, at this point. Now, here's the problem that you run into when you play against TES, right? Even though you've got all these extra kills, you've got the 2 dragons, you've got feats of strength, 3 items on Lucian, 2k gold lead, they will be able... Hold up!
Oh, here they go, finding the Impale, and this time, maybe! PP God and Leave are in trouble, but they finally are able to get on out of there. 369 on a flank, but he gets fully caught out.
Cream!
But here comes Cream, shuffles Leave in, and that's the main carry for NiP down. So 1 for 1 overall, as still it's solo kill, trying to escape. He flashes over the wall, and JackeyLove will try to match. But now it's Top Esports with control on the Dragon Pit. They're going to try to pick this one up and even up the count at 2.
Hey, if you can't Impale anyone because Milio is around, Impale the Milio. And this is exactly what Kanavi did right there. But unfortunately, because Aki was around, JackeyLove could not commit into the E forward. Again, Cream coming in clutch, diving straight into the backline. Top Esports push out NiP. They'll take the Dragon and they'll take the tower.
He whiffed the Spiraling Despair, but still going to land a Fear onto Kanavi. And the Skarner will go down at the price of the tower, falling in the mid lane. So NiP get themselves under the trade. They get back into the kill column. Cream taking a big chunk of damage from the Severing Bolt. And he's going to have to dash on out of there. as NiP are going to take that Sun Disc down with ease, and now they're towards the Baron with the jungler for top esports down for the next 25 seconds.
Yeah, I feel like Kanavi has been a little bit off-tempo with top esports. Diving in there without your ult available, you're literally no threat. Don't even have to flash in this situation right here. And NiP knowing that the smite is down for another 10 seconds at least for top esports. They're gonna start the Baron for themselves. Everyone starts running in. There are not big ultimates from the set of top esports, and NiP that's gonna burn through the HP bar.
Burning. It's burning right now. Ninja's Wrath comes out to make sure there's no chance at a steal, and Ninjas in Pajamas get themselves a Baron against top esports. Cream is here. It's a 5v4 though, as Kanavi has just respawned. He's running as fast as he can, but the health bars are low. The true shot barrage from Jackie will take down Aki, and 369 will live. So it is a 1-for-0 in the fight, but NiP get themselves the Baron and will have it for the next 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, NiP almost committed a solo queue sin, which is take Baron straight into teamfight right there, especially if they had been poked down by the Baron, they had been poked down by Jackie Love himself. They hadn't reset to cash in on a lot of that gold that they got from the kill into Kanavi and the Baron itself, so almost the solo queue sin comes back to get them. Not quite the case. They have still 4 buffs for themselves, and third items are slowly but surely starting to get built on the side of NiP. Single Believing Orb right there for Aki on this Maokai. And let's watch this one more time again. If you cannot impale anyone else other than the Milio, impale the Milio. That's what he did right there. Wasn't quite enough. Again, you see Jackalope cannot commit if the roots come through from Maokai. And even though 369 is trying to get a flank right here, Renekton is just not quite as potent in damage as Rumble is. This champion does fall off later on in the game. And Cream committing his flash right there to try and get anything back for themselves. Talking about Cream, almost an hourglass completed as well in the inventory. So again, even though there is a Baron that's been taken from NiP, gold is still dead even.
And because the gold is even, and because specifically Cream, I think, has been able to clear out these waves very well on these sides, NiP really aren't able to do much with this. You can see so many towers still up for them, but they don't feel strong enough to go for any of them. And the pushing power for top esports actually is the one that still is reigning supreme at this point. NiP now starting to overload a little bit towards the bottom side. They want to try to break open this tier 1 down bot, but that's not nearly what you want to get off of this Baron push. You definitely want even more than that, but this is going to have to be the start.
There is still a lot of vision for top esports around both sides, actually behind enemy lines. NiP are going to take that bot lane tier 1. There is a Azir pressuring on the other side of the map, and as you can see, Jackalove did trim down the wave over in the mid lane as well. So NiP currently do have the Baron, but they only have 1 lane of assault on the map, and this usually gets very easily.
We get a little bit of a 1v1 up in the top side. Emperor's Divide already used by Cream, and Solo Kill gets himself another solo kill in this series. This time onto the Azir. A big win here for Ninjas in Pajamas, as now they can send all 5 down to this bottom lane. That tier 2 sure to go down.
And Solo Kill transitioned over in the mid lane as well after the kill. It's a 4 versus 5, but now 2 lanes are going to be pushing for the son of NiP. Multi-threat on the map right here, and only Jackie and Crisp left to defend. They have no wave clear.
Here comes the Nature's Wrath. Aki gonna try to zone out the rest of top esports, and they take from tier 1 all the way to bot lane inhibitor off of this Baron push. It's all out a worthy power play here for Ninjas in Pajamas, but now the question is, can they escape? As Kanavi's looking to long chase here just a little bit.
He's looking for the flank. There are no TPs, and Creep is still dead for another 10 seconds. They are looking for the next dragon, which is 30 seconds. But they can just wait. They do have a bunch of vision behind the lines as well, that we've mentioned before, and NiP are going to just reset right here, purchase a bunch of stuff with the gold that they have extra. They are showing us that TP down bot lane, which could result in a flank TP from Cream potentially, because he's the only one who has that blue buff. And now Cream, you go baited for that blue buff. Very, very nice ult hit right there from Solo Kill. And I'm gonna tell you what, 3-item Ambessa versus 3-item Azir, I favor the Ambessa any day.
Especially if you can buffer the ulti like that and make sure that you can't get sent away with those Sand Soldiers. So, price of that Baron and the inhibitor in the bot lane here for NiP is they had to reset right before that dragon spawn. So top esports picked themselves up Cloud Soul point. Cloud Soul, very big, specifically on champions like the Karma, like the Renekton here for top. So they'd be very happy if they can pick it up. But it's just a small price that NiP are going to have to pay for what was a huge power play for themselves off of that Baron take. They're now up 2,500 gold after being down for the majority of this game.
I just feel like NiP right now have a lot of avenues to play through. They have so much poke with the Lucian pushed away. And also they can use the Maokai ult to fend, to push Top Esports off of towers, right? Well, Top Esports are just running out of options right here. Sure, the Ezreal is 3 items, you got 3 items on your Zero as well, but if you can't make your damage stick onto NiP, it becomes really difficult. And Kanavi in particular has been finding it really hard to find his footing in general in this game. It's been very confusing for him in terms of what character selection he should be having. Maybe he needs the MOBA trainer from earlier on to see who's the priority target for himself. But I feel like Pipigod would have to be the one. But then you're leaving Leave and Doinby doing their own thing, and those two can dish out a lot of damage together with Ambessa. So it's a very complicated matter where you're like, I have to ult Emilio, so he can't free the rest, but then the rest can free Rain while I do that.
Yeah. And very quietly, Solo Kill has been able to get himself strong on the Ambessa as well, so he's going to be a really big backline threat here for Top Esports if he can collapse onto somebody like Cream. We saw what he was able to do last time. He was able to close that gap in the side lane when they did have Baron. And now here comes the fight once again. Aki's going to be the target here for the Impale, but they don't even feel like using the last breath here. Meanwhile, there's a 1v1 down in the bot lane. That 369 is winning over Solo Kill. He flashes underneath the tier 2 turret and picks it up. That's a big fight in the bot lane that is won by the Top Esports top laner. With the Baron spawning in 3 seconds, it'll be a numbers advantage for the next few seconds here for Top.
Another 1v1. 369 has actually been dominating that 1v1 over in the top lane versus Solo Kill. 40 CS up, I think, at like, what, 20-ish minutes into the game. And now Solo killing him under tower. Level 18 Renekton with TP up. He could actually use that pressure. Top Esports can utilize that to straight up go towards the Baron, and there is TP onto Renekton. No one to respond yet. 20 seconds still on Solo Kill, and NiP choose to not contest because the Baron is actually not going down for Top Esports.
Hey, look at 369. He's just being left to free push on this bot lane without having anybody try to stop him whatsoever. Finally, Doinby will arrive, and that will mean that Top Esports are going to start up this Baron. They don't burst it down too quickly, and they will peel off of it as soon as the rest of NiP do arrive. They burn the teleport off of Solo Kill, and that's all the cooldowns that they wanted to take away.
That is actually fantastic right here from Top Esports, but now NiP have to pressure the issue. They committed the TP. They know they're going to lose in the side lane, so now they have to commit to this Baron.
Yep, Solo Kill and Doinby are now here at the fight. 369 coming with the teleport. He's going to be late, though, as the Baron's already at 4,000 HP. Nature's Grasp comes down. Kanavi's in the pit. Who's going to get the Baron? It's stolen away by Top Esports' jungler, and they will collect themselves the buff. 4 in purple here for this team fight.
Oh!
Leave getting targeted out. 369 finds the kill, and now Top Esports will continue the chase. They're running the wrong way here on the map. Our NiP. Solo Kill gets sniped out by Jackie. Pipigod and Doinby are on the run. What a fight. What a turnaround for your #1 team in the LPL. It's Top Esports running away with a clean fight. Only Pipigod left alive here to try to save this one here for NiP. And Top Esports come up huge, picking up the Baron.
99999s in the chat because 369 has been having a banger of a series. The solo kills, the gold lead, the utilization of a champion that falls off in the early game, finding the angle for the flank, shutting down Leave, and allowing Top Esports to run away with the Baron, but the entire teamfight win as well. He has been stellar in this series to shut down Solo Kill, but also translate that lead onto the map.
And 369, oh man, he is such a huge part of that entire last sequence. It was looking like Solo Kill was starting to get the better of things here, but it starts off on this play specifically. For 369, it looks like he's going to start to lose out on this. And Renekton just starts to do some Renekton thing.
You know what? I love the glaze onto 369 from the observers right here, because they didn't start from the big play over in the Baron. They started from that play where he's like, look what he did before that play came through. Also, of course, props to Kanavi for the 50-50 smite. It's very difficult to outsmite a Q smite Maokai, but 369 finds the angle through the sweeper completely unseen, shuts down Leave, and then the chase went over to Top Esports' favor.
And it should be the Cloud Soul as well picked up for top. So they get a huge swing of things here, as it was a 3,000 goldie for NiP. Now 6,000 and maybe more soon to follow for Top Esports alongside that Cloud Soul. As it looked like maybe NiP were going to force the Game 3 trouble, but now it's Top Esports looking in prime position to finish this one off right here, right now.
Absolutely, they've got 2 lanes of pressure as well. And the funniest thing is, 369 went from a 1.5k lead to a 0 lead to finding himself almost on a 4,000 gold lead again. As Top Esports are going to take their second inhibitor of the game, only one remaining. They do not have quite the way for that, but they can actually pressure through mid and top together. Only a single minion following in from mid, so they're going to have to wait for the next wave to come through.
Question is, when will NiP try to pull the trigger? They're going to try to go into 369 right now, but Leaves Culling just completely whiffs, and 369's out of there. All easy and mightily. Kanavi will eat up that Spiraling Despair, will not take any sort of damage, and Solo Kill nearly goes down here. Trying to have that Mystic Shot blocked away from in order for Top Esports to not pick up that first kill. Waiting for the waves to crash in, and Top Esports will try again. The Baron buff is now expired, but they can continue to go for the push.
It's not very easy to dive them under their own towers. They're trying to catch Leave, but he's very, very slippery.
It goes
Solo
in
Kill.
on the Cream. He dashes away and will be okay. So that is an ultimate for the Invested down. But health bars are now starting to get chunked out here for top, so they want to back on out of here. The question is, will NiP let them? I think they will have to, with Super Minions continuing to push into their base. So Top Esports will get away here with the base in shambles here for NiP. They got all 2 of those inhibitors down, and it's looking really grim for them.
I mean, it's really hard, right, to dive the last 2 Nexus towers. It has been hard for Top Esports to find a fight in general, specifically because the Skarner engage is pretty much null from PP God's Milia. So diving under Nexus towers, they could throw the game right there, and then very wise choice right here for Top Esports. They pushed the matter as much as they could, but once that Baron died down, they couldn't push anymore. They're gonna play for a lot more pressure. They do have another inhibitor waiting over on the top side together with its tower, so I feel like the top lane is gonna take priority in terms of pressure for the side of Top Esports. You see the deep wards have already gone down. Crisp had made sure of that, and now Aki.
Oh, buddy, we cannot be
okay.
we cannot be giving myself a heart attack right here.
Just a support and a jungler. Just a support and a jungler around. All good.
Oh, jeez. Okay, well. We have the Baron again spawning in a minute 30 seconds, so that'll be the next opportunity for Top Esports to continue to add to their lead as they now really have full priority and full control over Summoner's Rift. NiP really turtled into their base at this point, just waiting for some sort of opportunity to go for a fight. But it looks like maybe in the Baron, not the target. Top Esports want to try to burst open the base and crack open that third inhibitor on the top side, or just continue to escort these minions in mid.
Again, that's a cool icon. Renekton pushing through the bot side of the map. They're gonna push all 3 lanes at once for the side of Top Esports. Super minions to mid and bot as well. Bot wave just about to come in. Someone's gonna have to defend that one because Renekton has been pushing it, but now he's on the flank behind the tower. They are threatening, but again, there is no real engage for the side of Top Esports. Majority that they can do is actually threaten NiP off their tower, but it's not easy without Baron. Talking about it, 37 seconds. I think Top Esports might want to play this one safe.
The thing is as well, not a ton of really easy engage for NiP either. So Top Esports feel relatively comfortable about sticking in the base because they know that there's not much threat for NiP to pick somebody off unless somebody's super out of position here. So now the Baron will be the target. It's up in 20 seconds. Some resets are starting to come through. Not necessary for somebody like 369 who does already have that full build. The rest of the teams looking to rejuvenate their itemization a little bit, make sure they're in a good position, secure this objective because it will mean a really good spot for victory in terms of Top Esports to kind of close this series out. The fight has potentially begun. Aki going to get locked down here by Kanavi just a little bit. But he will back on out. Here comes 369 on the flank though. Doesn't have the Dominus up and available just yet. Here comes the Nature's Grasp, locked on to Kanavi. Leaves still full HP. They do find the Milia with the Impale though. And finally be able to come alive with the Breath of Life. And Leave will find the assassination. A double kill already for the Lucian. And Solo Kill doing his best in the backline. 369 not able to do enough. Somehow, some way, it is NiP holding the line, giving a triple kill over to Leave.
They couldn't kill PP God in the time that he was impaled, and NiP find Jakilov in the backline. Jakilov is majority of their damage together with Cream, and Cream was kept hostage by Solo Kill on the other side. Now Crispy Cream, well, Crispy Cream, brother, are gonna try to end the game while NiP are doing Baron.
They take that first Nexus tower. I think that's going to be all they want to get with the Baron being claimed here by Leave and Aki. We still got a game here, Trouble, as NiP do not want to get swept by top.
All right, I cannot wait to actually see that replay as Elder Dragon even spawns in 50 seconds. And with Baron, NiP can get rid of all these hefty minions that are running into their base and push back onto top esports. Let's watch this one more time. Kanavi finds a really great ult onto PP but they don't have the damage dealers there other than Jakilov, and it feels like Jakilov does not do enough damage. He even E's into PP, but once he's E'd forward, Leave finds him and kills him, and that's majority of your damage gone, because Solo Kill is keeping Cream busy down the bottom of the map, so that Azir was just never able to free hit, and 369, you're only just a mere Renekton between three members. Oh.
The Baron buff is now in NiP's hands, so they can play very aggressive here with the way that their waves are set up. Both inhibitors in mid and bot have respawned, and so that means there's no super minions left available for anybody here for top esports. Question is, how far forward can NiP go as the Elder Dragon has been started up? Remember, top esports have the soul, but the health bars are already chunked out just a little bit, and the Milio plus the Hwei shielding is keeping them very healthy on the other side. 369 looking for a flank. The Elder Dragon down to 10,000 HP. The True Shot Barrage comes out, chunks PP God to half. As we continue to posture around here, Kanavi jumping over the wall, looking to try to find his way into a potential engage, but he gets locked up by the Nature's Grasp. There comes the Impale, there comes the Emperor's Divide as well, but everybody at NiP is still healthy. Here comes 369, the Elder Dragon is low, but it's stolen away by Aki, and Ninjas in Pajamas pull off a most improbable comeback here in game number 2. They full ace top esports and will run down mid lane to force a decider.
Leave jumping off of his chair. They know what NiP have done in this game. That's a fair and square game they've played against top esports. And what a fantastic fight. Everyone's objective in the last fight was to keep Kanavi away from smite range, and they did it.
NiP, we're down, but NiP, we're not out. Leave on the Lucian popping off. Aki controlling the entirety of the Rift, and a huge comeback win from Ninjas in Pajamas as they're looking to pull off the upset of all upsets.
Honestly, the unsung hero of this entire game, Aki had such a fantastic series. From the Elder taken away from him there to the early game, actually spotting Kanavi so early into the game, giving Leave his lead in that early was actually mind-blowing. I actually feel like Kanavi was very, very disconnected by his team in this particular game. It must be so frustrating. You're like, you've got Skarner and this engage, they're like so big, and they just get countered by a little boy in a rain suit. Like,
it was a great response, and that was a pick that was selected by top after they already saw the Skarner. So in my head, that seems like a pretty clear counter that they planned for and were able to execute on beautifully. If PP God wasn't in that game, if he was playing a different champion, I think Kanavi would have had such an easier time maneuvering that map state. If it was just the Nami alongside the Lucian, I think top esports would have already won this game and we'd be talking about MVPs for them. Instead, it's NiP forcing that deciding game number 3. Another one here for top, as they have they've been falling victim to that quite often this season.
yeah, and I feel like I'm so happy for NiP here, being able to pull this off. It must be such a huge shift in momentum for them, seeing as they got really hard shut down in that game number 1. However, if you're a top esports fan, don't you worry. That is their content game. They never end the series 2-0. We cannot just watch top esports for only 2 games in the series. All jokes aside, however, I feel like there were specific diamonds in the rough for top esports. I think 369 has been having an incredible series overall. Like, he's constantly ahead in his lane over solo kill. He's been finding solo kills onto him and onto other parts of the map as well. And also I feel like his impact can only be so big on a champion that falls off a giant cliff over in the late game, such as Renekton, right? You saw later on when he kind of like went head to head with solo kill, like that Ambessa absolutely destroyed him.
It was a fun time to watch 369 maneuver some of those team fights. He was 1v5 a lot of the time in some of those engages. He bought a lot of time, but it ended up not actually being enough here, as that's an LPL gold graph if I've ever seen one here, Trouble. Top esports were up as much as 7,500 gold and ended up losing the game off of a couple of team fights in a row, won by NiP. You have to give so much credit to, I think, PP God specifically on this Milio for keeping everybody on his team alive. the Milio is the reason that this composition for NiP kind of turned into that late game powerhouse that was able to contest top esports despite being down very large amounts of gold.
Absolutely. And also, like, these both compositions work the same, right? We said from the get-go when we saw the two comps being picked that they kind of work similarly. You have similar type of top laners, you've got similar type of control mages in the mid lane that kind of want to poke, that kind of want to do the utmost damage over to tanks as well. And then you go really heavy poke bot lanes with the Lucian and the Ezreal. It just came up to who's going to hand stiff who. And I feel like it looked like top esports were hand stiffing in the early game, because no matter how many kills were going over to NiP, they were still able to get away with getting fights done, getting side lane pressure, grabbing neutral objectives, getting plates. 369 was doing a stellar job over in the early game. They just couldn't quite well close it, because I feel like they sort of got that problem where the Skarner was just not on the same page and kind of difficult to play the front line.
Yeah, you can see right here, kind of just situations where it feels like, you know, top esports should be able to find these wins, but little moments, little intricacies from NiP's composition end up coming out on top. As we're gonna get some of the highlights here for 369. If we got like the ace, like in OPGG, you look up like the top performing loser, it definitely was him on the Renekton in this game.
Top performing loser.
Yeah, you know, like when you look at the match history, you want to say like, hey, it wasn't my fault. 369 could definitely say that about this one.
You know what? I don't know if you've ever played Repo at all.
I have not.
But okay, but in the end, when your team all dies, you all go into a platform and you have to fight each other. And whoever your teammates is the one that ends up alive at the end, they're called King of the Losers. I think that's what you just crowned 369 as.
Well, for this game at least. He's been doing a lot of winning here in the LPL so far throughout his career, obviously. But this game, they did not end up winning, as, again, it seemed like top esports, off of this fight specifically, I thought they had this game in the bag, but they were unable to close things out. And now it's NiP winning this fight in the mid lane, turning that into another fight around the Elder Dragon. And we're going to a game number 3 all of a sudden, Trouble.
And it's actually getting very exciting, because a lot of those high power bot laners are gone. No Lucians, no Ezreals, the Varus is out as well. A lot of the facilitating junglers are gone as well, so we might see something like a Wukong and stuff pop up for Aki as well. Such one, I think, is going to be huge in priority as well, specifically because we're talking about things like Yone that can be played from the side of top esports. So particularly, I want to drag you back into this fight. Look at how hard they tried to keep Kanavi out. I think Cream helped there with the Azir ult as well. But then solo kill ulting Kanavi away and keeping him where he was, right out of smite range. Ha! Leaves having the game of his life.
He was having fun at the end of that one. He kind of had all the cards in his hand in terms of like him being able to force the initiative. He basically fully went in and like was able to frontline some of those fights because he knew he had the backup, specifically from PP God, and then of course the peel from the rest of his team. A couple of options here we could throw at for MVP, but I think it's got to be one of the bot laners here. It maybe could go to Aki on the Maokai as well.
Man, I really want to say Aki, honestly. I feel like his early game reads were so good. And I feel like this guy, okay, rightfully so, he has been criticized for not having the best performances, but right here versus the best jungler in the LPL, yes, I said it, I think he had a very great performance.
And there we go. Hey,
yes,
congratulations to Aki.
justice!
Well deserved for him. You can see it's his first MVP because he often is kind of left in the shadows, not super highly prioritized here by NiP, but the way he set up these fights, finding engages, and then most notably landing some very important smites, specifically around that Elder Dragon to win the game, I think well deserved from the Maokai overall today.
Absolutely. I feel like he was the difference maker. Had he not read Kanavi that well in the early game, we could have been talking for a different series right here. We could have been talking for series end even for top esports.
Will it be able to come through for NiP? Will they win their second series in 2 days against big favorites here in the LPL Ascend group? Or will it be top esports doing what they do best, forcing a game 3 and then taking care of business once they get there? We'll find out as we have our final draft on the way after this short break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to LPL English, where we have game number 3, our final game of the day, about to begin between Top Esports and Ninjas in Pajamas. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Trouble, where we might not have expected this series to go the full distance given the records of both of these teams, but NiP somehow holding that one together, surviving an onslaught from Top Esports that found them up 7,500 gold. But somehow they're able to win this one and force that game number 3 and potentially have themselves winning back-to-back series against top teams after previously being on a 7-match loss streak.
I'm going to give you some results-based analysis right here. Top Esports are coming off of a loss to AL, 0-2, and NiP are on a momentum swing right here. They swapped their top laner, they won their first series versus Weibo Gaming, one of beat Top Esports right here. I mean, that was a fair and square hands diff from NiP in that game too. You see that when both drafts are pretty similar, NiP have the players to execute and be better than any other opponent right here. And Top Esports fell flat in the game number 2. However, you gave me a pretty fun stat about them when it comes to game number 3.
7-1 is what their record has been. They've been playing in a lot of them. As you see, 12 series total. 8 of them have gone the distance, as they've had their fair share of dropping games here, dropping games there, despite being currently first place in the league. But whenever it comes down to it in that decider, the only time that they have lost was against the Shine Italy in game number 3. So that was in the first round robin. It's been a while since that did happen. And so Top Esports familiar with this territory. But if they lose, all of a sudden some wild questions are going to have to be thrown around, both at the top of the standings of Ascend, like what really is going on up there, and also what has happened with NiP. Are they all of a sudden a team that could go on a bit of a run to close out the second half of the year?
And also, it's going to prove us wrong in some way as well, right? We kind of compared BLG and NiP. We're like, okay, both teams were really struggling, couldn't pick up victories. Well, BLG could, but it was just very difficult for them, and NiP could not. They were on a 7-lose streak. So they swap pieces out. We said that, hey, the top lane piece is not as prominent as the jungle piece, because the jungle piece changes completely the way a game plays the whole game, right? The team plays the whole game. But for solo kill right here, he's come into NiP and he's actually been pretty decent. He hasn't necessarily been too good in lanes versus 369, but also can you blame me? 369 has been an absolute freaking monster this entire series. But it looks like NiP are at least in better spirits to play the games.
And now we're going to have to see what solo kill looks like on a bit of a different champion. He was having success on, you know, the Scion and the Mbessa most recently, but now on a different pick, as we are in that true fearless format. Curious to see what the draft priorities do entail for somebody like him. Obviously, this is a player in solo kill that does have that level of experience. He was on teams like EDG last year, Frankie Sports back in the LMS and the PCS, so can definitely play a lot of different stuff, but just specifically what his strengths are in this split, particularly in 2025, still a little bit up in the air.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like as we get closer to the drafts as well right here, a lot of champions we were talking about earlier might actually make a resurgence. We saw Lucian Ezreal that was banned over in game number 1, picked in game number 2. I feel like Sejuani might be a huge hit for both of these teams, seeing as if you really struggle with setup, you actually have to pick champions that set things up for you. Sejuani, Yone, one of those 2 champions. We saw very early on Xin Zhao and Pantheon out the pool. Potentially Nafiri if she does evade the bans. Nico hasn't actually been as prioritized as we would like to see, or Kai'Sa. So maybe these sort of bot lanes come back for that game number 3.
Yeah, the Nico was permabanned in our first series of the day between ThunderTalk and FPX, and now kind of not really showing its face at all. However, now with some of those crucial key supports off the table, we could maybe see it rise a little bit in priority, but there it is, banned away from PPGOT specifically, who I think has had a lot of good games on this Nico, so not surprised to see that one taken away. We also see both Vi and Nefiri banned, signifying that we're going to have to go deeper into that jungler champion pool.
And Gwen actually might make it through if this is not the last ban right here from the side of NiP. If they're afraid potentially for some sort of like needly shenanigans. Yeah, the Jace has been banned out for 369, so I'd be surprised if the Gwen doesn't go through right here for Top Esports.
Curious to see what Top want to do here on blue side, as this is the side that they get to play on now that they have lost game number 2. That Gwen, as you mentioned, still available, and I think it would be a very easy situation to lock it in here.
Listen. if they were to pick between B1ing for 369, who's had an incredible series, or Kanavi, Lilia, Blind, if I was top esports, I would pick for 369 Gwen as well.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be completely honest here.
I mean, it's been a pick that's been so popular, so highly prioritized the entirety of 2025. It got a little bit of a hit specifically to the Q and maybe a little bit to the passive in terms of just monster camps, but I think still a very powerful champion here as... Hold on, we're getting a wild selection here.
Is that solo kill?
Is this a solo kill Akali into the Gwen? I feel like that's generally a pretty highly prioritized matchup, and I don't see Doinby playing this one.
There's no way you would blind pick Akali like this if he was for Doinby, and like Doinby wouldn't either, right? Okay, I guess we have Akali versus Gwen over on the top side of the map. Now, things that can really, really get priority down the bot lane, Jhin, the Kai'Sa without the Nico is not big on priority anymore. Corki as well, that has been hovered here, but we mentioned it earlier. Sejuani, it's gonna be of big importance right here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Sejuani Yone locked in for the mid jungle duo of top esports.
It's another mid jungle 2v2 that just hasn't actually come into play. It's surprising a little bit that NiP don't lock that in, but that is going to be the selection for top esports, and if it is, it'll be a very dangerous one. Even with the Gwen, the Sejuani synergizes really well with, you know, having those extra auto attacks, being able to proc that permafrost. I did a little quick research trouble via Mobilytics, shout out.
Okay.
Akali has a 59.3% win rate into Gwen in solo queue in lane.
Poof.
So
Okay.
I
Teach a
kind
solo
of
kill?
imagined, I kind of remember that being the case, but solo kill definitely has the opportunity to go a little crazy here.
Okay, I'm actually really excited about this matchup, and I hope the observers, when we walk into the game, actually show us a little bit of how it works, because I can't recall a Gwen versus Akali matchup, so I would love to learn about it with you guys. Now, Galio locked in for Doinby. Again, the guy is very team-oriented. He does like to play for side lanes. Galio does just that. Now, his matchup into Yone, not necessarily the best, as Galio is the best towards more AP-centered champions over in the mid lane. However, I feel like right here, NiP has to play mostly for the tops of the map. Looking Viego and Akali, you need to make sure these two win. So, possibly something safe for the bot lane of NiP, something like a Xayah potentially could come through for a leave and allow Pipigo to sort of roam the map a little bit more to play for that top side.
Or will it be, you know, some of those other like Enchanter-dominated, lane-dominated bot lanes, things like Caitlyn are still on the table. If we want to go that direction here, specifically for NiP, I feel like that could maybe work, because you already have this like super skirmish-heavy top side. But I'm very curious to see. It seems like top esports kind of worried about that just a little bit, because they take away the Zeri and the Lulu, and so are NiP going to go full dive with the Kai'Sa still making it way all the way through this point of the Game 3 draft? Very surprising overall, but be a very fun lock-in here for Leave if he gets his hands on this one in Game 3.
I feel like it makes sense right here because your whole team is diving, but I'm thinking Jackalove's gonna gravitate towards a Jhin potentially to just set up for his team and play as safe as possible, as many screens as possible away from things like Viego and Akali, right? Xayah also a pretty potent AD carry down the bot lane, works really nicely into the Kai'Sa, especially the feathers are a big bully in the early game, and Rakan, I'm assuming, is going to be her pairing down the bot lane because it just makes absolute sense. You're not going to be playing versus any Enchanter right here because they have all been taken out. Particularly the Nico that is #1 together with Kai'Sa right now in terms of priority, but she's gonna go back to her good old pairings, which is anything that can engage. With Reyna and Alistar at the pool, Nautilus banned out, Leon is the only one that remains.
I've just seen this draft already, Trouble. I am so excited for what these team fights could potentially provide if we do get to that stage. Obviously, there are little nuances here or there that favor certain lane matchups for each team. I would say top lane definitely favored towards NiP with this Akali. Cream could have the good opportunity alongside Kanavi to really break open this mid lane. And the bot lane, I think just volatile, all things considered. But if we could get to the point where these teams are even in gold and they're fighting full 5v5s, it's going to be electric. Such fun AoE crowd control ultimates that can be thrown around everywhere. Like, this is going to be awesome.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm a little worried for NiP side because usually when you have a heavy dive composition, you also have a lot of CC. We're seeing like Vi and Bessa Galio or things that can really lock you down while the Galio makes the big smackdown. Right here is not the case. Your only reliable CC from the side of NiP is that Leona. PP God is going to be the start and end of it all if he doesn't get a good engage onto the backline. And even if he does, the champions are so elusive. The W for coming through from Gwen, the ultimate coming through from Xayah. It's going to be a pretty tough game for NiP to make these dives work.
So we're entering the 9th best of 3 game 3 that has been played by Top Esports in their 13th series of Group Ascent. So despite the fact they're sitting at the top of the group stage here, consensus #1 team, I think, overall here in the LPL. Of course, your reigning champions, of course, in addition. They are still not fully in the clear just yet. They have struggled to really close that series cleanly. And we saw that in that second game against Ninjas in Pajamas. But here in their home stadium in Shenzhen, NiP are going to try to do the impossible. They're going to try to take a game 3 off of Top Esports and send them to their 3rd loss of the split. We're on to the Rift for the final game between Top Esports and NiP.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Not many people use JackeyLove's skin against JackeyLove and leave to tell the tale. That's all I'm gonna say.
That is true.
Although it's happened a lot this season, I'm not gonna lie. I think it's the most prominent skin for Kai'Sa that we see, like, in competitive play and also solo queue, right?
Is that like the ultimate sign of respect or the ultimate sign of disrespect to be playing?
I think
skin
both.
into it?
It's kind of like, wow, your skin is so cool. I really respect you winning that world championship and making that skin. Good choice, man. But now I'm gonna beat you in it.
Yeah, it's almost like, hey, I could do this better than you kind of thing. I don't know. I feel like Leave overall tipping the cap a little bit before going on. I mean, it is a world champion. It's 2 world champions that he's playing up against in the bottom lane, JackeyLove and Crisp. And I'll be honest, he's been living up to those expectations. He's been matching up very well against them so far. Even though NiP has had a lot of problems, obviously, throughout the end of their first round robin and during the course of their 7-game loss streak, I think Leave has been playing particularly well for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. And right here, they're going to have to show it, right? I feel like, again, NiP have a really, really tough task against Top Esports. They do have a very heavy dive, so the champion selection could be very easy for NiP as just choosing Xayah over Khan, whatever, to dive onto the backline. But if the CC doesn't lock them down for long enough, and the only one right there that you've got is Leona, again, Pipico's going to have to be so crucial in the fights to come later on. As we get a good look at how that top lane matchup goes, at least over in the early game. Looks pretty even to me, with 369 just pushing down that lane.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see kind of how this matchup really shapes out, because you can see right now 369 able to get the early push. I think pretty obviously there with the snips, but from my memory from a couple of years ago, because I feel like that's like the last time we've seen this be a really solid matchup for Akali, or people played the Akali in. I think it's just the fact that you can throw your Shuriken out, and even if the Shroud comes out for 369, you could kind of jump right back into melee range and kind of kite around the range of the Gwen specifically. I think that is, in general, the thought process here for solo kill in this matchup. Interesting to see that 369 went for the barrier. I feel like a lot of the time we see things like exhaust, thought maybe into the Akali that could be useful, but instead just trying to get a little bit of extra sustainability.
I feel like the barrier these days, especially down the bot lane, has been used to actually win trades early on. So I feel like for 369 here, it was very clever, because does he lose that trade early on to an Ignite Akali, he can actually pop the barrier to be able to push that lane out further. And I feel like, as you can see right here, that is a triple lane priority that Kanavi is playing with. Now, why does this suck for Aki? Well, he is playing Viego. He wants to have Rain all over his map. Talking about Rain, Rain might be too overextended. He gets hit by a taunt here.
Yeah, gonna get locked down by it. Justice Punch as well to combine the crowd control. Cream having to flash away from Aki. That's a big win for NiP in the mid lane.
Yeah, Kanavi was actually taking Scuttle Grab as PP-God.
Yeah, Chris actually has his grand entrance canceled there by PP-God. But JackeyLove will get a lot back there with the Blade Caller, so some decent damage chunked back and forth. Looks like no kill is going to result either direction, so we're starting to get a little bit frisky here, Trouble, but I think both sides understand the stakes of this game. They understand what their composition want to do as well, so they're going to try to wait to the late game to really start to flip things.
Yeah, Actually, really impressed with Aki right here. Usually when you see Viego, you don't expect the Viego level 3 to show up behind you in the mid lane. You're expecting them to reset on the map as fast as possible, try to get the second reset of the camps going like he's doing right now. But since he did have that extra time after the Scuttle Crab and Cream was stressed, that far forward over in that mid lane, Doinb is more than enough setup, right, for that Viego to come through. And with Flash not available onto Cream right now, you see how he actually had to use his soul to push that wave, now reset over in the mid lane as well, just to stay as safe as possible. Level 6 will be where Cream will most likely be able to push that mid lane again without necessarily the fear of Aki wrapping around.
He does have pursuit. Teleports right back in. He is feeling a little bit safer now that Kanavi is around the mid lane. Dragon was tickled a little bit by Aki, but they don't want to fully commit to that one.
I think he tried to tame him, but it didn't work.
Yeah, that's not. I feel like that's not really Viego's thing. I feel like
yeah, true. He likes swords
like
more. Swords
like
are his thing.
Yeah. Tristana, Dragon Trainer Tristana maybe can do that a little bit more. What's interesting here about these compositions, though, Trouble, the fact that while they're both late game team, they both thrive in terms of team fights. They both want to do things a little bit differently, right? NiP very focused on the resets for Aki. That's the key thing that will help NiP get involved in this game. And so they're going to try to burst down some of these priority targets, and they have the tools to do so with a lot of long-range crowd control from PP God as well as Doinb to follow up. So very curious to see how exactly they're going to try to single out targets and start fights. Whereas top esports, I think, are a little bit more comfortable with just grouping together as 5 and just playing a very standard role back.
Yeah, they can also play sideline if they want to, right? They can play the front to back. Zaya is very safe, but they can also play for sidelines as well, as Aki is gonna grid Kanavi over in the river.
Crab was picked up here by Kanavi regardless. Hero Tetris comes out and forces Kanavi to flash away, and now Cream could be in a little bit of trouble. He goes forward here with the Fate Sealed, knowing that PP God is here on the way as well. They lock down Aki and pick up first blood for top esports. Cream somehow still alive. This Yone just refuses to die as the Glacial Prison comes out from Kanavi, and PP God next on the menu. Another knockup comes through from Crisp. Doinb in a lot of trouble. The Permafrost comes through, and it's going to be Crisp not getting the kill as the tower will force him away, but still a 2-0 for TES.
2 kills going over to top esports, and Crisp saving the day the last second possible. Has to flash through, heal, knock up, Guardian procs, everything to try and save Cream. And now Cream level 7, an entire level up, 1 kill over. It's gonna be a very, very scary Yone to deal with, and this 2v2 started very, very grim, and the second Kanavi flashes through. And since that PP God is behind him as well, as we're gonna see the replay right here. Kanavi overextends just a little bit, trying to take a trade onto Aki, but that's a level 6 from Galish. He dives straight in, and when Kanavi flashes out, he's like, oh shoot, PP God is here, we actually have to commit. Once they commit, Crisp is right behind him. He dives in, the Guardian shield, the E-shield, heal coming through, the knock-up. They all keep Cream alive for that huge trade that gives 2 kills over top esports.
And what a play overall by top, but specifically seeing the power of the Sejuani Yone combo. There's a reason we highlighted it as soon as they selected it. Nicely done by Kanavi to prioritize targets correctly with that Permafrost, find stuns on basically everybody throughout that fight with the help of Cream. And that gets him a kill. That gets top esports a 2,000 gold lead 8 minutes into this one. And now NiP in a serious hole, all things considered.
It's actually very hard to play Viego or any type of farming champion when you do not have priority lanes, and NiP right here on red side, they really drafted for 3 easy lanes, whilst Kanavi is just looking at Aki again. Now it's a pure 1v1. Aki's 1 level up though.
Kanavi, what a Giga Chat. Going to Sejuani and trying to invade the Viego is insane behavior, but something we can expect from Kanavi, I suppose. They're going to run right back to the grubs and pick those up, so top esports just continuing to dominate on all facets.
It's actually going to get a little bit scary right here, because if Viego does get the resets, talking about resets, hold up. This is might be in trouble. Kanavi's heading up river.
A little bit back on out there really nicely. The barrier saving him a little bit as well. Solo kill trying to use that second proc with perfect execution, but we'll just use it defensively to get on out of there. Very quietly here as well. 369, despite being in this post counter matchup, actually up 20 CS.
Aki is sticking around. potentially trying to defend over... Yeah, over Kanavi, maybe being over top side of the map. Potentially a dive right there. So, talking about a dive, Top Esports is respecting the bot lane potential dive that is happening. Now, every time a Diego gets picked, this is probably like one of the hardest champions you can play, specifically into a non-so-squishy team and a very elusive team, such as Top Esports have right here. The resets do not come to you as easily, but if they do, I always like to see the value of those souls that Diego can get to pick up and how those continue the fights. As you can see over the Yone, the Sejuani, the Rakan, all three of those are so valuable for Aki to actually pick up and continue the fight forward.
Yeah, I mean, if you can take down Scream early on, like that's certainly going to be very valuable here in terms of all the utility, all the damage that you can provide. Even if you kill Chris first, like getting a knockup or just like having that extra mobility on the Diego before you jump right back in with the Heartbreaker will be big as well.
Oh,
and then you're going to try to start off this Dragon. Scream jumping over, but they know that Kanavi's not here, so it should be secured very easily here by NiP. So that's the first objective, first part of the map that they are actually able to claim. But everything else has really gone Top Esports' way so far.
And the later this game goes, the harder again it will be, right? The Bloodthirsters are going to start coming through. Or the shield ball, rather, sorry. With the big shield, it's going to come through. Since one is going to get too tanky, you're going to have defensive items from Rakan. Zayas is just going to press R. Same for Gwen. It's just going to go snip, snip. You're not going to be able to touch her in her W. Tough game for NiP. Tough game. Already at 2,500. Gold lead, 11 minutes in, and that's pure lane pressure. Apart from the 2 kills mid lane, that is pure lane pressure on the other side of the map.
Yeah, look at the places that don't have kills, top and bot. 20 CS leads in both areas, as well as turret plates being taken here by Jackie Love and Chris. Cleave and PP God have not found the angles that they've wanted to engage into this Zyra Rakan and are struggling because of it. As you now see Solo Kill going for a play on the 369, but he's taking a lot of damage from the scissors of the Gwen. The needlework actually forcing Solo Kill to head back to base after he was the one who initiated the play.
All right. I'm actually very curious on how this sort of matchup gets turned around. Because I feel like the stats do speak for themselves, right? The champion is really good into Gwen, the Akali into the Gwen. However, I have seen 369 absolutely... Hold up.
The PP God, they already have used the cleanse here for the Xayah, but PP God going a little bit too far forward as Kanavi comes in with the Glacial Prison. Aki joining the fight, but there's no opportunity for a reset just yet. Jackie still has his flash and the Featherstorm available, so it's just so hard to take this Xayah down.
And still, with Kanavi around, they get to push down that tower. PP God has to reset. They're looking for potential knock-up, maybe. The QE lands, but Jackie Love
Playing aggressive. Oh, what a flash! In on to Jackie Love, forcing in that killer instinct in from Leave. They go forward, the blade color's big, but it's not big enough. Leave flashes away for the grand entrance and will survive. NiP get on the board at last.
Oh man, Top Esports really didn't trust there on Jackie landing the E. Onto Leave and Aki. Could have been a case of them trading back kills. But I feel like they kind of left Jackie Love to die right there. Like, that's not the Kanavi I'm used to, right? The Kanavi that dives forward and trades a kill onto Sejuani, that's more like it. But right there, Top Esports, I feel like they played it a little bit too safe. Knowing that Jackie Love still has E and could get a trade back. Nevertheless, NiP get their first skill, and this watches one more time. The W is going to miss right here from Crisp, and this is where NiP are starting to play a little bit more aggressive. There is Flash and Ultimate onto Jackie, which he could have dodged right here, but he chooses to use it right there, and the E, a Blade Caller, will tag Leave. That could have very easily been a kill response onto Leave right there as well. Not quite the case, NiP get away with it.
Kanavi just didn't want to join or try to maybe risk his life for
not the
just another one-for-one trade. So that was... I think when you play Sejuani, you get put in a different state of mind, right? You're like, I'm not the main character.
Oh, don't tell me you haven't seen him go all in on Sejuani. He literally just invaded and 1v1 the Viego.
You're right. This team wants to go for a little bit more this time around, as here comes Solo Kill, finally going to try to find a matchup here into 369. With the help of PP God, he will even up the kill score and continue to allow for NiP to start their way towards a comeback.
All right, we said from the beginning, this all starts and ends with PP God. If PP God finds target, hits target, locks them down, that's where NiP can actually capitalize on those kills. They tried to do it over in the bot lane, didn't work. They punish 369, of course, no mobility summoner spells for the Gwen means that you can very easily pin him down once W has been used. And that was the case right there. They get another kill onto the map, very crucially onto the Akali, who has built an item that I haven't seen in a very long time. Storm Surge completed.
Wow,
for solo
yeah.
kill.
I mean, that's like a very classic Akali build. I just feel like we haven't seen it too much in the meta just yet. I imagine like a rocket belt to maybe help close the gap as well onto some of these backline targets. It could be in the works next, or maybe just full continuation of AP burst damage builds. Maybe a Rift Maker or something like we've seen top lane Akali's go
Shadow Flame?
in the past. A lot of options you could go. I feel like mage items in a decent spot right now, or assassin items, I should say, for somebody like Sarah in this situation.
You say that, but I still miss Gunblade, man. I'll never be able to recover. That's the story.
You gotta let it go, Trouble. It's been 7 years.
Player ever, any Akali player ever can relate. Trust me. Now, of course, we have Dragon up. About 5 seconds. It's literally spawning right about now. Herald up at the same time. Top esports items, item a piece on the left side, item a piece on the right side. Actually, 369 a little bit delayed with that kill onto him over on the top side of the map. He will not have his first item completed onto this Gwen. That's how the teleport to join, and as an NiP commit onto this Rift Herald, I think Kanavi's gonna take the hint right here and head towards the boss of the map to grab the jump.
Still see Chris and Jackie fishing just a little bit, but there's no shot that they go in 4v2. Instead, gonna be the trade of the Dragon for Herald this time around. And now we'll see what NiP can do with it, because they are losing their mid lane tier 1 as a result. I'm sure it was already just one auto attack was being taken down regardless. But if they can burst open a tower, try to get back a little bit of gold, that is going to really help Ninjas in Pajamas right now, because they are still suffering in terms of just the money that is in favor of top esports, and they could be even more trouble now as solo kills getting targeted via a dive. Cream dashes forward the Soul Unbound, but there's 2 members of NiP on the way to try to defend this, and a teleport coming in from Doinby as well. Not going to be able to get canceled by 369, so a full fight's going to be opened up here. Chris pops the quickness, going to try to look to go onto the back line, but instead is going to get canceled in by Doinby. Now 5 members of top esports hunting around the area after the Dragon has been claimed, so 369 burning his teleport as just a response to try to make sure that NiP don't find anything more.
Was that TP from 369? Nothing was happening. Everyone was out. Chris committed his TP just to make sure NiP don't move forward from that dry bush. Now Cream has to burn his to actually push out that top lane, as 369 is going to stick down bot lane since he TP'd over there. So Tempo still on the side of top esports right here, but not much to fight for right there. They looked for a dive. They couldn't pull it off. They actually... a good call off on the dive, but now Cream might be under a little bit of threat. Does have the flash and the ult available to him. It's not very easy to pin down a champion like Yone. Now, the one thing that I really don't like is when Galio is there for the fight. It becomes a little bit difficult to be as impactful with your ultimate when you're already there and you're just standing still in front of so many members that can cancel you. So I would like to see NiP actually get a little bit more creative with that Galio ult usage.
Looks like they're going to head right back to this bottom lane. Very easily take down that tier 1 turret. Top lane is close to going down as well, so top esports, you could see what the lane pressure that they were able to generate has turned into as we are approaching the 20-minute mark of this game. Despite the kills being even, top are ahead 3,500 gold, and those are going to become important markers once we get to those 2-item power spikes for some of our carries. Cream specifically benefiting massively, as he's, I think, 12 CS a minute at this point, and with the help of Kanavi, he's going to get even more gold with this tier 1 turret going down up top.
Yeah, Cream is Chovy again for this game. And of course, let's not forget feats of strength as well. With the first tower, you're pretty much as much as a kill away or a neutral objective away, whilst NiP need both to get one for themselves. And 369 is going to be the target for the dive down there, as 4 members of NiP are closing by, as well as the 3 Herald. They've got 5.
Solo kill starting it off with that perfect execution first proc. Looks like they're going to try to burst down the tower first. No, they're going to instead go right for the Gwen, and they will take him down. We also need tier 1 tower down in the bot lane. 369 down for the count for the next 30 seconds. 3 members of top esports hovering around to try to defend this. Meanwhile, we have Cream pushing onto that tier 2 turret up on the top side. They have to be responded too soon, but instead it'll be Cream backing off, and NiP headed back to base with that victory.
Good dive right there from NiP, committing 5 members. So I'm counting the referral with that as well. over on that dive. They take the tower, they take another kill. The kill goes over to Akali, who's very close to that second item as well. And solo kill could be a real threat for that backline of Top Esports. Now again, it hasn't gotten any easier to pin him down. However, Aki has made it to that Trinity Force. We have 8 stacks and a lot of ages onto Doinbe's Galio. And NiP could slowly but surely be getting towards those item power spikes. I think 2 are at least needed for their team to truly try and assassinate backlines for Top Esports.
Yeah, not there just yet though. And we'll see if that means that they're willing to give up this next dragon potentially spawning in minute 20, or PP God gonna get caught up before then, as he was just trying to ward a little bit, man. And here comes the hero's entrance in response. Ninjas in Pajamas looking to try to find the fight as Kanavi is getting targeted. PP God will live, but he finally will go down as he flashes over the wall a little bit too late. Aki, the one to pick up the kill. He gets his first reset here of this fight, but they will not look for anything more after just the 1-for-1.
Haha, remember the Kanavi that wouldn't flash forward to kill support? There he is. Right there.
He is.
I mean, at this point, he was way too far into the fight. Way overextended, so he had to at least trade a kill right there. You see how easy it is for NiP to fight these skirmishes? Once they're all done in a very tight choke point, Galio ult was massive. They were able to pin people down. PP go bait them too far in, and now they're doing Atakan. 369 on bot lane with no TP, and there's nothing Top Esports can do to stop this one.
Yeah, this one likely just going to go down. However, it doesn't go down super quickly, but now that Leave has arrived, I think that there is no position where Kanavi will be able to steal this one away. So yes, Atakan going the way of Ninjas in Pajamas. That is a big win for them. And despite the fact that they're down in gold, this is a very even game state in the decider between these two teams.
Most gold lead in the game right now. He's on to Cream. Almost 2,000 gold over his counterpart. 2 items in. You said how strong Yone becomes on 2 to 3 items. 3rd item as well completed right there would be absolutely insane for the Yone. True carry material. And again, the scaling is with the side of Top Esports. The more forth back, the harder to dive. However, if NiP can manage to somehow snowball that lead that they've got over on Akali, play for solo kill, play around that side lane, play around that Akali, try to set up for him. As you can see, PP God already on it on the top side, laying down some vision for that Akali to play through that side lane.
Yeah, big game, big moment for Solo Kill, right? Who is the new addition to this NiP team. It seemed like things weren't working so well with Shanji, who was a part of this core that NiP were rolling out with for a large portion of the last couple of years. Actually, former teammates of Cream back on OMG as well. Like, this is a core that players that have been together for a while. But now, suddenly that is being switched up a little bit. Now there's that extra bit of synergy with Solo Kill and Leave. Former teammates on EDG kind of coming together. All these little bits and pieces for NiP as they were trying to grasp at a situation with their season potentially falling apart. And so far, things are looking better than they were. However, still some work to be done as they are still down a little bit here in this Game 3 decider against Top Esports. And remember, even though this has been a close series, this is the first place team against the 9th place team. In terms of the standings right now, that just kind of goes to show what an upset this would be.
Oh, Joey. Lucky again, there's only a jungle and a support in that brush, as they were seeing Cream over the top side, 369 over in the bot lane as well. No TP for that Gwen as well. There is no neutral objective, and I see your point right here. We're talking about a Top Esports that was dominant, right? Like, their win-loss says the tale. 10-2 as they find PP God.
Yeah, another time the PP God's been caught out, but the Eclipse healing him up, or keeping him alive for a long time. Finally, Chris gonna come in with a quickness. The Grand Entrance comes out. The Leona is living for so long. Finally, the stray feather from Jackie will be the final blow on to the support for NiP. The response on the other side of the map won't be as much as what Top Esports were able to do with 3 grubs. They take down the top lane tier 2. Cream, the one to be the big beneficiary of it as the gold continues to stack his way.
Hold up, that was 4 members of Top Esports and 3 ults committed to kill that Leona with no flash, and it still took so damn long to take PP God down. I was seeing a replay over on the bot side of the map. Doinby versus 369. Oh, 369 is just gonna... Okay, he's just gonna TP away.
He tried to cancel the TP.
Just like that. Cold-blooded.
So no ulti for Aki for the next little bit, in case you wonder why he got caught out without using the ulti in the next 30 seconds or so. Looks like it's not going to matter too much as he's heading back to base. We get our Baron up in 30 seconds as well. At this point, Trouble, if you're an NiP, you've got 2 items on all of your big carries. You just now see that Collector being picked up for Aki, so they're really trying to prioritize locking people down and finding these resets. So the go button has to be pressed soon, which is our top esports going to allow NiP to find these catches, or are they going to be able to play the map well enough to make sure they're never in a situation to get singled out?
Yeah, as you can see, PP God is the one leading them every time, right? So if top esports can manage to eliminate PP God from the front line, they eliminate a lot of the pressure as Crisp is on his own.
Aki gets charmed up. Oh, this teleport is aggressive! Coming in from Doinby. He's tanking it up with the Aftershock. Will be able to survive the initial onslaught here with the permafrost coming through. PP God dashing forward. He likely will be the sacrifice. The solo kill going to try to save this team fight. Jackie Love very low. The perfect execution still to be used. He whiffs it, but still is able to get the kill out of the Xayah. And in comes the backline dive. Solo kill gets another. A knockup comes through from Aki. Cream on the run. It's just the solo laners left alive for top esports. The shield boat's been popped, but the taunt comes through. NiP find 4.
What an incredible fight right here from NiP. Doinby TP'd in the middle of the entirety of TES. But he's so tanky. The Rift Maker, the fully stacked Rod. Level 15 plus 1 from Rod. 2 points. Sorry, 3 points on that ult as well. And NiP will win the fight, take the Baron. Put a firm foot in this game, and top esports. How do you flop that? Crisp committing everything onto Aki, but Cream could not follow after. He had to snap back onto his actual body, and that is your engage gone with Crisp's ult down. And then they overcommitted to Doinby. Let's have a look at solo kill right there, because he does find a way to sneak onto Jackie Love. So much damage just by that Akali. That was a great ult by Jackie right there, but the perfect execution didn't whip. He dodged the E coming through from all the feathers down from Jackie and just killed him with the Q. That was fantastically played by solo kill.
Yeah, on the Akali being the big disruptor there, and Doinby able to provide a lot as well, setting up Aki, peeling for his Viego. And now Ninja Pajamas have themselves a Baron buff. They've evened up this gold count, and they're looking poised to continue their momentum here in this game number 3 to build a win streak after their 7-match loss streak. They pick up the second dragon. Still more work to be done. Top esports still has that scaling front to back composition. They still are approaching those third items on Cream and Jackie Love. But NiP certainly have an angle here. They certainly have an opportunity to take this series.
Oh, that was the perfect fight, right? Aki got a bunch of shutdowns right there as well. Sorry, resets with that Viego. That was a dream fight for NiP. Reminder, top esports still 1,000 gold up, 2,000 gold onto Cream's Yone. We need to see domestic Cream performance. He has not stepped up to it. Very, very close to his Infinity Edge as well. He's using a pickaxe and the extra gold to buy the item. But once he does, he's pressing B right now. He might have it even in the shop. He actually needs to show up right here. Unfortunately for top esports, even though Cream has been farming a lot, he has been quite invisible in these fights for the entirety of this series. And I think if top esports want to pull off this win, Cream needs to show up.
Gonna have to. He's in a good position too right now. 3 full items have just been completed here for the Yone. That Infinity Edge going to provide a lot. But it's still looking like NiP could potentially find some good opportunities here. Doinby look for a taunt, but instead gonna get hit up by the Glacial Prison. He's now getting singled out. He's getting targeted, and Cream finds a huge last breath. Here comes Doinby. He's still alive though on the backline, but will go down to Cream. 369 has a needlework proc. 3 top esports are looking to push forward. PP God is down. Solo kill never found the angle, and a massive loss for Ninjas in Pajamas.
They're pinging him. They're pinging him. They know he's around. Top esports are playing very carefully right there. Huge pick onto Doinby. It's not going to necessarily result into anything. There's no neutral objectives for the taking on the map right now. However, it stopped the siege from NiP. They still had a Baron buff on top of them. Top esports shut that down. Cream with a fantastic ult right there to stop the follow-up from NiP, and we're starting to get glimpses of how strong he is on these champions like Yone. Chris goes in with the ult. He's gonna miss, and Top Esports are gonna back home.
Very far forward there from Chris. It could have been disastrous if he got locked down by any sort of crowd control, but he did force the flash out of leave. That's a big cooldown that will no longer be available in 2.5 minutes time. When we have both the Hextech Dragon and the Baron Nashor spawning. Oh man, what a wild game that we have had. What a series that we've had together here, Trouble, between these two teams. Definitely not what I was going to expect coming in, given that NiP have been struggling and Top Esports are the #1 team in the league, but just goes to show. This LPL Ascend group is so competitive, so entertaining to watch.
Absolutely. And honestly, I feel like everyone is very pleasantly surprised that this series was just not a wash from Top Esports, just absolutely stomping NiP. This is a very, very unconventional draft that we're seeing from NiP. Solo kill, R1ing the Akali, and showing up like this in the teamfights has been incredible to watch. And maybe this is the flair that NiP wanted when they looked for a new top lane, and Solo kill is absolutely bringing that here. Game 2 on the Ambessa, Game 3 with the Akali. I feel like if he can again find an angle on Jackalope, we saw how easily he was just able to just solo kill him. I mean, no pun intended, but he does fit the name here.
That's why, you know, the Scion maybe doesn't fit him as well, brand-wise. You know, like we want solo kill on champions that he's able to do some solo killing on, if you know what I mean. Because on the Akali, he definitely has like a prioritized farm here that is, he's about 80 CS behind. But when you're farming the champions, when you're farming Jackalope, that's all you need. As Lees, remember, doesn't have that flash, so has to be very careful about how he's positioned when he decides to go forward. Because if he dives in at the wrong time, there's a ton of tools that Top Esports have at their disposal to try and take him down. And if he dies, that's a big loss for NiP as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like right here we're about to see a dance around Dragon and Baron. It's just going to be soul point for both teams, right? So technically this Dragon has a lot of value and not really, because if you're gonna trade it for Baron and lose a bunch of towers, then your soul point kind of gets nulled because you're not going to be able to walk out of the base, right? However, if you manage to secure that Dragon without trading it for Baron, that's a huge win for both of these teams, that they're both sitting on 2 dragons each. Now, Top Esports, you see they're trying to establish some vision. I'm very surprised to see Chris walking ahead of Kanavi right there, but PPGod might get caught.
PPGod, he's the one going forward here with the Zenith Blade. He's going to try to just let Doinby enter the backline with the hero's entrance. Jackie-Love already popping that Featherstorm Relief died on the backline. Now it's Cream trying to dash forward, save the fight here for Top Esports, but solo kill comes through and finds a double kill. Now Cream in 369, this lone survivor team from top. As it's a 3 for 2 overall in favor of NiP. Doinby will go down as the teleport falls short. The last proc of the needlework will do the deed, and Top Esports will hold the line and make it an even numbers fight.
Oof, and Aki started the Dragon the second that Doinby went down. He actually had to bail, and that is going to be a Dragon for Top Esports, and what a fight! I feel like Jackalov really gritted his ultimate right there when Doinby landed down from his ultimate, as we're gonna see again, I'm assuming in the replay. And he didn't expect the damage coming through that Galio. He was the only one actually hitting him. 3-item Galio does a lot of damage. Let's watch this one more time. Pipi could overextend, but he will extend the engage onto Jackalov. The land from Galio is gonna be perfect. Jackalov doesn't hold that, and he eats a bunch of damage from Doinby's Galio, which he doesn't expect. So once he greets the ultimate right there, Solo Kill knows that the backline is pretty wide open for that Akali to slide through and get 2 kills for himself. Now the unfortunate part is that Cream arrived, and it became really difficult for NiP to push any more kills. Doinby tried to run away, but wasn't the case, which means that Aki could not finish that Dragon, and he went over to Top Esports.
It's creating a very awkward situation where both AD carries don't really enjoy playing League of Legends right now, Trouble, because there's so many tools on both squads' disposal to just dive in onto the backline AD carry. You have Solo killing and Doinby for NiP. You have this Yone for Cream that's going crazy here in some of these late game team fights, picking up a Spirit Vision to make sure he does not go down to the likes of Solo Kill. The Dragon was picked up here by Top Esports. Baron is still alive. Whoever can claim that one will receive a huge amount of pressure and opportunity to really break the base open of their opposition.
Talking about pressure right here, Solo Kill has, PPGod has a lot of that on his shoulders, right? Again, he is the be-all of NiP. His engage are so crucial, but also if he face checks too hard, he goes down, and NiP lose that as the Baron gets started right here, and NiP are gonna have to look for a way. Crisp is looking.
Aki's got to get in there somehow. It's at 3,000 HP. Get in there, Aki. Trying to steal it away. No! It's secured by Kanavi. And Aki will go down without picking up a singular reset. Solo kill in some trouble. He dashes in, though. Leaves, somehow finds a double before he hits the grave. But it's not going to matter enough as 369 still up and running. Doinby's in trouble. And it's going to be the fight win for Top Esports.
The quiet carry for Top Esports 369 with an insane series and a quadra kill to show off on this Gwen. 6-2-2 after this fight. But the true hero of that fight was Scream keeping solo kill out of that fight up until the very end. If that Akali had joined any earlier, we're gonna be talking about a completely different series. He keeps him out and he takes his hourglass as now 369 and Cream are looking to potentially take double inhibitor right there and leave NiP's base in shambles.
The Waves were in slightly better positions. Maybe Top Esports could have ended things, but instead, likely going to be double inhibitors picked up for themselves, or maybe just the one. Cream stalled out a little bit on that play. Did not fully sync up to the mid lane in time, and so it will just be that inhibitor taken in the top lane, and Top Esports backing away with the Baron buff in just 2 of their members' hands. And the gold lead back up to a decent mark, but at this point, gold doesn't matter at all. It's just about how these champions are able to operate in these things. Starts off here, Aki very late to the play, despite secured by Kanavi. And then again, take a look at what Cream's able to do on the backline here on the Yone.
Yeah, he takes the hourglass from solo kill, he keeps him out. That is very important because 369 gets so much free damage, leaves so short range on this guy, so the second he dives, he gets snipped apart. And solo kill, he could have changed the whole course of the fight had he been allowed to join earlier, but Cream, what a fantastic flank right there to keep that Akali out of the fight as much as possible.
The Soul Laners right now, eating good. If you're a Top Esports fan, 369 and Cream have been monumental in allowing for their team to be at the position that they're in right now, to try to make it 8-1 in terms of Game 3 victories in the group stage of the LPL Split number 2. However, NiP still have something to say about it. PPGod whips on the Solar Flare. Teleport coming to the backline from Doinby. Will use that Hero's Entrance, but it's only going to knock up Kanavi. Can they try to lock down the Sejuani? Instead is Cream going forward to Fate Sealed, but going back, it is 369 who ends up going down a solo kill, and the numbers advantage now in favor of Ninjas in Pajamas.
Oh, Doinby!
He flashes forward, finds the ton of the Cream. Oh, look at Jackie Love. Jackie's untouched. Jackie's popping off, and Cream's here to save it as well. Jackie Love on the Zaya, the hero at the end of the day. It's an ace picked up for NiP, and they will march down the bottom lane and put an end to NiP.
No one gets to play Jackie Love Skin versus Jackie Love and live to tell the tale. For 3 team fights back to back to back, a different carry from Top Esports has showed up to help them take that series to an end finally.
Another Game 3, but another win for Top Esports, and NiP might be looking better, but they still are not the best, and that is what TES are right now. 11-2 here in the second round robin. They bounce right back from their loss against AL, and Top Esports wins the series 2-1 over Ninjas in Pajamas in their home arena.
Wow, what an absolute incredible performance again from 369. He came from a laning phase where he wasn't favored. He kept slowly but surely chipping up those advantages onto the Gwen, and he became monstrous. So was that late game. I wanted to see more from Cream. We saw some glimpses right there, like a 4.5k gold lead. Yone should definitely be more prominent on our screens, right, in terms of the plays, but I feel like even the quiet plays that he made, keeping solo kill out, not allowing the Akali to join, taking his hourglass, I feel they definitely helped. But that particular last fight looked very scary, man. That was a full all-in on a Sejuani, and it almost worked.
And they had the 5v4 for a little bit. Doinby finding the taunt onto Cream. You thought maybe, just maybe, NiP were going to be able to win that fight, start some sort of miracle comeback here. But Jackie Love, kind of the unsung hero throughout this entire game specifically. It was all about 369, but he ended up dying first. It was then trying to dive in and pick up some more kills. But Jackie Love, they forgot about him. And you never forget about Jackie Love or else bad things happen to you.
Hey, there's two things that can happen, right? Either Jakilev's gonna completely bait you by that misfortunal where he just overextended, he's like, call an ambulance, but not for me because I'm under my tower now and you're in trouble. Or he's just going to be a complete hero in this fight. You're gonna completely forget about him because he hasn't necessarily been the hero of that game, and then he's gonna come back. And I feel like that sort of last team fight showed you how the composition worked from the side of top esports, where it's just so difficult to kill the members, and if you don't dive into the backline, take that Jakilev ult with the Galio, it's just so difficult to kill him. He's just gonna pump out so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, that last fight just demonstrated that power there. Cream also doing a lot to try to buy some space with, you know, some of the other front lines not a part of that fight for top esports, and it ended up working out pretty well for them at the end of the day. So they jump up to 10-2 overall here in the standings, or I think it's 11-2 now.
11-2, yeah.
And they are looking like continuing to be the team to beat in the LPL. Obviously, there are teams that are able to contest them. They have played 9 game number 3s. They have gone to positions where they had their backs up against the wall, where they were in a do-or-die situation, but they've always been able to come out on top, at least for the most part, and we'll see if that continues to be the case. They have another tough task in their next matchup. They play JDG just this Sunday, I believe, so that's going to be a fun one.
You know what the funniest thing is? I feel like top esports is the most beatable, unbeatable team in the LPL.
Right.
It's just like we make it into a meme, but that's actually the case, right? Like NiP straight up outhands them in game number 2, and Jakilov with 33 almost K damage. And mind you, like Solo Kill had his number in a lot of these fights, and he still managed to pump that much. Unfortunately, I didn't necessarily see the Viego hype in this game, and Aki wasn't really able to capitalize because there weren't many kills going NiP's way. Like a bunch of skirmishes that they won, a bunch of dives that they won, but that Viego never really truly came online. And I know that he is one of the most prominent champions that Aki really likes to play. However, I will say not his most successful. Maybe I would have liked to see a Wukong here that would have solidified sort of the Wukong CC falling right on top of that, but wasn't quite the case.
Yeah, I mean, Leave played this game, again, very well in the Kaisa. Not able to eventually find the end goal of a victory here, but him and Solo Kill, I think, are the standouts for NiP at the end of the day. Kind of have been ever since, you know, this new iteration of the roster kind of came into fruition, but these team fights were so fun, so explosive. It was exactly what we were hoping for to wrap up the day here on LPL.
It was a fantastic pleasant surprise, especially I wasn't expecting to see that game number 3 coming through from NiP. Their draft so difficult to execute when you're playing with like 2 assassins on the map and a bunch of champions that want resources like the Kaisa. Just so difficult to execute. The early game is the big downside to play this composition, right? Like no lanes of prio, you're just stuck in your own jungle, can't make a lot of plays. But I feel like NiP really did show us that they have hands in this series, and particularly in that game number 2, it really did show when the drafts were even, when the game was even, NiP came out on top. So I'm actually really excited for this NiP iteration. I feel like Solo Kill has a lot to show, and I'm really liking those Easter eggs that he throws in there, particularly with the Akali top lane.
Yeah, if that becomes like a little pocket pick that Solo Kill can whip out, if that creates a situation where you're scared to blind Gwen into NiP, or you have to ban the Akali before locking in the Gwen, you know, all of a sudden that's a bit of a difference that can be made in the draft phase by bringing in a new top laner like this here for Ninjas in Pajamas. If we continue to see some of these fights work out decently well for NiP until maybe they don't here. Again, Leave trying his best. He somehow is able to find a double kill before going down here to 369, who's just in melee range of him. So he deserves some love for that play specifically too.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Leave has been the shining star for NiP. I feel like even in their losses, right? And if I'm not wrong right here, it was NiP versus top esports, with top esports not being able to close out the game with Baron and Elder on them, only 2 Nexus towers remaining for NiP, and then they turn it around with Leave's Lucian actually being the one that turns the whole play around. So these 2 teams have a history of bangers, and apparently they never do disappoint. So if you were here and watched this with us, first of all, tell us who you think the MVP could potentially be. And second, I'm pretty sure that everyone is very happy that this series went all the way with such an exciting ending to the game as well.
Yeah, that last fight just seeing what Jackie Love was able to do with all the space that his teammates did provide for him. After, by the way, 369 got taken down, and that, I mean, if you're NiP, you have to go for that fight at that point. You're down 8,000 gold. You got to try to take advantage of the fact that the biggest carry for the enemy team was out of the picture. But there was another big carry. His name is Jackie Love, as the staple franchise player for Top Esports, once again coming out on top here as they win this series and win yet another one here in the LPL Ascend group. As we get our player of the game to wrap up the show, it is going to be Cream on the Yone. He had some good moments, I will say, but I don't know. It was a closely considered one, I think, in any sense. I could see.
Hell nah. 369 and Jackie got hella robbed here.
Fair enough.
Okay, all jokes aside, okay, Cream can give us these sort of performances, but he hasn't necessarily been running on all cylinders, and now that you've seen Top Esports ramping up into playoffs, they need to do really well there, considering how close a lot of these best of 3 series have been with a lot of the other contenders around that 2nd to 6th to 7th place even in their group right now. So this is a time to ramp up, take that performance, take that MVP, and absolutely go pedal to the metal. Pedal.
It's a couple of more series left to go here for all of these teams in Group Ascend. We see, of course, Top Esports jumping up to 11-2, NiP down to 3-9, although I think they can still overall be very proud of their performance here today, and hope that the rest of the regular season provides a little bit more success for them. And that's going to do it here for our time today on LPL English. It was a fun couple of series. We started things off with FPX taking a 2-0 over Thunder Talk, and then this wild one between Top Esports and Ninjas in Pajamas. I believe we have standings in a little bit, but in order to wait to make sure that we have those fully updated tomorrow, make sure you tune right back in here at 5 a.m. Eastern, 2 a.m. Pacific, our usual time, 10 a.m. GMT. We are starting things off with FPX taking on Anyone's Legends, and then IG facing off against WE. Both matchups of some of our personal favorites going up against some big underdogs, but we've seen that not necessarily work the way you're expecting here today, as you saw with NiP playing a close one against Top Esports. And speaking of, here's our updated standings going into another day of games here as we're getting close to the end of week number 6, Trouble.
Ooh, look at that, man. Like, it's actually crazy. You're looking at position 3 to 8 on the group Ascent, and you truly do not know how these teams are gonna pan out. So far, BLG and JDG have showed us that they might be the firm 3rd place over in the LPL, but anything can change in literally 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, BLG on a massive win streak right now too. They're setting themselves up into a position where they feel like they're the 3rd best team in the league, but still not there just yet. In terms of what thresholds are important, top 4 gets you a spot automatically into the playoffs. Top 6, if you're 5th or 6th, that means you play up against a Nirvana team in the first round of play-ins. 7 through 10, you all play against each other in a best of 5 to see who makes it into the postseason. So that's kind of what each of these teams are playing for in terms of positioning, and still a lot more to be determined with more games to be played in both the Ascension group and the Nirvana group, which will be wrapping up play this upcoming weekend. But before we go, we want to give a very, very big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron, Soup, Mung, and Forrest. Without their pledged financial contributions, help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast of crew to strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. On behalf of Trouble, you alongside me as my co-caster for this one, Cubby, who was here a little bit earlier, and for Kai, was holding down the fort the entire time on production, our entire mod staff and social team here on LPL English. My name has been Grapes. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Once again, final score of this series, Top Esports 2, Ninjas in Pajamas 1, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LPL English.